Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place today, and most of it very disappointing. The case against Aisha Jumwa, the CS for public service, I guess, has been dropped. The murder case has been going on for 5 years now. I believe she has no case to answer. Sonko, in a 20 million graft case, has no case to answer. The main purpose of Kenya Kwanza in power, where is this country headed to? Are we are we still going, they say, in the right direction? Let's talk about this even as we look at it keenly. Since Kenya Kwanza came to power, it will be 100 days tomorrow. Those of you that are in East Africa. And in the 100 days, the greatest achievement is case dropping. Case dropping. No big man anymore having any case to answer since freedom is here. Was this the freedom they talked about? And will this freedom leave this country free or finished? Naomba wote tukajumuike pamoja tunapoendelea na mjadala usiku wa leo, tuangazie masuala haya kwa kina. Kulingana na mimi, hii haifai, haifurahishi, haipendezi nchi kuendelea katika mambo ya kuhujumu haki, kwa sababu yule unayedai haki kutoka kwake yuko kwa power. Hii ndio uhuru tuliopigia au mababu zetu walipigiana. Hii ndio nchi ambayo mababu zetu walitaka iwe. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na uhuru, amani na umoja, raha tupate Hey, naomba tukajadili haya mambo kwa kina, kwa sababu this is very disheartening and very disappointing. But all in all, let's talk and be able to tell each other the truth. The link to use to get in the studio is in the comment section now. You can click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this space and we will get talking. Freedom is here meant that no case to answer. And it's 100 days. If this is the trend in 100 days, what will it be in 2 years? What will it be in 3 years? Something needs to drastically happen in this great country that we may get the right direction. Definitely, this is not the right direction. But you're free to tell me what you feel and think about this entire fiasco. I pray that we will find a lasting solution to all this. What is a wonder for me is that all these cases have been before the judiciary all this time, when Uhuru Kenyatta was in power and William Ruto was his deputy. They were not dropped. They were upheld for 5+ years. What is happening with Kenya Kwanza and the judiciary at this point in time? Is Kenya safe in this kind of arrangement? Can we still go to the judiciary for justice and get justice? Karibuni tukajadili kwa kina mambo haya. Kwangu mimi yanavunja moyo sana. This country belongs to Kenyans, not to the big man syndrome. Thank you, everybody. Let's look at this keenly. And if you're able to get us, please don't watch alone. Let everybody join in. Share that link in your WhatsApp group. Share it in your Facebook groups. Share it in every platform that is in your reach, so that everybody can tune in and we will be able to talk as Kenyans and as people who love what is just and right for us to move forward. Kamo, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show, Margaret Wanjiru. Karibu, good evening to you. Mavela, haya, karibu sana. Thank you so much. Freedom is here. UDA madness continues. Okay, Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad, hi to you. Thank you so much. Daniel Ruto anasema very nice, very nice. Okay, yeye ameridhika na hayo yote. Okay, Sarah Seranga anasema hello to you. Thank you so much. Ama ni hero. Asante sana, ubarikiwe. Karibu kwa show. Tuendelee kukaribishana tukiangazia masuala ya Kenya na jinsi Kenya inavyoendeshwa wakati huu chini ya Daktari William Ruto. Kuna mambo ambayo hayafurahishi kabisa, kwamba kesi zote za wakubwa hakuna inayosimama. Judiciary imeamua kama wewe ni mkubwa ukae na amani, sikuwe na chochote kinachokusumbua. So uwe na kesi ya kujibu, usiwe na kesi ya kujibu, hutapata kesi ya kujibu, kwa sababu Kenya Kwanza ndiyo inatawala, na inatawala kwa msingi wa kusema freedom is here. Je, hii inji itapona chini ya uongozi wa Kenya Kwanza? Kama mtindo ni huu, kama mwendo ni huu, kama mwanzo ni huu? Naomba tujadiliane kwa kina, tuangalie tu kwa juu, tuangalie masuala ipasavyo, kwa sababu the pattern is clear. The pattern is clear. You sing the tune of the government, you are free from whatever it is that was against you. This doesn't smell any good. Without considering the merits and the demerits of the cases, the trend is very disturbing. I really want us to talk very seriously on this. Something is wrong somewhere. That is Jared Malela. Welcome to the show. Fred Pinto. Omar, that one shows how the judiciary is under the whims of the executive. Disheartening. Thank you so much kwa maoni yako hayo. Linas Kospeni sema Kenya iko sawa, naysayers washindwe kabisa. Haya, Kenya iko sawa vile unaona kweli? Haya, kama utuconvince kwamba iko sawa, kama hakuna kesi inasimama, hakuna chochote, yani hela zinapotea, watuhumiwa wanapelekwa kotini, wanapatikana hawana kesi ya kujibu, mtu anakufa peupe, penya halaiki ya watu, anapigwa risasi, anakufa, lakini wahusika wote wanasema hakuna kesi. Now this life is lost. It's a breadwinner. This is a family head loses his life in, not unclear circumstances, clear circumstances, because there are witnesses, there are people who are there physically that saw the man being gunned down. It was a public meeting, and then there is still no case to answer. What is happening with this country? Are we still existing as a country? Or like Mother Karua put it, the mafia have taken the country, and we no longer have mafia in this country, but the mafia have the country. Is this what it is? And if it is what it is, what can Kenya do to save the day? Because we cannot go on like this. Something has to be done, and it has to be done right away. Onyango Boni sema hai mambo, sisi wanyonge ndiye hatuna haki. Jambo la kusikitisha sana, lakini naomba tusonge mbele katika mjadala wa leo tunapoangazia masuala haya. It is very, very disturbing that everybody who has any case, as long as it gets into good books with the government, their case is dropped. This is history repeating itself, where the judiciary was under the arms of the executive during Moi's tenure, where cases were decided at State House and not before the bench. And that is when the judiciary lost credibility, By the time we were having 2007 election, and there was a dispute, and it was forthright. Nobody's going to court because the court is there to serve the executive. It was through the 2010 constitution that the courts redeemed themselves under Dunga, and we hoped that they will remain free. But now everything that have been gained in the past 10 years of the 2010 constitution seems to have been going down the drain by reason of irresponsible rulings and irresponsible administration of justice. Because justice doesn't need just to be done, it needs to be seen to be done. The pattern of the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza is disturbing. Where we are headed is not good. The country is headed in a wrong direction. Let Kenyans rise up and speak up. Let's not be shut down, because if we let this go on the way it is going, nothing is going to be wrong in this country. People are going to loot and nothing will happen. People are going to kill each other and nothing will happen. Something has to be done, and it must be done fast. I appreciate all of you that are joining into the discourse tonight. Please make sure that you invite everybody in your life that have any interest into what we are discussing, that they may come forth and air whatever it is that they need to air. But from where I sit, I'm very disturbed by the pattern that Kenya Kwanza has drawn in their 100 days in office. Thank you very much. Let's keep going as we open up the floor right now with Baba Haley. Vipi lakini?
Hello Bernard.
Hello to you. Naona uko Orange House kabisa kabisa. Mimi niko Azimio.
Yes, and hello Bernard and Mike. Today's topic is a very interesting one because it's one that touches on the judiciary and the justice system, the legal and justice system in the country. And in many countries out here, and for a very long time, the judiciary has been the savior of the people, because when the executive makes wrong decisions or the legislature, they're always put in check by the judiciary. But ever since the ruling that was made by the Supreme Court judges, there has been a general feeling in the country that the judiciary has been pocketed by the executive. And now it appears like there is just one man making the shots in all the three arms of the government, because it's almost as if the judiciary is now part of the executive, an extension of the executive. Because now what we are seeing is any person who's allied to the current government with court cases, it doesn't matter the nature of the case, whether it's a civil case, whether it's a criminal case like Aisha Jumwa's, we are seeing a pattern whereby now the cases are being dropped. And it is not a coincidence. It is something that someone is influencing. And we know that there's only one person that can influence such high-level cases to be dropped, and that can only be some big person in the executive. Someone big enough to have influenced the dropping of the case against Gachagua. Now Gachagua has his 2 billion that had been confiscated. He can now go and build a house in Nyeri and invite them to eat mchele na nyama there like he had promised. We have seen Aisha Jumwa, she's been let loose. She doesn't have now she's just free to whatever. She killed somebody. She killed somebody, and now, and it was in public, and there were clips, and everyone saw what happened. But now she has been acquitted. The case has been dropped, and now she's a witness she's a witness again. She's a state witness against her own bodyguard, who was acting under her instructions. So it's just the animal farm, where some animals are apparently more equal than others. Because now that she's a CS, now that bodyguard, he has outlived his use to her, and now she can do whatever she wants to do, and even turn against him and put all the allegations on him. Yeah, and it's a very worrying trend. It's something that every Kenyan of sane mind, there are those Kenyans who will just support anything without even thinking about it. But any right-thinking Kenyan, regardless of which political side you're supporting, it's a worrying trend, because the judiciary and the executive are not supposed to be in bed, because judiciary is the only hope that Mwananchi has. I need to be sure that right now I can go to a court of law in any high court and sue the president or sue the office of the president for an offense, and I get compensated or whatever. But now the way it appears, it's almost impossible, because now we see them together taking photos, laughing together, which is not bad, but it's considering what happened in the Supreme Court and everyone saw what happened, it's sending very wrong messages. And I think it's about time that Martha Koome, Martha Koome is the first Supreme Court, the first CJ in the country. And at a time when we are trying to prove to everyone that women are just as good for these jobs as men, I think it was her opportunity to show that she can even be better than Justice Mutunga. I think it was her opportunity to show that women can also be strong and make firm decisions regardless of who's in power or who's trying to influence them. But I think the judiciary now, because it's under Martha Koome, I think she's failing. She's failing because we cannot be having every day court cases being dropped. It's not sending the right message. And we were told during the campaigns that freedom would be coming. And I guess freedom is coming to people like Aisha Jumwa, Mithika Linturi. And I think even on the case of whatever the case that has been ongoing about Western Hotel, and it's being on the airport's land, I think freedom will also come to the president eventually. And yeah, that's freedom is here, and the hustlers sang about it, and they were telling us freedom is coming, but they didn't know that this freedom would not come to everyone. It would come to those animals that are more equal than others. Yeah, and what we're going to see in the coming days is something we call runaway corruption, because now people know that they can do whatever they can do, and they'll not face any consequences from the judiciary. We have seen Waititu Babayao getting back into power. He had said that we should move River Nairobi away from the residential places, and now he's been appointed to that task force, which is supposed to conserve Nairobi River. So very soon we might also see freedom coming to those people who have built on the land meant for the rivers, because now Waititu will. I saw some joke somewhere, people saying that Waititu telling the other members of that task force that the first assignment is to pour Omo in the river so that it can be clean. And I think you're going to see many other things coming. Yeah, we should be ready for it. There's going to be corruption and major cases of corruption, especially in the counties that have UDA allied governors and senators. A county that has a senator and governor of UDA or Kenya Kwanza, I think there's going to be a lot of corruption. And we'll just get to hear about it after maybe the regime has been taken out of power, uh, whether in 2027 or 2032. But it's a worrying trend. The judiciary should be the defender of the public and the defender of the weak members of the society, and it should not be seen to be siding with the powerful and the who knows who in the in government. During Uhuru's time, the judiciary was making, even though they say he was not obeying court orders, but we used to see the judges under Maraga making very stern decisions. For example, when Maraga advised the president to dissolve parliament, but I don't think we can see that right now. I think the judiciary, the IEBC, and every other institution, and even the office of the ODPP, I think they have all found their way into the executive, and it's just a worrying trend. Those are my submissions on the corruption issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Baba Haley. We appreciate that. A good start as we look at Kenya Kwanza, leading us into Kenya Kwisha. This is not smelling good, it's not looking good. Every person that has any interest for this great country to emerge a great nation must be a worried person at this point in time. Only the insane can think that this is normal. This is not normal. And as the people that have the custody of this great country, we need to recall our delegated responsibility that we gave to this leadership as soon as yesterday. We cannot have this as a way of governance. No. You get everybody off the hook. Let all prison houses be opened. Let all petty offenders and every offender go free, because there is no need the law getting other people guilty and releasing every other person simply because they have connections. That's not the country we want. We need the country of fairness, the country of justice, the country where everybody is equal before the law. And those who cannot stand that, they should look for another country. But Kenya is not going to the dogs. We must all arise and be counted. Welcome, everybody. As we continue with the discussion, please make sure you're inviting somebody to join in the discourse. Don't watch alone. Keep sharing that link with all your WhatsApp groups, all your Facebook groups, and every platform that is within your reach, so that we are all here as we listen to different Kenyans airing what they feel and think about the direction the country is taking, the 100 days of Dr. Ruto's administration, and the kind of the judiciary that is evolving to be at this point in time. Let's listen to Mr. Mike as we proceed. Mr. Mike, vipi leo?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well, I'm well. Nice to see you. A few days I've not seen you.
I've been up and down. You know, it is a festive season. Naenda kusalamia watu nyumbani, alafu narudi. Otherwise, I'm good, and I greet the rest of the panelists. Good evening. Bernard, what you've just said is true, that from the confession of the DPP, Haji, on national TV, that his decisions were made that were politically driven, and by extension, he acted in an unprofessional manner and in an ethical manner. It is just enough to tell us that there has been nothing right happening at the DPP's office for the last 5 years or 6 years that he has been in office. And for that very simple reason, Bernard, as you've just said, let us clean the prisons and assume everybody is innocent and apologize to everybody, the murderers, the rapists, the thieves, and say that we had a wrong system of the DPP and the CID or the DCI, because a confession cannot mean just two, three people. That confession represented the whole process or the whole system or the whole tenure that the DPP has been in office. And from what Baba Hali has said, we should help the DPP by creating a list of possible people that he should start working on releasing or acquitting. That is, of course, from the West Region, immediately and we help the DPP by creating a list so that his work is made easy. And but for it to even be better, let him just empty the prisons and say, let's start the new year on a clean slate. Bernard, one of the critical things, and I said it last time, that the Azimio government was supposed to deal with, and that docket had been given to a very able lady by the name Martha, was to re-engineer the judiciary and the justice system in Kenya, which is very rotten. I can say this with a lot of confidence, without fear of contradiction, that Bernard, 95% of our magistrates and judges are very, very corrupt, not just corrupt, very corrupt. I can say this without blinking, Bernard. Our justice system in this country is very, very rotten. And the reason why this government is having a field day is, and I say this and I repeat, is because of the information they have against these judges. They are able to have a behind the scene bargain that we shall keep you in office, but you shall also help us handle certain cases in our favor. Bernard, you remember Sonko recording a certain magistrate collecting money in court. You remember another judge writing and preparing a witness, a lady who had suspected to have killed her husband, a Mzungu husband. And he was even paying the air ticket of that lady to go and spend time with her in some place. These are not hearsays. These are documented incidences that can be presented anywhere. And I said again, you remember judges who were mentioned in the Akasha brothers by the CIA when the FBI came to Kenya to collect them. They made confessions of the judges that were receiving bribes and postponing cases of drug trafficking. So, Bernard, if you have judges who have been allowing drugs to come to Kenya to kill our children, what type of justice are you expecting from these judges? They can acquit a murderer, a rapist, and anybody, as long as you have the right amount of money to put on the table. That is the type of justice system that Raila had promised to clean. The last days, Uhuru refused to accept 6 judges to the bench, and he was really criticized. Bernard, there's some information, and it happens in all countries, that the intelligence information that is collected, it cannot be shared in public, whether it is genuine or it is airtight. It cannot be shared. It is for the consumption of the people in very, very sensitive and high office to share. That information is with the government of the day, and they're going to use it to bargain with the judges that have been accepted on the bench, on the condition that they will continue doing the things the current government wants. That one is a practice done in countries where mafias and drug lords operate. They have certain agreements with the sitting judges. And this is where this country has come to. We are going to see a very, very sophisticated network of government and the justice or the judiciary in a way that has not been seen before. Cases will be handled obvious cases will be handled in ways that you cannot explain, and there's nothing Kenyans will do about it. And that is going to take the country to the wall. And Bernard, it will be a very bad state for the country, because when you push citizens to the wall, they have to fight back. And for a country that has been peaceful as Kenya, we don't want to be pushed to that level where we shall have to fight back as if we are fighting for independence in 1959, going to the bush to fight for our freedom again, because that is where this country is going back. I think we have been reset back to the dark days. Moi's days were even better. There was even pretense of obeying the law. But here we are not pretending. If you see the pronouncements that are being made by our leaders, Bernard, when somebody of the stature of the DP says the governor of Nairobi will not make any decision until he goes and sits with Kikuyus somewhere in a hotel in Mount Kenya before they make a decision. What type of justice system or process are we running? When ministers walk around telling policemen, shoot and kill people, shoot and kill people, already police know their job, that when they're under siege or siege, they'll have to retaliate. You don't need a minister to stand on a podium to keep reminding police to shoot, as if you are inciting them to war. And that has been happening ever since. In fact, it is Matiangi and his team who are criticized for going on a killing spree when they were eliminating some non-criminals who had killed and raped even women in Isili. You remember the case of a guy called Hesse who had who was notorious of eliminating criminals. But the same people have come back with an even stronger term. Never did I hear Matiangi go on national TV to say police are ordering you to shoot people who are criminals. There was decency in the way they were communicating. But when a minister of interior goes on national TV and keeps reminding police shoot and kill, the justice that you'll get from such pronouncements is very little, because already police are being given that okay, that you have our protection. So in the process, the police can even kill an innocent person, and they have the backing of the state, because that's what they have been told over and over, that you have our back. You get another person telling Muslims that they look for another country if they can't do what they want. All these pronouncements, Bernard, are geared towards showing a level of impunity that we have never seen before, that the rule of law has been thrown to the dogs, and these people are so full of power, they'll do anything and say anything, and there's nobody to touch them. That's a very bad state of affairs, Bernard. Let me just move out of that and go to the 100 days. Bernard, the 100 days is a topic on its own. I think you need to just have 2 days to discuss, because there's so much we can talk about it. But Bernard, the President Ruto has retracted on everything he talked against the Uhuru government, from borrowing, from cost of living not having been affected by Ukraine, from making Mama Mboga and Baba Mboga have an easy life, cost of living to be better. You cannot make the lives of Mama Mboga better by removing subsidies. You cannot make the life of Mama Mboga better by by increasing school fees in public schools. Remember, the private schools have not talked of increasing school fees. It's actually now the government that is increasing school fees in their public schools. So we are going to experience a reverse of everything that the Kenya Kwanza government promised. And in the process, as we say, as you rightly put, we are heading the wrong direction. We are heading to a direction that for me is good, because it's going to push Kenyans to the wall to now make the right decision. It is darkest before morning, Bernard. Let's get to the very dark moment before we can wake up and see the light, because we have been begging each other that let's take care of our country, and let our interest of this country be bigger than the interest of tribes, of regions, and of certain section of people. But We have always stuck to our tribes, to our regions, and to our kingpins, and to our own detriment. And it is time we get the pain before we get it right. So it will be painful, but it is a necessary pain, Bernard. Let me leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We appreciate that necessary pain. I think the earlier we wake up, the better, because I don't think there is anything left in terms of signals to bad governance and irresponsible leadership that Kenya Kwanza is yet to display. Well, I will also want to respond to some guys here. There is Peter Gitau. Peter Gitau says, you want to tell us that shooting done by Babu is holy, but Aisha Jumwa, who didn't even press the trigger, should be hanged. Kenyans fearing to be truthful to ourselves. Uh, this is the greatest problem I have with UDA bloggers. They drag a case that is absolutely different from the other and make them the same, comparing the incomparable. The case of Bapo Wino was settled and concluded both judicially and in terms of compensation. The one for Aisha Jumwa, the accused has turned into a witness. How does that now compare? Even if you only have primary school comparison or comparative understanding, how do you a case that is dealt with, concluded, has compensation, then this one, the person accused, has turned into a witness simply because she's in power and she's a CS? Let's see things for what they are and not drag names. You think by mentioning Bapo Wino will make Aisha Juma's being accused to be holy? And the thing happened at the initial stage of after 2017 elections. So it has gone through a whole lifespan of 5 years. Now she lost the elections. In fact, if she was governor of Kilifi, I think that family would have vacated Kilifi. But all in all, let's at times tell each other as Kenyans, tuambiane ukweli na tuache kujaribu kujustify makosa. Judiciary is letting us down, even if there is no case to answer. Like I said, justice just doesn't need to be done only, but it needs to be seen to be done in the eyes of Kenyans. What conclusions are they making about the kind of dropping of cases? Were they waiting for Uhuru Kenyatta to leave office so that they drop the cases? Was Uhuru Kenyatta holding a gun on the DPP so that he cannot drop the cases? What is happening is bad, and it's just the teething issues. When the fully teeth will have come out, you'll be the first one to cry, Mr. Gitao. Wake up and see things for what they are and begin to find a solution in good time. Not looking for an excuse. Don't hold brief for what is obviously wrong. A country that is led like this is a country that ends up into anarchy. And there is provoking people, but continuously provoking people, one item after another, one item after another. Before they forgive subsidy, you have come with this and this one and this one. Whatever you are asking for, you're going to get it. And I promise you it will not be many days. So let us not be carried away with our political sycophants and forget to judge matters for what they are. Whatever Kenya Kwanza is up to is not good. In the eyes of Kenyans, it's not good. And I believe in the eyes of God, it's not good. You don't do that. Never. That you do evil after evil after evil after evil na unasema mtadu. Aya basi. Siku ya kufanya itafika. Na tutatekeleza. Aya, naomba tuende mbio mbio tumsikilize leo.
Yes, good evening and good morning, everyone. Good evening, Bernard, Baba Haley, Mike, Nipa. Today, I think the topic has come at the right time. And the news of what happened today is what was expected, though many Kenyans tend to assume or tend to pretend they did not expect this. But everything was made clear during the UD and the Kenya Kwanza campaign when they were talking of freedom is coming. The only difference is that people thought the freedom was for the hustlers or Wakenya wa kawaida. Little did they know that the freedom that was much talked, much hyped belonged to the people who are preaching that freedom. And it is evident. Immediately they placed the Bible down. If you have to mention the names of the people whose cases have been dropped, you'll find that they are not the normal Kenyans. They are not the normal hustlers whose motorbikes were taken. They're not the normal hustlers who are maybe remanded for failing to pay like 4,000 bail or to pay like 10,000 bail. The people with money, they are millionaires, and they were who and who in the Kenya Kwanza. And today's case, I think the Aisha's case is, I can say it is biblical because it has given people the exact picture. In that case, there were two people. And I like the fact that it was brought live and everybody was able to know that we had Aisha Jumwa. She was co-accused with the bodyguard. So how do you drop the case of Aisha Jumwa and leave the bodyguard? If they wanted, maybe like Bernard is saying, we should not, we know sometimes you might not be able to give justice, but you must appear to be doing justice. Even if you're not going to give justice, can you just pretend or appear to be doing some justice? I grew up in a poor village, and there's something I used to see our parents when we were growing. I heard Ruth also says he came from a poor background, and his only measure of poverty is the fact that he put on shoes while he was joining from one. There are villages whereby putting on shoes was not among your maybe your dreams. You will not even think of shoes. The only thing that you are not able to get food, so you didn't even have time of thinking of shoes, and that shoes was never in your mind. Thinking of putting shoes was never in your mind. So in these families, you'll find that sometimes you come back home from school for lunch, and or maybe for supper, and you find your mom busy boiling something in the pot. And in those three stones, there was some maize being roasted. You could think that the mom was preparing some special supper or some lunch, only to realize that the only thing that was available to be eaten was the maize that was being roasted. Why was she boiling that water? She did not want to tell you that there is nothing. She did not want to show you that, you see, today there's nothing. You just have to eat the maize and go and sleep. So you will be eating maize, hoping that there is something being prepared, only to be told that, you see, what you are eating, we've already taken supper, we need to sleep and wait for the other day. That is not happening in our judiciary. Judiciary, I remember Matiang'i saying that we are having rogue judges. And he said it in Parliament, and Parliament is a house of record. That is the Interior Minister. He went there and told the MPs that you people don't know what you're saying. We are not saying that the judiciary is rotten, but there are some rogue members in the judiciary who are rotten. When Uhuru declined to appoint or approve the 6 judges that later was used against him, he gave a reason. He did not just decline. The list was long. There are some that were approved and there are some that were not approved. So these judges had some issues. We've seen judges publicly. There is a certain magistrate who was found with cash in the office. And you know what happened to him when we got the Kenya Kwanza government? Everybody knows he was rewarded. He was promoted, I think, to the Court of Appeal, if I'm not wrong. And this is a judge who everybody saw him having some cash. And that is not a bank. It is not M-Pesa shop. This is a magistrate. This is a judge having cash in his custody. Mike Sonko himself recorded a judge. So we need to realize that we don't have a court. We don't have courts. We really need an overhaul in our courts. And that is why our judges will always have to favor the executive. That's why last time I said that the judiciary has been captured by the executive. Because with them, some of them are forced into that capture whereby they know their history is bad, they've done wrong things, so the executive will tell you, if you don't play according to what we want you to do, then we are going to revive such a case. And that is really hurting. We've seen Waititu's receiving some freedom. We've seen Sonko's case was dropped. I heard the DPP saying he's going to appeal. I don't think that one will happen. Those are just hot air. It will just end like that. So Kenya, we are in a state whereby we are having two tribes and we are having two political parties, the party of the poor and the party of the rich. So the earlier we understand that, the better. Because currently, anybody who is rich cannot go, they'll go to court and their cases are being dropped. And the next case that is going to be dropped is that one of Jackie Maribe. It is also in line. It's also going to be dropped. And that is how all these cases are going to be dropped. So what we need to do is that we need to tell Ruto, instead of dropping these cases bit by bit by bit and hurting us and maybe playing with our emotions, why can't he just drop all the cases that say from today, let us start afresh? Anybody who is in jail, anybody who is having a case running, let him just say that, you see, this government Uhuru iliwekelea kila mtu kesi wakajipata hizi zilikuwa kisiasa, so let us do this, we are cancelling all the cases under Uhuru regime, let us start afresh. That one will be fair. That one at least Kenyans will feel, okay, he's genuine and it's fair. So let us be serious. Our courts, they are powerless. That is why the leaders, they keep on walking. They walk in their meetings and just talk the way they want. And currently, even our media has also been compromised because the people they are bringing. That is why people even lost hope in this mainstream media. Today, I was shocked when I was following the proceeding whereby the senior counsel Don was interviewing, I think, this man called Ntumbi. I've always known he's a doctor or a PhD. I've been listening to him in KTN. This guy is an expert in security. This guy is an expert in religion. This guy is an expert in governance. So if such people are the ones who are given airtime to deceive citizens, really, those are the propaganda voices that the government is using. They do something wrong. They get somebody like Ntumbi, they bring him in TV. You will be watching him in your TV because some people, they don't know there's some alternative. You will be watching the lies and you will believe, oh, Ntumbi said this and Ntumbi is not the president. Then he's right. So that guy, I was really shocked to hear that this guy doesn't have any degree in anything that he claims to be an expert in. So those are the kind of people that the government wants. They don't want the people who are educated. And if you even look at the Jubilee Kakas, those people who are educated, people like Murkomen, they are reduced to psychopaths. They're not allowed to give their free advice. So they'll always want people who knows nothing, people who are clueless. They're being brought to your TV, they cheat you. The same way they did with this CBC thing. They brought people who are clueless, they don't know anything about it. Then later they come and tell you, we've decided grade 7 will be in lower primary. That one everybody knew. Even the grade 6 themselves, they knew they were going nowhere. They knew because they will see there's an empty class there. So you didn't need to have a group of 10 people and put them together and pay them. So what the judiciary did, it is not good. We are moving in the wrong direction. We are moving in the wrong direction. And the good part of it is that Kenyans are realizing each and every day people are getting saved and they are coming to realize that they were duped. And by the time we are going to start 2023, quite a number of Kenyans will have realized that there is nowhere we are going to. And this one will make them to pile pressure. No one will even wait for a Kamkunji meeting to be called. They'll be asking, when is Raila calling Kamkunji? That will be the question that all the Kenyans will be asking as they are going to usher in 2023. It's 100 days. There's nothing that we can see. What we can see is that the country is moving to a wrong direction. There is somebody who campaigned and told us that we are having debts. Yesterday, IMF approved 55 billion. And any country who is depending on IMF loan, that's a country that is not going to move forward. The last time we were in such loans, we were having Moi government and we were running on negative something. Yeah, when Kibaki came, we went up to positive too, without any loan from the IMF. So we've gone there. Now Ruto wants to pick loan from each and any borrowing. That is why he's encouraging us to borrow. He wants to encourage a borrowing country. He'll start by telling you, you go and borrow for Liza. And they want every Kenyan, and they keep on updating and telling, oh, most Kenyans are coming and joining, are registering. They want every Kenyan to register. They want you to become debtors. And that is what he's doing. When he goes outside there, he goes to borrow. He's just borrowing. Anytime akisikia anauliza limit ya Kenya imefika ngapi, tupatie. Akiendewa na China, limit yetu inafika ngapi, tupatie. When he goes to America, limit yetu imefika ngapi, tupatie. Akikuja huku anauliza NSSF, limit imefika ngapi, kama hakuna sawa, wacha tutafute NSSF ingine ya hustler fund tuchukue. So he just wants to introduce us into a borrowing culture. I don't think Uhuru used to do that. I'll stop there and let somebody continue. We've lost Bernard.
Maybe someone is trying to tamper with his, like yesterday.
But I can see Bernard. You can't see Bernard?
Sorry. I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. This is our country. We must be vigilant, despite the fact that, like a long journey, you cannot avoid bends. Probably we have made one bad one that you will need to straighten out. But I pray and believe that something drastic has to happen. We cannot continue the way things are going. It is not the way things should be done. Bearing in mind that we are a country that is underperforming. We have underperformed for 60 years. We are trying to get off that bar and begin to be productive, self-reliant, self-productive. But what's happening? We are now being led into slavery again, and the slavery is so, one after the other, systematic in such a way that we may never be able to come out of that begging lifestyle. It is my prayer that as Kenyans, we should not encourage Kenya Kwanza to do what it's doing. Let us stand up and shout down Kenya Kwanza. Whatever they are doing is an impunity that will not leave this country in good shape. There was a Keino who asked about Joho. You dear guys, just relax now. There are cases we deal with of people who don't feel secure in themselves, and they drive their importance by who they are associating with. So begging for Joho to join you or coming to announce that Joho has joined you makes you feel important. Get your importance from yourself. Stop thinking that Atuoli joining you is making you important. And this one joining is very... If you are not important, you're not important. It doesn't matter who comes to join you. In fact, when they join you, they become more unimportant, just like you. So, tuache mchezo. Thank you. But it's free to join whatever he wants to join. But that one, I think, is just a rumor that you're wishful thinking. All the same. Dada Nifa, karibu.
Hi everybody, and now our viewers wale ambao wanapeana wanaandika huko kwa mtandao. So just to go to the topic, Kenya headed in the wrong direction. Kenya is always in the wrong direction, and it's not Kenya. You should change the topic, Bernard. It's not Kenya. Kenya leaders. It's not all with Kenyans. It's not kwa Kenya wote. So like us, we are not in the wrong direction. So I should say, in the parliament, if you see them they're arguing, they are confused. In the parliament, they are struggling also. The way we are struggling, you guys are struggling. There's too much of press conferences. You don't know which one, kila siku it comes, And what really surprises me is the CSS and the PSS. They are dumb. They're not saying anything. So walichaguliwa, but I don't know their role. I don't know if you guys have heard about them. I've not heard of any PS anasema okay, this is my project ama maji. Niliona tu mmoja akisema tu walisema when the first, the inauguration, when fake inauguration, when they say we are going to plant trees. So I saw one CS planting a tree. They said they're going to appoint a lot of youngsters to appoint to plant trees. I don't know if the project is going or not. That one is dead, apparently. And then also about the maize, they are not talking about it again. So I don't know kama wamenyamaza. I don't know what's going on, because the farmers from Nandi, they were complaining. So I don't know kama walifanyiwa kitu ama hapana. And then but what I heard about the rice, walisema sijui rice sijui ni aje, pia au farmers wa rice they started. So the thing is, inakuja kitu alafu wanawacha watu wananyamaza, wanasahau, and then something else comes. And then about the other head ni, so they talked about Sonko and the other lady from Kilifi. I'm not going to speak about the other lady from Kilifi, but I will speak about Sonko. Sonko is not in the office. Why are they mentioning his name? Sonko is no longer governor. Why his name is coming? Hata kama alikuwa na kesi, alikuwa ana kesi. I think they're giving, the way Nani alisema, they're giving air to people who are not in the office. There's no need you talk about them. So I won't speak even much about Sonko. Sonko alishindwa akakuwa replaced the other time hiyo na nini ya nanio. So I'm going to speak about the 100 days elected leader. 100 days Kenya Kwanza in the office. The Hustlers Fund, they should talk about how is the Hustlers Fund is going. How many people are borrowing? At least they should update the Wananchis, because ni project ya Wananchi from the government. And but I heard about Hustlers Fund. I listened to many stations, and I like the Situation Room to acknowledge. And I've been following what the Mr. Ruto said. So he said even during Jamhuri, he was talking about the innovation and talking about building 100-kilometer digital superhighway. So I don't know how it's going to happen. It's with the US people who, when he was in the US, also he talked about it. So when you talk about 100 days, about the school structure, because you guys said wametoa hiyo subsidy ya education, are they going to replace with something else ama watawacha hivyo hivyo? Parents are going to, sasa the deal is sealed, because that's really important. January, Christmas ni Jumapili, and then after Christmas, January, sasa the parents will start watakuwa na move up and down. Surely it's unfair. Maybe 100 days zake, I've never seen any Kenyan leader na first lady wanakulana keki. Today I saw wanakulana keki. The other time hiyo pia mama wa taifa alifanyiwa in the stadium. So I don't know, bado nini honeymoon yao bado jaisha kuanzia waingie kwa ofisi. So another thing is the way Leo said, niliona the clip about the guy in Tumbi expertise so the guy, he was talking like maybe alikuwa naribia the Azimio, wanasema vile Azimio they behaved siku ya election that day of walikuwa wanaenda kureport. So he was kind of alikuwa anaongea sana. I don't know kama alikuwa side ya wengine Kenya Kwanza, but he was talking more negative about the other party. So but I was also glad when the other guy alikuwa anamuuliza, do you have a degree for law? Hapana. Do you have, anasema yeye sijui, wakamuuliza, we've heard you saying you are bishop. Akasema I'm not bishop but I'm reverend. Wakamuuliza, do you have theology? Akasema hapana. akaulizwa uko na degree gani. You understand? So all of a sudden this guy ametoka tu, lakini he has a farm ya security. That's what he said. Na amesema kuwa he's been in so many places like other African countries akisimamia in the terms of security. So I don't know where that guy was there. So I would like to hear about agriculture, because that's really important. Agriculture and Linturi. What I saw the CS were agriculture talking to the former the governor of Nyeri ama Meru, the lady Kawira. So kind of nafikiri walikuwa nambembeleza him how to go to the party of Nilio. So I'm like, is that you are CS now? When is CS? Kesi yako ilitolewa. But how comes sasa unaongea, I mean you kind of unabembeleza mama akuje huku. Mama akikuja huku maybe angetetewa. So angetetewa hiyo nini hawatakuwa impeached. But about the hustler, I'll talk about hustler, manake hustler ndio inaonekana ame deliver. He said he has delivered. He said something about, they said I'm like, okay, walisema unaenda he will appoint 8 people, which means treasury yuko ndani wa serikali, and then Mr. Ruto will appoint the chairman of the group, and then the secretariat, the board members wanachagua the secretariat, and then the PS of innovation and appoint 2 people. Hawaja appoint bado, so I don't know what they're waiting for, and they're saying they wamesha nini, at least your hustlers fund imeshatoka. Now another question is, hiyo pesa ilitoka wapi? Ilitoka kwa treasury, manake Gachagua said Uhuru left empty coffers, because that's a lot of money. Is hiyo pesa ni ya mtu mmoja ama wali ndio hiyo? Maybe leo said they took 55 billion, hiyo IMF, na ile South Korea pia walichukua when he went to America also, maybe alipewa, but it's no problem. Lakini sasa kama mnachukua pesa, at least mnaambia wananchi hii pesa inaenda kufanya hivi, ama itaenda kwa madaktari na hii italipa salary ya madaktari ama walimu, tumeongezea walimu. But the problem is there's nothing moving, and also I think the MPs also, they should ask the senators. Sijui kama wamepewa kitu wamekula, they cannot ask. But hiyo mambo ya hustler, I'm really interested. Citizen Wanaboro, who is keeping the savings ile, hiyo the 400 million inaenda kwa nini ya serikali ama inaenda kwa mtu binafsi? So kama hustlers watalipa hizo pesa back, sasa mtaambiwa basi hiyo ilikuwa pesa serikali imeenda Suluhu, itakuwa imeenda tu Suluhu. So hiyo hustler fund, people should also be very very keen on it, na waulize, at least waambiwe. And sijui kama iko under the CBK, Central Bank of Kenya, because kama ni nini ya serikali ama kama ni ya mtu mmoja, kama ni rais ali promise hustlers fund, maybe of course wanarudisha, but wakichukua wanakatwa kitu kidogo, and then they said like ile their savings money. Sasa hiyo saving inaenda wapi? You know? And then what else? Today I saw also a clip, because it's 100 days. I saw a clip, one of this KTN alikuwa na interview the CS, I think it's the CS, the Luo guy, Owalo, or something like that. So Owalo said today, that I saw the clip, your live. Owalo said that nothing can happen in a fortnight. Like they should be given like maybe until 6 months. So until 6 months, I don't know if it's 3 months imeshaisha. Your 3 months next is January, February, March. So Owalo said things will be rolling. Na hizi mambo za super hizi mambo za super highway, 100 kilometers digital super highway access na housing wameshaanza housing. So I wonder if housing is only in Nairobi other cities like Mombasa, Kisumu. I don't know if wanafanyiwa ama ni Nairobi peke yake. And hapo tu peke yake, agriculture at least, na hiyo mambo ya subsidy hiyo ya shule. So I don't know if they're going to do something about it until then, ama ndio hiyo it's sealed, wazazi waanze kutafuta pesa saizi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nifa. Good soul-searching questions indeed. From the performance of Kenya Kwanza is that they take and they never tell you where to get to the next one. From just the pattern, they took petrol subsidy, they brought nothing. Kenyans did nothing. They took food subsidy, they brought back nothing. Kenyans said nothing. They took away kazi mtaani, ile kazi ya vijana. Kenyans said nothing. The Kenya Kwanza brought back nothing. There is nothing they are bringing back in terms of education subsidy. All of it is, in fact, we suspect the Hustler Fund is the subsidy because the subsidy for petrol was 8 billion per month. And then for food was 8 billion a month. Then probably education had some figure there. So if you take 8 times 3 months, that's 240. Okay, then another 8 plus times 3, that is another 24. 24 plus 24 is 48. Okay, ongeza ile education, umepata 55 ile ya Hustler Fund. So I don't think there is any new money in play here, and Kenya Kwanza with impunity are cousins, if not brothers. So parents just need to organize themselves and either pay the school fees or be prepared to be punished by the head teachers as the students head back to school. But I believe this will be part of the breaking of the back of the camel. The weight that is being, the burden that is being forced on the shoulders of Kenyans is becoming heavier and heavier with every passing day. And I believe the end will not be a nice one. The end will not be a nice one. But all in all, tunaomba kwamba mambo yatarekebika. Linturi alisema, Nifa, your mic is on. Mute it first, please. I've seen you, thank you. Linturi alisema mahindi ataleta imported, wakulima wapende wasipende. Okay? So hiyo sio swala hata wakulima kuhusika ama kuhusishwa, ni swala ambalo Kenya Kwanza imeamua na itafanya vile inataka. Wakulima wa Mwea wamevuna mchele, wameweka kwa magunia, serikali ijanunua. Unajua serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuwa inanunua mchele at a very good price from the farmers, beyond even the price ile ya market price. I think it was around 400 a kilo or something like that. And they were assimilating all that rice for the prisons and the barracks and all that. Government paid. So wakulima hawakuwa wanangoja maneno ya kulipwa their rice and all that. But now what's going on is they have harvested, they have nowhere to sell the rice. But the rice of Pakistan has already been brought. Wanasema itaingia na itafanya kazi mpende msipende. So what we are having here is a dealer's government, a government that is in to use Kenyans as a bait to get whatever they can get from the international market. Wakenya ni wateja tu. Kile naamini kile ambacho William Ruto anazunguka duniani akiongea ni kuambia Pakistanians, Koreans, Americans, we have 55 million mouths to feed. That is a huge market for your product. So we are only a figure that is used for negotiation on the table on how many mouths you can offer as a market for the international products. This man has no plans of developing this country, making this country independent, or making this country self-sufficient. He would love to have us as dependent as possible. Toothpick itoke Pakistan, rice itoke Korea, including anything to come from China. This is not smelling good, it's not appearing good, and Kenyans need to get angry. Nifa, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yes, I wanted to say about the Hustlers Fund, aliulizwa, he said he was interviewed, he said they borrowed. So he was asked, you borrowed, are you going to refund more with the ninio juu? Akasema pana. They were just given the money, the cash, and they will just watarudisha. That's what he said, the CS for the Hustlers Fund.
The Hustlers Fund has no legal framework. Even the appointing of which CS to stand for where, it has no law backing. Because if I am the CS for finance, there is a stipulated law that controls the CS for finance and how he handles his docket. It is covered within the constitution. Hustler Fund is just Hustler Fund, okay? It's different from Ways of Fund that was passed in parliament. There were different laws that were passed on how it will be governed, who will be in charge of the same, how accountable are they going to be. That is not applicable when it comes to Hustler Fund, because the way Hustler Fund came into existence, it was a political rhetoric. And it has remained that way because even its implementation was passed behind the parliament. The parliament did not participate. They said they took it to the parliamentary group. And through the parliamentary group, they found one weak area of the law that that man who used to say, he said he found an ambit where that can go to be gazetted without it being challenged in the court of law. So this is an ambit kind of government operation. Hapa sioni chochote, lakini naamini kwamba kitu kizuri kitatokea. Gitonga anasema hiyo rice from Pakistan itoki Pakistan, inatoka kwa RUTO'S farm in Pakistan. Ni Gitonga amesema hiyo. So ni dealer after deal. Mahindi itoke Congo kwa farm ya Ruto, rice itoke Pakistan kwa farm ya Ruto. Yaani inji ni ya Sugoi. Yes, Mike.
I wanted to make the answer very simple for the Lady Island, that the Kenyan law states that no money can be spent by government unless it is appropriated and approved by parliament. It is that very, very simple. Government does not spend money at will. It has to pass through a budget in parliament. We don't remember any day parliament sat and discussed and passed a law on Hustler Fund. So by that very simple explanation, Hustler Fund is a fraud. Unless it is an individual's enterprise, somebody has just is money laundering money and putting it in the market to clean it. There's no other explanation to that.
Can I ask? Thank you so much. So Pole Bernard, I'm quick. Thank you for saying that. So if it's somebody or government, somebody, so which means it's the top guys, because nobody, Bernard cannot, you cannot, Leo cannot, or Raila cannot. You understand? So it's the top. So everybody is only one man show. Like I said, Bernard, you remember? I said one man show. So the maize, the rice, one man show. And people are just seated. Watu wenye wana akili wamekaa, wanaume wamechaguliwa, wanawake, they just seated, wanaona tu. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And also a quick rejoinder on that, Bernard. Can I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead quickly, please. We need to Nani ameenda wapi? We need to hear from everybody. Carry on.
Okay, on that issue of the Hustlers Fund, I think now that we are not even sure where the money is coming from, but at least we know that even before Mr. Ruto got into office, his wife had already had this chama. I don't know how they call it. Is it Joy War or something? So it is possible. It could be her business. It could be just her doing the business. Maybe the husband put some money into her enterprise and it's just a family business. We can't tell for sure, because if it was not appropriated in parliament and no one knows the source, it's a possibility. It could be her business. Maybe she has just expanded. Maybe she's the one who got the hustler loan and now she's giving the hustlers loans also to collect interest from it. And I also think this government is, we are seeing a government that is shrouded in a lot of secrecy. A lot of things are done in a lot of secrecy. For example, the president can travel to Qatar and attend a football match, but Kenyans are not even aware that the president is in Qatar and watching a football match. That kind of secrecy, it makes you feel like it's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot that is being done in secrecy, and we hope that we will be having whistleblowers very soon to expose some of these things. And on the issue of Dennis Nthumbi, I liked how Donald Kipkorir handled him, because I've never liked that guy at all. I see him on TV sometimes and I just switch off the TV or just change the channel, because if you just listen to him, he doesn't know anything at all. He's just a quack, pretending to know things about governance and security. But you listen to him for just a minute and you just see this guy is just empty-headed. I can't even stand him for 2 minutes. So when I saw Donald doing that to him, I was really happy. At least now when he comes to TV next time, hata kwa nayo courage anakuanga nayo mingi, because now we know he doesn't have any qualification to even speak on the matters he speaks on, because he's the same guy who went with a petition to he's the guy who went to parliament with the petition to have these commissioners removed, and now he's the witness. And as who? What was his role? As in, he's there to do it, like hana any qualifications or anything. And finally, it's just Kenyans, we are on our own. That is something we should know. We are on our own. In the past, we used to console ourselves with the judiciary, but right now we are on our own, because everyone, I think, like all the three arms of government have been captured, and now it's like all the three arms of government are conspiring against the very Kenyans who put this government into office, or whichever means they used. But now we know they are all together and against Kenyans. Thank you. That is my submission. that is my my rejoinder.
Okay, thank you, Baba Haley. We appreciate that, trying to put that together in its proper perspective. Interesting times to be alive in this great country, as we look at how bad governance can result into just 100 days and almost things fall apart. Can we listen from Alex?
Yes, nawasalimu nyinyi wote. Mine will be very short. Bernard, this issue of judiciary, I blame Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta had an opportunity to give us good judges, our point, before he gets out. Now, Ruto is very conniving. Immediately, alikuwa sworn in. What did he do? He swore those judges na akawapea pesa. So what happened is that those people, because they were already mistreated by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na Ruto akawa reward. That's how we lost our judiciary. That's how we lost it. So this problem was caused by, so Ruto has usurped the powers of the judiciary. So how do you expect these people to go against Ruto? How do you expect? Bernard, mtu akatae kukupea kazi, alafu nikupea kazi. Don't you think you're going to be my friend? So I think that problem was, he had an opportunity. He had an
But
opportunity.
Alex,
Yeah.
just a moment. To get it into proper perspective,
Okay.
Uhuru refused to swear in the 6 judges because they had some underlying cases. Okay,
Yes.
but refusing to swear them in, that's all the power he had, refusing to swear them in. But how they are decided upon, how they are wherever vetted and presented to him, it is the Judicial Service Commission. And you remember there was a tug of war between Uhuru and Maraga, where Maraga
Yes.
gave an ultimatum, swear them
Yes.
in or dissolve parliament, something like that. So I don't see how Uhuru played a role in by refusing to swear them. Would Uhuru have sworn them in? Would it have been a different case? And how would that have been different?
It could have made a difference, Bernard. Now, see, what Ruto is very conniving. The moment he got sworn in, he knew how to buy the judiciary. Maybe, kama Uhuru angewa swear in, we could still be having our judiciary. Okay? Maybe. I'm just saying as a possibility. Because Ruto was swearing them in and giving them money immediately, because that's the first thing he did. They saw that this is our man.
My problem is with Uhuru is swearing in Ruto, not the judges. Let the judges be sworn in by whoever wants to swear them in. All the same.
Now, Bernard, if we could have passed BBI and we get the office of ombudsman, we could still be having our judiciary. The problem is that we don't have an arbitrator to help us. So let's not even talk about the judiciary. Angalia the cases ambazo tumekuwa nayo. Obado killed somebody, but still went and became a governor Kamaliza. Dismas Baral killed somebody. Unaona ako rewarded. Aisha Jumwa, unaona. So we should not even talk about the judiciary, Bernard.
No, we will talk. We need to talk. The more we talk, the
What
better things
will you do?
But if we keep quiet, it is going to be illegal for you to talk. Look the way the pattern Kenya Kwanza is going. It's even going to be, we are going to be licensed to be getting licensed to breathe if we continue like this. Let them get away with what they have done, but not anymore. And that can only end by Kenyans making noise.
Bernard, we have a court that is functional for the poor, okay? For the needy. Iko court, mtu akiba kuku anashikwa. So we have one functional court for the needy. But we don't have a functional to tame the mighty. Unaona? And the problem is that the case backlogs in Kenya are too much. For example, land issues. Unaweza kaa for 10 years to get your reality that sasa what you are supposed to do. So for me, what I'm saying is this. If Ruto amekubali analeta BBI as they are proposing, I hope he will not remove the office of ombudsman. But I know Ruto will not do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for that. Ruto, for who he is, he will not bring back the BBI that was the BBI. He has an agenda, and the agenda is how will he be able to keep Raila Odinga off the street? That is his own problem. It has nothing to do with the judges doing justice. He has nothing to do with, his main problem is how does he preserve his legitimacy question in the presidency. That is his greatest concern. He fears that Kenyans may revolt against him sooner. So he's looking for how to pacify the majority of Kenyans that voted for Raila Odinga, and then he ran away with the president. That is his main concern. And all these talks about official opposition office, it has nothing to do with Kenyans. It has nothing to do with Raila Odinga. It has everything to do with one, William Ruto, on how he can get away with whatever he did in 2022. And that's why we are saying there must never be a discussion on 2027 until the matters 2022 is settled. And matters 2022 must not be business as usual. No handshakes, no government of national unity, no grand coalition. There has to be justice. And if that justice cannot be gotten in the courts, we'll get it on the street. We'll get it in the court of public opinion, where the Kenyan people will decide what way forward for this country. And on that, it's something that we must keep talking, we must keep saying, we must keep drumming, so that every Kenyan understand that he is not helpless. It is William Ruto's whatever narrative to make Kenyans feel helpless, make Kenyans have no option, make Kenyans forget about 2022 and begin to prepare for 2027. If he succeeds to do that, he has succeeded in securing his term. But right now, he's hanging in the balance. Let Kenyans stand up, step up, and tell what must be told on the highest mountain, on the highest rooftop. Let every Kenyan get tired with this mess. We cannot have a government that runs away from every responsibility except collecting taxes. How can that be? Food subsidy, they run away. Kazi kumtaani, they run away. Education subsidy, they run away. Petrol subsidy, they run away. Collecting taxes, say they want now all the names in Safaricom to be now inducted into collecting tax. Is there a government that exists for collecting tax only? A government exists for protecting the people. So if William Ruto doesn't know why the government exists, he needs to exit office. Na Wakenya, naomba mkasirike mahali mlipo. Mwanze kuuliza haya maswali. Kabla wachukue tax, what service are they offering? Let us now break down what service are they offering. They are not helping us stay alive. The prices of food is skyrocketing. The shilling is now being sold at 124. I was in the bank the other day. $1, 124. It has never been that high.
Actually,
What was
125.
120 was the sterling pound.
125.
It has already gone to 125. It will soon be 135. Now,
So
all this is sorry.
it depends with currency. Like Swiss francs is 129. Swiss franc is
No, I'm talking of
129
dollar.
pounds.
Dollar is
Yeah.
125. I did some exchange
Yes,
today in
the US dollar.
Yeah,
The
US
US
dollar.
dollar is 125. Now,
Yeah.
I think we exchanged 120 to a sterling pound for almost 5 or 4 years. It never broke that lane of 120. And now where the power that the sterling pound had is now the power that the dollar has against the Kenya shilling at this point in time, and it's only 100 days. What is going to be in the next 100 days, the 200 days? We may just end up being Zimbabwe before we even collapse. We cannot keep quiet anymore. Let Kenyans arise. And this judiciary is part and parcel of this problem. Okay? If the judiciary cannot save Kenyans, let the Kenyans save themselves. That is what we want every Kenyan to understand. Tumsikilize Christopher kidogo alafu tusonge but I wanted to play that video. And I pray that you get William Ruto's philosophy of governance. I have gotten that video. I want to play it but I want you to listen to it with a listening ear and a seeing eye that God gave you. And tell me what if this is not what is ailing Kenya Kwanza.
Kama mko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa? Lakini ikifika mahali unatofautisha maneno, unaweka maneno ya tofauti za kijamii kando, unatafuta serikali kwanza, kwa sababu ile serikali itakusaidia kutatua matatizo uliyo nayo.
Mimi nimefika hapa kwa sababu mama Ngirishi ameita kina mama na vikundi ya kina mama na vijana ili tuwapatie vifaa vya kufanya biashara, na mimi nimekubaliana na Bibi Ngirishi hapa ya kwamba mbali.
Christopher, are you still there?
Yes, please, Bernard, I'm there, please. Wakenya, how are you?
Yes. We are good. We are good. Karibu, karibu.
This is from Uganda, Kidega. Thank you. I'm glad, but I want to know one thing, Bernard. How many people, Kenyans, are watching you live here? And how many people who knows about your discussion? This is one thing I wanted to know, because sometimes when we are talking here and very few who knows what is going on, it's like when you are not listening to radio, you will not know about what is taking place the whole day. That is why I've asked this question, because we might talk and talk and talk for us, the few people. Like, let's guess how many people are knowing this thing. Then I give my view.
Okay, Christopher.
Okay.
Yes.
How many people would you want to address?
Let me help Bernard.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, very many people are watching it, because even if they are not watching it live, it's a recorded video, and people, you'll see that after 2 or 3 days, it will have more than 10,000 views, and I think that's a good number of viewers to begin with. So the audience is big. It may be small right now, but it's really big eventually.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Papa.
Let me give my view. Please, let me give my view.
Let's do this.
Let me give in my view.
Hold on.
Why I've asked that question? Why I asked the question? It is like, if the 10,000 could be listening, I want them also to listen to me. It's never too late, but it is very dangerous if we could let this thing go beyond today. I'm not saying let's jump into the bush. What I'm saying, let people get onto the street. This is an immediate effect. Otherwise, we shall keep on singing. People, Kenya, get it from me. The forum is so good for Kenya and the East Africa. This thing is beyond, because if you listen to the way the police officer yesterday or the day before, the way he's talking, that like he is telling the armed forces to do whatever they can do. That is now a problem. They have failed completely. This man will never take the country anywhere. Trust me. And we shall talk here. Let people onto the street. That is all. And that is the remedy, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Christopher. We appreciate your contribution and your observation and your concern. But getting people on the street alone, like I said here before, may not get us the result we want. For us to get the result we want, we need to be more organized and more prepared, and that means uh, the cause has to have to reach to each and every Kenyan. Number one, number two, we must have a strategy on how to go about it. People have caused changes in many places, but it is never just abrupt and walking out. You may get on the street and you find maybe you're alone, or you'll be stopped before you start. So, but I believe we are reaching that place where it will no longer be business as usual, and when business as usual starts, I'm sure that the Kenyan people will not disappoint. We have dealt with stronger regimes like the Moi regime and succeeded. We will succeed against whoever that wants to mortgage this country for his own benefit. That is unforgivable. That is something we can't stand. And so, as we are having the conversation like this, Mr. Christopher, this is a viable platform, and the Kenyans are airing what they are thinking. Many other Kenyans will interact with this, and they will come to a place of making a decision. It is dangerous to get an army to go and fight when they are not prepared to fight. I draw my examples from the Bible. Gideon has 33,000 people ready for war. He's going to get the Midianites. And then he goes to God and say, I've finished recruiting, I've finished baptizing, I've finished ordaining. These people have done exercise. We are ready to go and attack the Midianites. God looks down and says, this army you have is not an army of fighters. You have an army of problems. So let's sort the army problem first before we go and sort the Midianites problem. And says, if you don't believe me, just stand before the people and tell them, anybody afraid, go home. And with one announcement, 22,000 left. So you can imagine if they went for war and they had one bullet and 22,000 took off, will the war continue? It couldn't. So God began to deal with the problem before it arrived on the war front. And I believe our conversation here is dealing with the army problem before we go to the war front. Kenyans need to have a reason why they should go to the street, not just to see people going to the street and they go to the street. They need to understand it is their right to go to the street and picket and demonstrate and have civil disobedience against a government that is not functioning the way it ought to function. They need to have that understood, and they should know that they are not breaking any law. And Kenyans are also very religious. Okay, so if they will, of course, William Ruto keeps waving that religious thing in the face of Kenyans that he was made president by God, and so he wants Kenyans to be afraid to go against him because if you go against him, you're going against God. God is a God of justice. God is a God of fairness. God is a God of saving lives, not destroying lives. So if his regime wants to remove our children from classroom to the street, his regime wants our children to go to bed empty stomach. His regime wants us to be unable to travel because the transport is too high, the petrol is too high. His regime wants our young people, instead of them using their prime energy when they are still youth to work for the country, he wants them to smoke themselves to death. That is unforgivable. And so, for his negligence on these three or so responsibilities, he needs to get out of office. And Kenyans need to get that clear. Tusisumbuane. Kama kazi imemshinda akanyage nje. Jikoni ikiwa moto sana atoke, kwa sababu kula ni lazima. It doesn't matter how hot the kitchen gets, we will still eat. And only the cooks who can endure the heat and produce food are the ones who stay in the kitchen. So if Kenya is becoming too big for him to handle, atoke kwa amani tu, sisi tutajitafutia wapishi, watatupikia, tutakula. Lakini hii kutudanganya na kuhadaa atameleta subsidy ya fertilizer. Watu wanalia unga ya kukula, au unaleta fertilizer. Watu hasa mahindi ndio haya. Tunalia tuuze ndio tupate school fees. Watoto waende shule. Tena wewe mahindi umekataa kuyanunua, umeenda kuleta ya kwako wa Kenya wakule. We can't operate like this. Well, thank you. Na nilicheza hiyo video ili tupate philosophy. What was behind the mind of Kenya Kwanza asking for power? Was it for them to govern the country or to use the government to solve their problems? Just listen to that thing over and over and you will understand the philosophy behind the operation of Kenya Kwanza. They are not in power to govern. They are in power to use power to solve their problems. Just like he said, ile shida tuko nayo na Wakikuyu hatuwezi kuitatua mpaka tufanye nini? Tupate serikali kwanza. Na ukipata serikali utaitumia kutatua hayo matatizo. So if you are in government to use the government to solve your personal problem, then you're the wrong person in governance. And that is why things are falling apart, because he's not looking at Kenya as in the perspective of taking care of 55 million Kenyans. He's looking at it, how can he use the 55 million as a market price to market his properties, to market his Pakistan rice, to market his Congolese GMO maize, and all that manenos. Let Kenyans arise, say no to mortgaging their country. Naomba tumsikilize, unless there is a matter rising, tumsikilize mzee Chaka. Amekuwa hapa akatupwa nje, asitupwe nje tena.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard, alafu nimsalimie brother Alex, alafu baba Hilai na brother Nyabaya, nimsahau langu pale Nilanda. Vile naona kuna Christopher hapa Kadega. Nadhani sote hatujambo. Ukweli Bernard umeuzungumza, japo nilikuwa nikitupa nje lakini nilikuwa nafuatilia. Ukweli ni kwamba serikali hii iliingia si kwa minajili ya kuweza kutoa huduma kwa taifa na kwa mwananchi yule wa kawaida waliomhadaa wakati wa kampeni. Lengo kuu la hii kambi tunaiita tumbo kwanza ilikuwa ni kuhakikisha wamejinasua, wamejitetea kwamba wasije pakaingia serikali nyingine kisha wakaingia katika hali ambayo ni ya utata, kwa sababu ya kuweza kuelekeza aidha mali walizipata kinamna gani, ofisi walizokuwa wakihudumu, je, mambo yalikuwa yakienda kinyume kinamna gani. So ilikuwa ni lazima piga watu waingie kwa serikali ili kujinusuru na yale ambayo yalikuwa mbele yao. Maana ya kuzungumza hivyo ni kwa sababu gani? Dalili ambayo tunaikuta hapa ya kwanza kabisa katika hii serikali hii ya tumbo kwanza ni kwamba walipoingia katika madaraka, jambo la kwanza walifukuzia kuhakikisha kesi zile ambazo zilikuwa mahakamani kwanza zimeweza kufutuliwa, na pia kutiwa kisingizio kwamba zilikuwa zimewekwa kwa sababu ya kisiasa tu. Dalili ya pili kwanza ilikuwa ni kuhakikisha wanalaumu serikali iliyopita kwamba wao walikuwa ndio chanzo kikuu cha kuweza kuleta ufukara na kuweza kuleta Kenya katika hali ya madeni na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba pesa ambayo ilikuwa ni ya taifa imeweza kupotea. Wao wakaanza kulalamika kwamba pia waliweza wakapata kwamba Kenya hakuna hata shilingi. Ajabu, wakati wakilalamika, swali la kwanza lilokuja katika akili yangu, wao walikuwa katika ndani ya serikali hii, hakuna mtu alikuwa nje. Swali la pili lilipokuja katika akili yangu ni kwamba katika hizo lawama za kuweza kutuana kidole, lengo kuu haswa lilikuwa haswa ni kuangalia ni nani mwenye sauti ambaye pengine ni kikwazo upande wao, kwa sababu ya usemi wake wa kisiasa na ukweli wake ambao wamesimama naye kutarajia ni kuhakikisha kwamba wamemharibia hivyo vyote piga ua, lakini wakisha kwamba mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ameweza kunyamazishwa kiaina fulani.
Okay.
Kwa
Wanachaga, just a moment, wanachaga dakika moja. Samahani. Okay, there is Tom, is called Tom who? Tom Ochieng. Tom Ochieng, sisi tunazungumza masuala ya Kenya hapa. Mbona unataka kubadilisha mazungumzo yetu kwa ya ODM? Nani amezungumza kuhusu ODM hapa? Tafadhali, kama wewe ni blogger wa UDA na umekuja hapa kutetea ODM ama kuchafua ODM, tafuta platform nyingine. Okay? Sisi tukizungumza masuala ya Kenya ni swala la Kenya. We are not talking as ODM. Did you see this channel is called ODM? Orange House exists as specific office. You can find it and take there your ODM complaints. Sawa sawa. Don't come to a public platform and begin to deviate people's conversation into an ODM affair. We are not talking ODM here. We are talking Kenya. Kenya is our concern, and we are all stakeholders. At Ruto left, ODM is now president. And so, leave ODM and see if you will be president. We don't want president who become president in unclear circumstances. We want a president that has the mandate of Kenyan people. Thank you. Chaga, endelea.
Asante sana brother, asante sana, na pia tueleze ukweli hawa wa Kenya kwamba hatuko hapa kwa minajili edha ya chama kwa sasa hivi. We are here because kwa sababu tuko hapa kwa minajili ya utaifa zima letu lisije likaingia katika zimu la mikono la watu ambao ni wala mali, ni wenye kuwatumia kibiashara wa Kenya. So tukiwa hapa lazima tuwe na akili zetu timamu kwamba tuko hapa kama Wakenya wazalendo. Kwa hiyo nikiendelea pale mahali nimeacha ni kwamba lengo kuu haswa ni kuweza kumpaka matope. Ndiposa kwa kila mikutano walikuwa wakienda, hii tulizungumzia kwamba waenda siyo kwa Thanksgiving, mpaka leo kulikuwa na happy birthday. Lengo ni kuhakikisha wanaeneza huo ujumbe, wahakikishe kwamba Mkenya ameona kwamba huyu mzee ambaye ni mpiganiaji wa mageuzi, ni mwenye kujitolea mhanga kuhakikisha kwamba amesimamia taifa, amenyamazishwa completely. Kisha jambo lingine ambalo serikali hii lilitilia mashaka kwamba halikuwa haswa na nia ya mwananchi ni pale ambapo kwamba wale wabunge ama wale ambao wamekuwa katika mrengo wa Kenya mrengo wa Azimio wamehakikisha kwamba wale ambao wanayumba kwa sababu ya tamaa za madaraka, tamaa za kipesa, wameweza kutiwa mkononi ili kuweza kutengeneza bunge ambalo litakuwa sauti ni ya mtu mmoja tu pekee. Na mtindo huo unaendelea sasa hivi kuweza kuwatrap wengi ambao wako pande wa Azimio, kuisimaritisha kabisa completely Azimio. Ndivyo mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye yuko hako mashinani kama mimi aone kwamba yeye Azimio haikuwa na mpango, haikuwa na agenda, hawakuwa na lolote zaidi ya hawa jamaa ambao wanajiita tumbo kwanza. Kwa hivyo kiupande wangu binafsi, haswa katika fikra zangu na mwenye kuipenda nchi yangu, huu ni uongo wa peupe. Hizi ni propaganda za peupe. Yani unadanganywa ukiangalia. Ndiposa 100 days zimeisha, lakini hakujazungumziwa masuala ambayo ni ya muhimu ya mwananchi. Masuala kama vile harama ya maisha, masuala kama vile bei ya vyakula, masuala kama vile masuala na masomo. Hapajazungumziwa masuala ambayo yanafungamana na uchumi kama alivyoweka kama kipaumbele kwamba wao wakiingia wataweza kulibadilisha hili taifa kiuchumi zaidi. So for real, Wakenya wenzangu, ni lazima tusimame na tuangalie kama kweli hakika tunaipenda nchi yetu kwa sasa hivi, tunaipenda nchi yetu kwa vizazi vinavyokuja na vile ambavyo ni vya wajukuu wetu na watoto wetu kule mbele. Lazima turudi hapa kama umoja. tuangalie haswa ni nini ni nini haswa kitachokusaidia kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa lisije likasambaratishwa katika minyororo ambayo tutaregeshwa mahali kwa mtu mmoja kuwa na usemi katika kila mahali, kwa sababu dalili ya siku 100 ya kwanza ni kuhakikisha kila mahali sauti imekuwa ni ya mtu mmoja, ndipo sauti wakitembea, wanapoenda katika masuala yao, basi ni kuhakikisha kwamba Mkenya kwanza ifahamu kwamba Rais Ruto ndiye rais ambaye amechaguliwa kihalali na wananchi na ndio kwenye mamlaka, na tuweze kumpa nafasi kuweza kuendeleza ajenda zake, wakati siku 100 dalili ya kuweza kumtetea mwananchi wa kawaida hatufeli. Hivyo si wakati wa kubembeleza, ni wakati tumejionea na macho. 100 days are now over, na hatujaona yale ambayo hakika yamezungumziwa katika manifesto, zaidi ya biashara, zaidi ya kujilumbikiza, kujifutia kesi ambazo zipo. Ni jambo la aibu kuona kesi ambazo ziko machoni kabisa, mauaji yaliyotendeka machoni kabisa, vyombo vya habari vikiangazia, sisi tukifuatilia kile ambacho leo hii unaambiwa hakuna kesi. Hii ni serikali ambayo ni ya kuruade. Wale supporters wao watakuwa wako safe, those ambao wanaipinga basi watakuwa wao hakika chao chimotoni katika hii serikali. So for real, as Kenyans, let's come together, let's focus, tufikirie zaidi na tushikane zaidi na tuweze kuing'oa mamlakani hii serikali mapema, kabla hatujang'olewa sisi, kabla hatujapangwa sisi. Nitakwamia pale brother Bernard kwanza, ili kusudi kupunguza munkari wangu, ili niwape nafasi wenzangu, alafu niweze kusubmit mambo yangu. Lakini kwa muda huu niseme asanteni.
Bernard kama ametoka. Shall we hear from Nifa?
Nifa ametaka.
Okay, asante. Yes. Huyu anaitwa nani? Chaka Mdune. Chaka Mdune amesema I like the way he talks because also anaongea Kiswahili, so wengine wetu pia tunapata hapo the rhythm ya kuongea Kiswahili. But nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu kuhusu vile Alex alisema. Vile Alex alisema kuhusu Alex, could you remind me again? Nimesahau. You said something I wanted to correct. Your submission yako ulipeana.
I say, first problem is that Uhuru refused to swear in judges.
Yeah.
And Ruto took advantage the moment he became the president. Immediately, he swore them and gave them money. So he silenced them. Okay. So had Uhuru, I'm just saying, had Uhuru sworn up those judges, maybe we could have gotten justice. Maybe.
Okay. Okay now. So yeah, kila mtu, you see, we are many and we have to think our minds. Kila mtu paka ajaribu kuleta kidogo kidogo, kwa ajili kidogo kidogo ninajaza kibaba. And I think it's correct, but also I think huyu Mama Koome was also compromised before, because Mama Koome, I think nikiangalia wale judiciary ambao walikuwa na Maraga CJ, I never saw her, and all of a sudden aliwekwa, because kawaida ule Mailu did a very good job. So kama ni mama wangeka Mailu hapo, and she's been there for a long time, and she's very intelligent woman, very serious vile nilikuwa namuona. And isitoshe ule the other one Njoki, nikimwona Njoki naona Njoki alisomea ng'ambo. Njoki could do very very well too. So nashangaa huyu Koome amewekwa, but I think Koome speaks the same language as Linturi, si ndio? Wanatoka the same place, si ndio? Okay, my mind was, pole Bernard, tumekuibia show. My mind was Koome, nikieka my psychology, you know, I'm not the perfect, but Koome, and then Linturi, and then you IG anatoka huko, si ndio? Sasa angalia, ni watu watatu tayari wanatoka mahali pamoja. Mbona hakuchukua kama moja anatoka Meru, mwingine atoke Nyanza, mwingine Western, ama mwingine atoke Coast? Mbona watu wote watatu wanaongea the same lugha na wote wako kwa defense, you know, judiciary, alafu dek. No. Kindiki anatoka wapi? Kindiki. Profesa anatoka wapi?
Profesa si
Same,
anatoka
they are neighbors.
Meru.
They are neighbors. It's from
Meru.
Tharaka.
What is
Meru.
neighbor?
Sasa si ni
Ukikaa
wanne,
chini kwa
ni
mkutano,
wanne.
the Chief Justice, the Inspector General, the Attorney General who advises the President on matters of law, and the interior, yes, village
Kwa hivyo ni
mates.
watano.
They speak
So
their
there
own
are 5.
language.
So there are 5.
5, yeah.
There are 6.
Aha, hiyo ni haki kweli? Hata Biden akikuja mwenyewe tutamuuliza hiyo kweli ni haki? Hiyo ni haki kweli? So it's Alex, you are right, but kama watu watano wote wanaongea na wote wako kwa defense, unajua? Manake hao kukutana in the region inakuwa rahisi. And hiyo clip yenye Bernard ulicheza ulifanya vizuri because I like speaking Swahili na Kizungu because hiyo clip yenye umecheza Bernard, hiyo anasema mpaka ushike uamuzi kupigana na nani na Mkikuyu. Sasa yeye shida yake ilikuwa ni Mkikuyu, the history, lakini ndio manake yeye from a front, huyo the Ruto aliona alete Wakikuyu karibu. You know, you always have to fight your enemies. Unawafanya kama marafiki. And then that's why hata nini wake vile Raila alichukua the lady Martha Karua, yeye pia aliona wacha chukue mtu mwenye welcome Roda, achukue mtu mwenye yuko karibu na Wakikuyu. Because Gachagua said, Gachagua alisema we wachia tu mimi hao watu local, mitamaliza hao, wewe angalia. Yote sasa wewe angalia watu wa mbalimbali. That's what Gachagua said. Yeye anadeal na local, watu local, na Ruto atadeal na watu wa mbalimbali. So I think ni kitu kenye kilikuwa kimepangwa hivyo, na this time hata is not Kikuyus wengi, this time ni Wameru, those Meru from watu wakina nini. That's what I'm thinking, my take, because hata ukiangalia huko nini, even Mudavadi is number 3 vile wanasema number 3, but Mudavadi does not, hata sijamsikia the whole of this week. Sijui kama anajitayarisha mambo ya Christmas huko Western, I don't know. But wacha niachie wengine. I'm sorry, I don't want to speak much. Watakuwa naulize who's this girl anaongea, but I'm a Kenyan too.
Atengenezangi mchele na nyama.
Mathe, did you listen to the interview ya Babu Owino that alikuwa nayo? Did you listen to that?
Yote nikienda kazini, yes, yote. Yes.
It tells you a lot.
Yes.
So ni kitu ilikuwa imepangwa.
Not because Babu said, Babu nini yake ilitoka juzi hiyo clip, because the thing is nikiwaambia naenda kulala, nikiamuka wasinimwambia every day kuna mambo. Sasa nikiamuka nikienda kazi, of course nasikiliza 1 2 3 because most of them ziko 12 14 mpaka niende kazini nasikiliza, and then hiyo siku yake ndio you guys you speak, and which is very good. I should say Bernard, ni vizuri huo unaweka clip, you guys mnapeana views according to gani imekuja. So before nimaliza haraka, nilikuwa nataka kusema I saw the clip, Biden is coming to Kenya. Sijui kama ni kweli Biden is coming, anakuja kuwatembelea. So hiyo another time nimefanya my research, nimeona Alex pia. Alex wewe unaishi huko, utatuambia vizuri, but maybe next week. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I was not in to hear the conclusion of Chaga, but what I would say is that the drum up to the 2022 elections was very tricky and very complicated. The kingpin of one Uhuru Kenyatta was threatened in the mountain. And one faction that was very vocal in walking away from Gema was the Meru. So some of the decisions that were undertaken by Uhuru Kenyatta was safeguarding that bloc into it being continuing to remain as one by pacifying. So some of these decisions were not by design, some were by accident. Okay, it just happened. But even if that is the case, there is Kenya, and Kenya is bigger than any community. The army does not take orders from the Minister for Defense, nor from the IG, nor from the Attorney General. It has its own structure, and so is the security sector. I don't think these people having those slots will make much difference when Kenyans decide what they want. And so, as much as we can read through those decisions and probably find a ground to say that it was said to be so, I don't see the pattern of setting to be so, other than coincidental happenings that were geared towards safeguarding the kingpin of Uhuru Kenyatta in Mount Kenya. Remember the Sagana 1, Sagana 2, Sagana 2, they were all geared towards, is Uhuru still giving direction to the mountain, or the mountain is taking direction from William Ruto? That was the main force as we went towards the elections. And so some communities within the rift, within Mount Kenya, were awarded to pacify them because they were angry against Uhuru Kenyatta in the pretext that the undertones wa hawa Wakikuyu huwa wanatutumia tu, wanafanyika urais alafu wanatusahau. Sasa hii tunaweka mtu wetu ama tunakwenda. So that was the really thing that Uhuru was responding to, not necessarily preparing 2022 and 2022 thereafter. It may have just ended up that way, but from where I see it, it wasn't a design.
Bernard, did you say it was not designed? Okay, at some point, when I listened to Babu Owino, this is where he convinced me. This is what Babu Owino said. Raila was a very good friend of Waiguru. Alimsaidia mpaka impeachment yake. Kumbuka, the moment you saw her go, we should have known that it was a design. When you saw the speaker, who is a best friend, na wanakunywa na president, also go to Ruto, I could not believe that Muturi could betray Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because they have been friends for a very long time. So for Uhuru to have agreed this guy to go the other side, Bernard, that was a design. There's no question about it. There's no question about
it. You know, my job is to interpret scripture. And so I interpret situations. That was Babu Owino's interpretation of the situation. But from the inside information, okay, when William Ruto went to the US and the UK, that trip where he went to cry that the election is going to be rigged and all that, he went with Musalia Mudavadi carrying file for him. You remember that episode? That is when the matter was sealed, okay? These people came back knowing that they are going to do what? To rig themselves in. They will lose the elections, but they will rig themselves in. And so they had some backdoor negotiations whereby walikuwa wanaitana waambia hii kitu hata mkienda hii mkuwe na 10 million votes, okay, ni sisi tunachukua. So watu walikuwa wanapewa fununu kina Halwale, kina nini and all that. So Muturi and the other team and Waiguru were told, although it looks like it is this way, but we have been given guarantee by our big brother that it will be sworn in this way. That's why she left. It is not a matter of Uhuru advising Waiguru that go this way, the thing is going this way, or Uhuru advising Muturi, go this way, this thing going. It was the poaching by the conniving friend of yours who said, hii kitu mimi nimepewa huko juu hata nyinyi mkipambana hapa chini it will still have to end up with me. And so the opportunistic mentality of our Kenyan politicians, they refuse to stand for what is true, insist for what is true. They went to save their skin, and that's why we want to remove that plate from their mouth right now. We can't continue that way.
Ojea, sasa kama walipewa kutoka kule, si wale watamsaidia tu. That plate hatutachukua, hamtachukua.
You cannot be held against Kenyan people. The Kenyan people that are crying right now and are very angry right now, when they take to the street, the first person to run will be the big brother. The first person to come and appear to be the friends of Kenya will be the big brother. So the people I sympathize with is the people who are deceived to think that they can rob Kenyan people once, twice, thrice, and continue raping them, and they will not say anything. When enough is enough, they know to tell the sign, and the telltale sign are appearing. When they saw Kamkunji, they saw the telltale sign. They were too afraid of Jacaranda. That means the signal is already out there that the Kenyan people are not happy. And William Ruto is not doing much to make them happy. And it seems like they have refused to be pacified by anything. Appointments, allocations, visitations, Thanksgiving service, it is not changing anything. 3 months down the road, people are still as angry as they were in August. That is where the problem is right now for Kenya Kwanza. They don't know what to do to pacify the anger of Kenyans. Even Big Brother is concerned because angry Kenyans are not going to perform. And if Kenyans don't perform, the economy will not recover. If the economy does not recover, the country will collapse. The interests of Big Brother and the rest of the people in this country will be null and void eventually. So kutafika mahali ambapo Big Brother pia atatoroka. That is my observation. But all in all, naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali with the conversation. Roda, ujumbe wa leo?
Kai, niko na shida na internet. Do you hear me? I think I have problem with my internet. Imesha lala, sisikii. Unanisikia?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. You can submit quickly before it goes.
Oh my. Ni problem. Siwezi tu ninifu mic yangu.
Sawa, utatoka alafu urekebishe, utarudi. Leave, then when you come back, you will configure rightly. Thank you. Dunia ina mambo vipi lakini?
Poa sana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote. Kila mtu nadhani wako sawa. Haya, leo umeona umeleta vitu kidogo hapa, unasema Kenya Kwanza wako na shida wa direct whatever. Alafu unasema kesi ya Sonko imetolewa na Aisha Jumwa. Hiyo ni kawaida. Sio ndio vitu walikuwa wanataka. Alafu 100 days ya Ruto imeenda aje? Kwanza ya 100 days ya Ruto naumia mimi hapa. So, kwa sababu ya 100 days ya Ruto sijaona hizo promise bwana. Hizo promise zilikuwa za hewa bwana. Bila nilikuwa na mpango. Haina shida. Wacha tu nitalia na wengine wanalia. So wacha tuende kwa point. Hao watu hii Kenya kwanza, sio Kenya something hii. Na vile tulisema kitambo na bado tunaendelea kusema. Tulisema hii serikali ilishachaguliwa na Europe and America. Hao ndio wanaongoza hii serikali. Kwa sababu vitu zote wanafanya hivyo. Hata ukiangalia ma contracts nyingi sasa hivi unaona wafukuza China. Wamepewa Europe na America na UK. Kwa sababu hao ndio tulifukuza nje kwa sababu hawasaidii Afrika yote, wasaidii Kenya. So sijui walitukolonize kwa sababu gani. Wale ambao kwa colonize zetu ndio wanatusaidia. Vile Mugabe alisema. Hawa Chinese unaona hapa ni wazuri sana. Hawakuwa ma colonize na hao ndio sasa wanatusaidia. Hao ndio wanatujengea barabara, hao ndio wanatujengea mareli na wale walitukolonize kazi yao ni kukuja tu kuiba na kuenda. Kwa sababu kitu gani British anatusaidianga nao? Si kazi yake ni kuja tourism hapo na kutibu ndovu na kutibu simba na kurudi kwake. Sio ndio kazi yake? Na kuleta tourism. Ni hiyo tu, hakuna kitu kingine anasaidia. So hawa watu Kenya kwanza, kwa sababu mimi sitaki kuita Kenya kuisha kwa sababu Kenya bado haijaisha. Hii Kenya kwanza kitu wangefanya. Wao kitu wanafanya kwa sababu hata leo ukiangalia bila wamefungua vitu zao, bado wana campaign. Mpaka Gachagua mwenyewe anasema nisameni, mimi bado niko na ile damu ya campaign. Bado sijui kama Ruto ni president, namuona kama deputy president. Bado anasema mambo yake, bado anakumbuka mambo sijui maandamano sijui nini. Hao watu waongoze Kenya. Na mzee pia bila mnyamaza hivi mimi naona ni mzuri. Mzee anafanya maana hata angenyamaza kitambo. Mambo yende tu bila naenda hivi. Mimi usisumbue mzee na mambo ya maandamano hapa. Maandamano tunafaa tukue na mbili. Hiyo ni gospel ambao mimi nasema mbili tu. Hatulipi tax. Au ile maandamano nyingine ile mbaya. Kila mtu aende na party yake aweze kwa mfuko. Hiyo ndio maandamano nafaa. Kwa sababu hii maandamano ukisema maisha yamepanda, wewe nyinyi unasaidia wengine huko. Kwa sababu serikali unapata nini? Vile dada yangu amesema hapa. Ukiangalia upande security, imepewa one community. So ni kitu gani hiyo unasaidia? Hata Amerika mwenyewe ndio kuna racism. Na hawezi pia wazungu zote kila kitu. Hata wewe mwenyewe ukifungua ofisi huko, lazima umix watu ukiandika kazi. Lazima uandike black person, lazima uandike Wahindi nini, lazima uandike kila different people there. Lakini Kenya unapata position moja imepewa one tribe. Kama mimi simepewa 10. Alafu natuambia tunapigana na nini? Tunapigana na sisi tuko one Kenya. Tupigana na tribe. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hakuna kumbelezana sasa. Mimi nasema ukweli. Kama nakuuma unaingia ndani, unaongea na mimi bado nakujibu. Kwa sababu hakuna haja kumbelezana sasa hivi tumeshafika. Wale walikuwa wanabembelezana ni wakati babu zetu huko walikuwa wanabembeleza wazungu. Watoke. Sasa hakuna mtu tunabembeleza. Tumwambieni ukweli. Kama vile dadangu anasema security imepewa one community. Sasa hiyo inasaidia nini? Alafu ukirudi pale ya finance kitu na uzana na mambo ya pesa inakuanga one community. Kwani hao ndio napiganga hesabu. Hao wengine hawakuenda shule. Hiyo fala tuache. Alafu tunataka tulipe tax. Tax hizo zinasaidia nini? Na mimi hii swali naulizanga. Nyanza and Western people and Coast people mimi naulizanga. Tangu Kenya upate uhuru mpaka sasa hivi. Ni nini imebenefit kwa hizi serikali zote? Hakuna. Na hizi area zote ukiangalia kila ambao wana produce ambao wanatoka huko kampuni zao zimekufa. Hakuna ile ina function. Hata kama ina function unaandika watu 200 kwa kazi. Haisaidii. Angalia Western. Webuye imekufa. Suga imekufa. Kuja Nyanza. Pamba hata sijui tuliacha kupanda pamba lini si imeisha. Ifanye kazi. Alafu unapata kampuni ya samaki sio iko mbali nyingine hata kuna hata Kenya hii unatuchezea kitu. Kampuni samaki ukipata bali iko utashangaa iko wapi. Alafu ukikuja coast hao wenyewe mining huko ifanye vizuri. So Kenya tafadhali. Kama hao watu wanaongoza, ongozeni heshima, peni watu wa kazi. Na pia kitu utafanya kazi hatuwezi kuwa ni uchungu. Kama mimi uchungu niko nayo. Kama watu walikuwa plan yao walikuwa wanasema hii na hii tutafanya. Kama imefail, unaweza divert. Fanya kitu kingine ambao unaona inasaidia Kenya. kwa sababu hii mambo walituletea mambo si mambo ya agriculture, kwa sababu mambo yao yote ukiangalia manifesto yao walikuwa wanasema na agriculture. Kwa umeona ifanyi kazi, tuamusheni hizi makampuni ya zamani. Shida iko wapi? Kenya kiamusha hizi kampuni ya zamani ifanye kazi. Yaani Kenya sisi hakuna kitu tuna produce, kila kitu tunatoa tu nje. Sukari tunatoa nje, maembe, ndizi, nini, hakuna kitu yetu. Alafu tunasema tunafanya kazi kwa Eastern Africa. Kazi huwezi fanya one line, lazima ufanye two line. Una buy na unauza na nini, unauza na mimi na buy, alafu mimi pia nakuuzia una buy. Yaani tunafanya kazi changing. Hakuna kazi unaweza kufanya one line. Sisi kazi yetu ni kuingiza tu, hakuna ile inatoka. Kwa Kenya tuko na bahati sana, population yetu hapa iko mingi, na Kenya pia nchi yetu tumeweka uhuru, watu wako na free ya kuingia na kutoka. Ni kama sasa East Africa, Kenya na kama sasa Europe, tuko na faida, lakini hiyo faida tutumii. Angalia ndugu zetu wako hapa, akina Alex, akina Robi, akina wale wengine wako ile nchi, wako huko wanafanya kazi, wakifanya wanakatwa tax, bado tax wanakatwa, na bado wanakatwa tax kwa kila family unalipa tax kwa kila family. Kama ukienda nchi kama Saudi Arabia, juzi walipitisha, kama unafanya kazi Saudi Arabia na uko na mtoto pale, uko na watu familia yako, na wewe si mwenye hiyo nchi, tax unalipa ile ya biashara kawaida. Familia yako kila wanakata kama 6000. Sasa hiyo waliongeza, walisema ni 10000. Hebu niambie, Kenya hapa tuko na maforeigner ngapi wanafanya kazi hapa, wanakata tax aje kwa kila wakati? Tax ni tax mmoja tu ya biashara peke yake. Tuta benefit aje na hao watu? Nyinyi huko nje unadhulumiwa, hapa Kenya sisi tumewawekea uhuru. Sasa ukipata mtu muumia huko, watu wako huko ndio unapiga rambe, wanasanya pesa zao 200 300 ndio warudishe mtu yao nyumbani. Tunafaa tufanye biashara two line, si one line. Ndio maana tuko nyuma hivyo. Angalia, maziwa tunatoa Uganda, mayai tunatoa Uganda, hizi fruit wa vegetation tunatoka Uganda, tunatoa Tanzania. Je, Kenya nyinyi unapea nini? Paka sukari tunatoa Mexico, inakuja Kenya. So biashara iwezi enda hivi. Tutalia kila siku kwa sababu vitu ambavyo tunafaa tu concentrate na ambao wanatujenga kwa uchumi, tunatujenga kwa pesa zilikufa. Watu wanakuambia nyinyi Kenya hapo pande mahindi. Mwingine wako na mashamba huko Kongo, wengine wako na mashamba nchi ya zinje, wanalima mahindi huko, wanakuja wanauzia bei kali hapo. Haifai Kenya. Tunafaa tu change business ambayo tunafanya, kwa sababu hatuwezi kufanya biashara online. Hiyo ndio maana tunaumia hapa Kenya, na tuko na chance kubwa sana. Mwenyezi Mungu ametujalia sana, tuko peaceful, tunakaribisha kila mtu. Ni nchi Kenya tu ndio unaweza kupata mtu ametoka Uganda amekuja mpaka capital city ya Nairobi, unajua aliingia. Tuko na makarajong hapa wamejaa hapa, unashinda wanawake waliingia Kenya mpaka Nairobi hapa, naona pale kulala na wanafanya kazi hapa. Wewe huwezi toka hapa uende capital city ya Kampala kama hujashikwa, kama hujachunguzwa. Hapo watu wamejaa. Sisi tuko free, lakini hiyo free tumewachia watu, hatutumii vizuri. Tusaidie sisi tunaumia. Mimi nashangaa na nchi ambao foreigner ni wadosi kuliko wenye nchi. Very soon hapa Isili tutaweka gate. Hapo kutoka Mother Teresa. Tunaweka gate hapo Njogoo Road, kwa sababu Isili sasa tumeshachukua. Sasa gate tutaweka. Ukiingia hapo unaingia kwa estate ya wenyewe, si unaingia Kenya. Kwa sababu kila kitu nyinyi ufanye kuweka sheria, unanyamaza tu. Ikisaenda ndio nyinyi unawika. So kitu iko naambia, watu walipiga kura, watu hawakupiga kura, wale walipiga pande ile nyingine, wale walipiga pande nyingine. Poleni sana, sisi wa Kenya tutaendelea kuvumiliana hivyo, tutaenda kulalamika hivyo, lakini kitu iko wa Kenya ni nini tunaweza change hii nchi. Nini wa Kenya? Usingoje mzee amezeeka. Usingoje mzee, nyinyi wenyewe ndio naweza kufanya hii kazi. Kwa sababu ukingoja mzee anasahau siku hizi. Lazima tumkumbushe, fanya hivi. Sisi tuamuke tufanye kitu. Tufanye vile Sudan alifanya, kutoa Bashir, kwa sababu Bashir aliongeza shilingi moja kwa mkate, shilingi moja tu. Nini unaongezea 100 kwa unga na kula mtu na complain? Au shilingi moja tu iliongezewa kwa mkate, kwa sababu mkate ndo main food ambao unatumia huko. Sasa kama Kenya hapa main food ambao tunatumia ni unga, nini umeongezea 100? Kuna Kenya already imefanya maandamano, anaongojea watu wengine wamfanyie maandamano. Ndio kisa benefit wanasema ni watu wa maandamano. Watu wa maandamano wana benefit na hiyo maandamano yao. Uchao kujitokeleza na unajiita majority na unajiita nyingi wa kusema. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi fanya hivyo. Wacha hata sisi pia wale watu wa maandamano wale wafanya nini, wao pia pesa hiyo watulie. Watu wengine pia fanya hiyo jukumu. Lakini hatuwezi nyamaza. Iko mahali ikifika itakuwa wasi. Sasa hivi tumewaachia 100 days ndio imeisha. Hizo ma promise wali promise nimesahau. Sio kama ni ma wifi iko ndani hiyo 100 days. Siku ile unga napunguzwa, kazi kwa vijana. Hizo 100 days ndio hiyo imeisha. Sasa sijui atakuja kuambia vijana nini. Kwa sababu sasa hii hakuna BBI, sasa hii hakuna handshake. Sasa hii kitu ako nayo GMO ndio ako nayo. Sasa hii hakuna US, sasa hii hakuna Europe. So ako kwa good time nao, afanye kazi nao. So Bened, mimi kitu naweza sema, kitu natakikana Kenya ni umoja na heshima, na tusimame pamoja tutetee haki yetu. Ni hayo tu Bened.
Okay, asante Dunia na Mambo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Hakuna mtu anangoja mzee, lakini mzee ni kiongozi wetu. Mzee ndiye anapeana orders za jinsi tunapaswa kuenda huko nje tukafanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. So tukipuuza uongozi ulioko, tuende bila kiongozi, tukifaulu itakuwaje? Tusipofaulu itakuwaje? So hapa lazima kila kitu ifanywe kwa mpango, na ndiposa tunasema nilisoma in the gazeti moja, in the one aeroplane, he said the old people declare war and it's the young people who fight. It's important that the old people declare the war, then the young people fight. When the young people fight, they get the victory under the direction of the retired generals. Soldier never die. Then kutakuwa na order. Lakini tukienda peke yetu itakuwa chaotic. Hakuna mtu anatuambia stop, move forward. Naona kuna commander. Ushaona KDF wakienda bila commander. Alafu wafaulu. It won't work. So, and I think Kenya Kwanza would love to have that. We'll have to love the people going on the street without anybody and without any order, because it will be very easy to scatter them and then dismantle whatever that would be whatever pushing the force of the people. But what I know is that Kenya is ripe for an uproar. Not that we are inviting one. It is just the Kenya Kwanza themselves. Somebody has Kiprila amepost kitu hapa, ningependa kusoma tukwenda through ili kabla tulete failed state. Kiprila hapa anasema, dear Kenyans, we celebrate 100 days since the Bible was put down with these glorious highlights. Number 1, establishment of the office of the first daughter. Number 2, increased cost of electricity by 20%. Number 3, fantastic school fees increase for secondary schools. Next is 366 billion loan from Afrim Bank. Afrixim Bank. And then, of course, Wi-Fi for Nyeri Market Mamambogas. 122 billion loan from South Korea. 2 dozens international praise. 92 billion loan from World Bank. 74 billion loan from local commercial banks. NHIF remains as it is, not for all Kenyans as promised. 55.1 billion loan from IMF. Then a proposed increase of NSSF contribution, and then proposed importation of GMO seeds, release of all corruption suspects, and fourth largest delegation into the World Cup at the climate change summit in Egypt. Next, approval of maize and rice importation. 500 shillings Hustler Fund with the highest beneficiary receiving 5,000 shillings, as 75% of Kenyans have not repaid. The biggest African leadership delegation into the FIFA World Cup, and then without a team. I should add there, without a team. They went to FIFA World Cup without Harambee Star, without Gor Mahia, without any team from Kenya. They were the team, and they carried their delegation, and they were the highest delegation. The countries that took their team, Kenya surpassed the delegations. Let me finish the reading. I will burst. A highest price of fuel and unga in Kenya's history. Okay, pay bill number for hunger-stricken Kenyans, and many more blessings for the nation that prays. Ni God maze. Hiyo ndio ujumbe kutoka kwa observation ya Kipril, na it's very sad that we took the highest delegation to FIFA World Cup without a Kenyan team. Rhoda.
The internet is giving her hard work.
Okay, it's okay. A failed state.
Yes. You've just elaborated what a failed state is. Unajua, did you see the president? Did you see the president of Messi? You know, even Messi, I don't think the president went there. The president of Argentina was not present. But the president of Kenya, without a team, with all the ministers and all the assistant ministers and CAS and governors, they were scrabbling for space in Qatar. That is the absurdity of this country. And, Bernard and panelists, the symptoms of failed states are in 4 dimensions. And one of the dimension is governance. The other one is political. The other one is leadership, and the other one is integrity. So if you start with governance, for example, what kind of government is this? I just heard the president say today, as he was launching a project that was initiated by Uhuru and central government, that he's the one who proposed that land that was built, that building, 100 acres of that land. You know, some of these things are just a big joke, because you can imagine the current president sitting down and proposing a land to somebody else. You know, it doesn't add up, because we know over the years, over 56, and happy birthday to the President of the Republic of Kenya. He had a birthday today, 56 years old. What we know about those years is that there was a time he sold a road. There was a time he had issues with the maize. There was a time he had issues with the land. So we have not had anything so for lack of a better word, so explicit that he stands out as an integral person. So it is unfortunate that governance to this regime is lacking politically. This is a country that now is leading towards a one party state. People are being bought. People are being intimidated. Yeah, the good thing is that the Kenyans are not following these leaders. Because, for example, the leadership in Mount Kenya is now trooping back to Kenya Kwanza. Because it is very early to think that this government, in fact, I think it will be one of the most unpopular government in the next few years. And therefore, anybody thinking that going there it is going to help him or her is failing. Politically, we are not so sound because it seems he will go. They can do anything to bring everybody on board except Raila Odinga. In fact, they want to make sure that Raila is left alone. They want to humiliate our muzee so that we feel like we are in one party state. But the good thing is that the majority of Kenyans are with Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is the indisputable leader of the opposition and the leader of the many majority of Kenyans. And it doesn't matter whether atakuwa ni mzee ako kwa wheelchair, as long as Raila Odinga is breathing, he is the leader of the majority of Kenyans. The other thing that is really showing a symptoms of a failed state is finances. Today, as we speak, we have a skyrocketing inflation, and the dollar is at 123. In the banks, it's being sold at 127. The sterling pound is 150. What that tells you is that this is a cosmetic kind of the government. Bernard, we are in a very big problem. Today I was speaking to somebody who has this business mayai. I had somebody talk about mayai inatoka Uganda. In Kenya, it is unsustainable to do that business. Why? The electricity is so high. They are selling their business, their layers, because you need the food of the chicken, of those poultry. It is becoming so expensive. The resources to that is why even sometimes I wonder when people say that chicken can make you buy an aeroplane. You know, there is someone who says he's a billionaire because of selling chicken. They are saying the food to feed the layers, the chicken layers, it is so expensive. Steamer, it is so expensive. So what are people doing now? Within 4 months, they are selling their poultry. They are selling their chicken. They cannot do that business. Today, a tray is at 400 within a span of a month. So what we are saying simply is we are going through the wrong direction. And what we are seeing in this regime, it is just smiles and stories and promises upon promises that are not adding up. Because I would imagine the Kibaki administration or the CSS of Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta, for example, and particularly Kibaki, going into Qatar to watch football. You know, they have time. You know, it is weird. We are collapsing an economy. Ghana today, as we speak, Ghana is really struggling economically because of poor policy makers like we have today. In fact, go research yourself. You'll find that it is no longer a joke. There are some countries that are stagnating because of poor leadership. And this is what we have invited in our country. Our country now is being led by incompetent people, very corrupt people. And the other thing that is a symptom of failed state is character. You know, character outlives you. It is not your name. It is not the name of, I broke a record or became president the first time trying. It's a character. Because what we are seeing today, people being, you're talking of a country that is broke, a country that is borrowing IMF money. while billionaires who have questionable characters are being pardoned. Yeah, Sonko is pardoned, Aisha Jumwa is pardoned, Koitito is pardoned. What kind of a country is this if it is not a failed state? Because surely, why did they not take Kindiki to court? Because if it was politically instigated, why did they not take someone like there are people in that whatever who are in Kenya Kwanza who have no cases? Yeah, why did they not take them? Because these are real cases. At that time, Aisha Juma had issues. Somebody was person died. Yeah, so everybody is free now. The only people who can be arrested now and prosecuted are the drivers and the bodyguards and the banners of Israel and the roaders and everybody else. Anybody who has no family, who has no connection, who is not politically correct, is now the victim of justice. So this is a failed state, and it's failing in a very high speed. The speed that we are going down, Bernard, we are going to discover oil before Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you, failed state. It's a sad state of affairs that in 100 days, the hope of all Kenyans is lost. In the sense that if there was any hope of recovering this economy and making Kenyans live a life that is fulfilled and successful, it is quickly running out. And all is because of the senseless, policyless, and thought through decisions and action taken by the Kenya Kwanza government. It is now becoming clear they had no plan, they had no interest for Kenyans. The government was just for getting the power to deal and make a kill at the expense of everyone else. We pray that real help is going to come through fast enough before we are left as a shell. Mhm. Okay, there is where we are going with this channel. There is Peter MK anasema, I've been listening to this channel for months and comments quality are just joke gas. I don't know what that means. Not sure where you're going with this channel. This channel is here. Come and bring your point. Let's hear you out. We are here to see to it that Kenya becomes a better country. Kenya is snatched from the hands of wrong leadership and placed into right leadership. We can't be here and watch the country going the wrong direction and keep quiet. So if that is what is a problem to you, then you really have a problem, and it's our duty to solve it. We will talk. Talking is part and parcel of finding a solution. We are not just having an empty talk like you suppose. Whatever we are doing is credible, in my opinion, and I believe most right-thinking Kenyans. And so from the conversation starts out a right move that is going to make right changes just by talking. So don't underrate the conversation of Kenyans caucusing here every evening to discuss maneno ya Kenya. Asante, naomba tumsikilize Roda sasa, and I hope your nini is working.
Hi everyone. I will just submit some point and then I will leave here because it's good to say when you are leaving. I still have the flu. You know, flu is when you're paining even the bone inside, when you am coughing. We usually get here in winter time once. So I hope I'll be well before Christmas. Because it's sad. You know, when I'm coughing, I'm not feeling well. In fact, flu used to kill people here. Yes, flu can make you go if you don't take care of yourself. So I'm taking painkiller. Yeah, it's almost like influenza. You remember influenza? Almost, but it's not the same COVID. It's called influenza, and people they used to die well if they don't. Well. So where I want to say about you know, I was watching our country today in the internet, how people they talk about Kenya have been, how Chinese they have been development our country, buildings. You know, I was feeling jealousy. I was like, wow, Kenya have been so beautiful. You know, it's a long time ago. I'm not in Kenya. I was feeling jealousy. I said, oh my God, the Chinese people, they have been built our country. Oh my God. So amazing. You know, let me tell you, Kenyan people, they take things for granted. I wish, you know, some country in Africa, they wish they can take chance to bring Chinese to develop their country. A country like Senegal, Gambia, you know, those countries, they can get chance to bring Chinese to help them to build the roads and to help them infrastructures. I'm telling you, they'll be very happy. But as God have been blessed, actually we are really blessed. Like Chinese, they have been helping us. And it's not only Kenya, Nigerians and Rwanda, you know, they have been open up. And that's something, you know, these America people, they cannot do like the way Chinese, they were helping us to build the road. Of course not. They can't. They don't have money to do that. And they don't have that opportunity. So, and something I noticed, Ruto was very jealousy. He didn't want our country development. He was very, very jealous. And that's why he was fighting with the government who was there before. It's so sad. You are jealous for your own country. And some country in Africa, they are crying. I wish our country, we can have a country like in Kenya. I wish, you know, some people in Africa, they are looking that chance. But Kenya people, we already take that things for granted. But one time, God will open our hearts and our eyes and allow us to see. Of course, even the wisdom. The wisdom is a key because when we have the, you know, let me tell you, mimi nakaa na wazungu, and I'm not afraid. You know, wazungu, they always love their country development. They have built their country with many, many years. And it's not because they have money. To use only the common sense, only to have the leadership who love their own country, who have the wisdom, who have the eyes to open and heart, who have thinking from here. But in Africa, can you imagine you feel jealous for your country when your country is development, when your country have built a beautiful apartment, infrastructures? Why in Western countries they don't feel jealousy? When you go to New York City, very fantastic. They don't feel jealousy. They want more. You know, Western, they want more. Why in Kenya we don't want more? We want more development. We want to create a job in the much offices for the young people. You know, our education system to be more high class. Our university, you know, the food security. You know, for example, like me, they were thinking like people like Rachel Ruto, she's a woman of God. She's a prayer warrior. That's the way people they have that picture. And she's not the same things I was thinking before. You know, even when she pray one prayer every time. The one she prayed that Sunday is the same, because I used to listen her sometimes. You know, I thought she's a woman of wisdom. It's a woman of integrity. She's the one who need to encourage Ruto to her, you know, because they have the Holy Ghost. Why God have left her the Holy Spirit? To rule us, to give us reason. But you cannot have the Holy Spirit, and when you have the relationship with God, God cannot tell you to remove the case you have done corruption. Like this guy called Sonko. Sonko is a man have been stealing a lot of money. You know, those people, the Holy Spirit will never, will let the judge to deal with those cases. Let that cases to hang. Even if it to hang 20 years, let the cases hang. Because justice for everyone. And everybody to be treated the same equal. But still, they don't want to change. And they say they are Christian. They don't have any relationship with God. Because if they have a relationship with God, really deep, I don't think they can do that kind of manner. to destroy our country, to remove our country integrity. Just corruption. They don't know we are happy. We are not happy again. We feel jealous. Like me, I feel jealous when I see those kind of mess they are doing. I feel bitterness. I'm not happy at all. I wish I can get opportunity, how they can move out in the government. We get a government who have integrity, a government who love Kenya people, a government who not jealousy, a government who feel proud of our country. A government who will come to the Western country to do the research. How can we help the children who are born with a syndrome? Syndrome is a disability. They can go to Western country to do the research. The government, they can help those children. They can send the nurses. But the problem with them is only just doing nonsense. Now they are saying that they are putting they want to do trees. You know how many years those trees they grow? 30 years. 30 years. We'll die before that year. Why they lie? We want people who have integrity, who love our country, who think about, who have a vision, who wake up in the morning, have a vision about tomorrow, about future. Like the way that it's painful. It really hurt me when I see those kind of stuff. People doesn't have thinking, just corruption. Think about themselves, their stomach. They don't care about food security. And I saw like today, one man they live in US. He's coming to feed people with giving them two packets of unga, and things I have never seen in my life. 2 packets of unga. They can have Christmas, and one packet of unga wangano. He was feeding an old man and an old woman. I have never seen my community hanging in the queue, people to feed them in the food. There is many things, Kenya, we need to ask ourselves. Is it a curse from God, or is it as we have been cursing? But these things, we are the one who curse, because we are telling people before. Uhuru told us, go and vote from your here. Don't vote for your emotional. But they didn't. Because of the proudness and arrogance. Even my own mother, she was very arrogant. She wanted to vote for the Ruto. And I told her, this man is have the same Moi era. In May, I told my mother, God, wake up in the night, go and vote for Raila. Don't vote for Ruto. Ruto is a Moi era. And my mother didn't want to listen, just because of arrogance. And she doesn't care even now if I talk with her. Nobody. And my brother was fighting with me. Me, I'm thankful I'm born again. I follow the Holy Spirit what to do. If the Holy Spirit doesn't show me this direction, doesn't. If the Holy Spirit tell me go this way, doesn't go. I used to tell people the truth. They think I'm crazy, but later on, they usually understand this is a real. Because me, I follow the Holy Spirit, what the Holy Spirit tell me to do. Even the Bible say, follow the Holy Spirit. There's a lot of scripture talk about the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is a person, and it will raise you. Ikikuyu unasemaga dhamiri. Dhamiri, people that understand dhamiri, what is dhamiri. This guy Ruto, he didn't like Kikuyu community. He said, the problem we have is only Kikuyu. He have said that. The problem he have is only Kikuyu. He doesn't like Kikuyu. He thinks that when Kikuyu will come up, everything will be new. That's why they do whatever we want, because we are not. They think that Kikuyu will. He hates us. That is something he hates us. And I'm asking you, Kikuyu, when are you going to be clever? You know something with my community. They are not clever. They know this guy is not clever. He doesn't like us. And they're still a Ruto. And they know he doesn't like us. He doesn't like us. How can you go to somebody, your enemy? I'm wondering. I don't think so. Karenjini people, they can like Uhuru Kenyatta, or they'll never. Never. That's something natural. You cannot lie. So we know the truth. And the truth shall set us free. So thank you so much. I'll go from here. So I cannot talk more. Thank you. Good night.
It's okay, Rhoda, take it easy, take it easy. Cool it, it will be fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's keep the conversation going, ladies and gentlemen. It is important that we have this conversation. There is something due diligence is asking. You see, I've heard that farmers are being registered for fertilizer distribution, documenting what they grow by the chiefs. If interested in hearing, okay. I'm interested in hearing on your take. Kenya Kwanza government came in to force that they will not use the chiefs or provincial administration for any political assignment. They are the first ones to cry again that the chiefs do not bring people to the stadium. Now the chiefs are the ones arranging farmers for fertilizer. All the same, that could be the scheme. That could be the scheme. But the best approach to equal distribution of fertilizer and without discrimination is not for the farmers to be registered by the chief. It is for the farmers to form circles, cooperative societies in their locality. Then the fertilizer is to be taken to their the quarter of the corporate, and then they are distributed according to the amount of fertilizer every farmer needs in that particular circle. So if it's through the chief, then we know it's another scam, just like the Hustler Fund. There is nothing going to come out of that. That's what I can say. Because chief kazi yake ni how will chief now supervise the distribution of fertilizer? I mean, what is his interest with fertilizer? This government needs to get serious. And they are running away from policy. It's not that they don't know that this will flop. They know it will flop and they want it to flop. That's why they're using that route. Because like the coffee cooperative society, everything is transmitted through the coffee cooperative society. The tea cooperative, wherever. Everything is done, fertilizer and everything is done through that cooperative. And every farmer has registered there. They make their payment by what they remit in terms of the coffee you submit and the tea you submit. The fertilizer you took will be cut into your pay eventually. So you just walk into the cooperative, you're a member, your number, then you're given the bags of fertilizers that you require. William Ruto knows that very well. He was a minister for agriculture. He knows how cooperative movement has brought transformation in this country. He's avoiding that route because he wants the fertilizer thing to flop. Why? It was a scam from the beginning, and this person is not tired of scamming Kenyans. May God deliver us in good time. Thank you. Unless there is a matter rising from there, let's listen to Mama Mary tukisonga mbele.
Hi everyone. Hope everybody is doing well.
We are great. Thank you, Karibu.
Thank you. Pole Rhoda, you'll be okay. Drink more. Maybe lemon with the honey. You cool down your cough. I'll start by saying Kenyans, hii serikali ni ya wahuni na msi expect anything new. What we are seeing is what's gonna continue. We are in a very bad spot, honestly. Alex alikuwa hapo mbeleni na nitasema kitu kidogo. Alisema ati kwa sababu Uhuru alikosa kuapisha wale maloya. Ukiangalia vizuri utaona Ruto doesn't care hata kama wangeapishwa ama hawangeapishwa. He has done so many messes. He has used money. He has used so many dubious ways to earn people to his side. So hata kama hawangeapishwa angewanunua tena na angefanya hivyo tu amefanya. Kwa hivyo bila shaka Ruto hana heshima hata kidogo na hata hajali yale anafanya kama tunaona ama tunafikiri. Honestly, ukikumbuka siku hiyo ya kuapa kwake kule ndio apewe instrument of power, you could see that guy is like, now I'm here. All right. Mtanijuta. And that is true. That is what he has in his mind. So Alex, umeona amenunua watu wengi sana kutumia pesa za serikali, ndizo ananunua hao watu, ndio wamuunge mkono, ndio wawe chini yake in all those bad ways that he has treated Kenyans, the public, not those his grouping. The other thing, huyo mtu kuna a panelist ambaye ameondoka, amejiita failed state. It's true, failed state, when it is a failed state, that is when we have these hands coming from all corners, but not it's not straightforward or honest hands. They come with baggage. They come to us to destroy because you are ready to be destroyed. When you fail, those people from Western, that is their happiness. And that is when they use you perpendicularly, maximally, so that now they can do whatsoever they want to deal with you. Na nani atawakubalia waingie? Ni yule tu kiongozi wenu ambaye mnasema ni kiongozi. Huyo ndiye atawapea njia na ndiye atawaonyesha pahali pa kulala, pa kupumzika, ndio waweze kudilu na nyinyi. Kwa hivyo Wakenya mjue, mumeambiwa na mtu mwingine hapo, mko peke yenu. Tuko peke yetu. Na kwa hivyo tukikosa kujisaidia sisi, hakuna mtu mwingine, ni Mungu tu aliye juu. Anatazama hiyo nchi yetu na atatupa nguvu na mwelekeo. Hawa watu kutoka Western country, they don't respect failed people, failed country. Watakuja na full force na watakuja na so many ways ndio waweze kuchukua usukani wa kila kitu ambacho kina maana. Nyinyi hamjui maana ya nchi yenu, wao ndio wanajua maana ya nchi hiyo. Na kwa sababu wanakuja huko, they know, seriously they know very well ni nini tunataka kutoka kwa hiyo nchi. They know very well. They have calculated and they know their moves. Ukiangalia nchi zao, hawawezi kufanya vituko zile wanafanyia wa Afrika. Kwa sababu they respect the law. They know if they are caught by the law, they are never above the law. They will be dealt with perpendicularly. And in fact, they know they cannot survive if they go above the law, if they break the laws. But you Africans, you are ready to break the law anytime. Unaweza waachilia watu ambao wako na mauaji, corruption cases, anyhowly, ndio uwafurahishe, ndio uonekane wewe unaweza. Lakini hiyo sio kuweza, ni kuanguka, unaanguka. Na umefail kabisa, 100% you have failed. Hiyo sio nchi unasaidia sasa. You are breaking everything of that country, and you are finishing your country while thinking you are doing the best, while thinking you are pleasing the few. Au unawa please ni wadogo kuliko wale watu wako nchi yetu. Na kwa hivyo Wakenya tukishikana, hao si watu wanaweza kutumaliza sisi. Tuko wengi na tunaweza kujisaidia in many ways. Vile hao watu wameanza kutuonyesha madharau, ati mtu anapatikana na corruption kubwa namna hiyo, kesi yake already, in fact there is a verdict. Ati hiyo verdict inafanywa ni bure, hakuna kitu kama hicho. I cannot believe that is a country we are living. I cannot believe we have a government. That's a rotten government that is not ready to help the country, is just to deteriorate. Na huyo mkubwa ambaye anasema ni president, anafanya hivyo kwa sababu anasema ako na powers za kufanya mambo ile yote anataka. Kwa nini tunampatia huu muda mrefu hivi? Kwa nini tunakubali afanye hii madharau na mambo mbaya? This is evil, total evil for the country. Na sielewi hii nguvu yote anatoa wapi, kwa sababu hata mtu akiwa anataka kukumaliza, sometimes anaficha kidogo. Huyu hafichi, anawaonyesha wazi na anataka muone ati yeye ako na nguvu za kufanya anything he wishes. Mambo ile amefanya ni mengi sana, yamezidi kipimo. I don't know what else he want to do more than what he has done, though he has told us so many things even before. Yeye alikuwa anataka serikali. Ni nini hiyo ingine anapanga kufanya? What else is he expecting to do greater than what he has done already? People have died because of hunger. People are still dying. People are still facing problems of sustaining themselves, having food on the table. Kusema kweli, where are we heading? And where is he taking us? What is he hiding? What is he waiting to do that will blow our minds? And that he will blow our country? Because that is all we are waiting. He is not there to do any, you don't expect any wonders from this guy. He is going to blow the country to every corner into chaos. Na hiyo ndio tunaongoja, hakuna kitu ingine, honestly. Kwa sababu mambo ile amefanya na amepromise watu hakutimiza, na sasa anaendelea kupromise zingine na vituko zile anafanya. How comes he cannot be both ways? Ana promise na anafanya vituko pandi ingine. We cannot take it anymore. It is so hard and so frustrating, so depressing, and even wondering, ni shetani gani huyu ameingia Kenya yetu? Kwa sababu that is not a good governance. This is a total devilish work that is going on in our country. Hakuna umungu uko hapo ati mtu atatupreachia atuambie yeye ni mtu wa Mungu. Hakuna. I have never seen somebody who can do such bad things to his own inhabitants in such a big, enormous numbers of bad things that he has really committed. I don't expect anything good coming from this government. It's only chaos we are waiting, and it is going to happen. If not now, it's sooner coming. Wakenya tufikirie ni wapi tunaelekea. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We pray and look forward to the total redemption of this great country. And we believe that we are closer than ever. Nasema siku za mwizi ni 40. But mwizi akikuja hiyo siku ya 40 huwa anakuja kama kawaida. Anajua nitaiba kama kawaida, nitaenda kama kawaida. Katika Biblia kuna story ya jamaa anaitwa Samson. Alikuwa alipopatana na Delila akaanza Delilah kumhadaa kwamba mwambie nguvu zake zinatoka wapi. Kamdanganya hivi na hivi. Wakati wote Delila anasema the Philistines are on you. He woke up and shook himself as usual, and he went out and beat them up. So ile siku alikuwa vexed. The Bible says he was vexed until he couldn't lie anymore. Then he told Delilah all the truth. And then Delilah organized for the cutting of his hair. And then as soon as she was sure all the dreadlocks have been cut off, and she wants to confirm whether it is truth is the source of his strength, he woke him up and said, the Philistines are on you. And the Bible says Samson woke up and shook himself as usual. But this time, it was not business as usual. He was as weak as any other man. So kuna vile wezi ama wale watu wa kuhujumu wengine wanafikiria kila siku itakuwa siku yao na watafanya kama kawaida. lakini hiyo siku ya 40 kama imefika, imefika. Naamini kwamba sisi kama nchi tumekuja kufika mahali tupo kwa muda mrefu. We are almost cutting that point of no return. We must arise and redeem our country once and for all. This is our turn. Let's do the right thing. Alex, please, there is a gossip on the, I call it gossip, because unconfirmed reporting is called gossip. Let's do this. To do justice to the debate, let's restrict ourselves as much as possible to remain within the debate. Let's not introduce a new debate inside another debate. We create confusion eventually, and probably we even confuse the YouTube robot on which information to be sent where. Because we are talked about Arati, we talked about Joho, we talked about that. We are bringing new things inside the conversation. Let's try and restrict ourselves as much as possible. I'm not gagging you. I'm not directing your line of thinking. But please, when you introduce a hot something like that inside a conversation, what you do is deviate people from what is going on. And eventually, we lose direction and we defeat the debate. I don't think that's your purpose or that's your intention. So please, let's not volunteer to be destructive bloggers. Let's do what is right. There is a lot of propaganda being ferried around by UDA and team. Let's not play right into their arms. There are issues with Azimio, there are issues with ODM governors and all that, but there's a forum to address that. Or if you want to address that, you know our administration, you can make a request, we do our confirmation of the story, then we can do a show specifically for that. And we'll exhaust everything about those issues. People who are defecting, why they are defecting, have they been threatened, have they been bribed? We need to confirm that story so that when we come to speak, we speak from the point of information and not the point of hearsay and guesswork. Thank you very much. Naomba tumlete public participation as we move forward.
Hi, Bernard. Bernard.
Yes, we get you, but from far as usual.
Even I'm trying another mic. I don't know if what my problem is. You are still not getting me.
Ongeza volume. Are you on a laptop?
No. Okay.
You're on phone?
Yes. So, Bernard, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you, but I have to strain to hear you. What? I just hold on. Make the volume of your phone maximum. There is also what's called device volume. Make it maximum. Then you will speak with ease without straining.
Oh, okay. Just a second, please. Is it any better now?
It's okay. It's the same thing, but we can still hear you. Go ahead and make your submission.
Okay.
Just make sure you raise your voice. Yeah.
Okay. So Bernard, what I'm saying about this government, or so-called government we are having here, is, I mean, the way it behaves in a manner which actually validates its illegitimacy. You know, a government which is legitimate, you have confidence. You can have some confidence, even the way the leaders, or rather even the CSs and and the people surrounding. You can have confidence. You can feel, like Uhuru government, we could feel some confidence with Matiang'i. We could feel some confidence in Magoha. We could feel confidence na Uyu Mutahi, the one was for health, the way they were handling issues. You could really feel you have a government. This government you're having right now, kwanza now, let me talk about so-called Duale. Duale. Now you wonder, what does wearing a hijab have to do with defense? Isn't he supposed to be in control of defense? First of all, Bernard, rewarding people with ministerial. You can see the kind of the logic that because Bernard supported me in the election, I'll leave out professionals who can do the job, and then I go and put you anywhere, which you are useless. You're totally useless. But because I want to reward you, so I have to give you a cabinet post. If you look at the cabinet of Uhuru government, you see a very different picture. Magoha hakuwa a politician, Matiang'i hakuwa politician. A lot of people there, they were not politicians as such. So what Uhuru was looking at is the capacity of the person to be able to do the job. Yeah. And if you do well, like what Matiang'i did in education, then he was promoted now to come and do better in other interior and also to be in charge of the other CSs. Sasa hii ya super CS sijui Mudavadi. Now, anyway, I was talking about Duale. It's not among the topics, but let me talk about it. Now, the time for Garissa University attack, one of the Duale was being pinpointed as one of the people who were harboring this terrorist, in that they were staying in his hotel before they struck. Is this the kind of a person really to put in defense docket? You know, even if you are rewarding people, now you want to endanger Kenyans, the whole of Kenya, to reward your friend there. Then now you can see the porridge which is in the guy's head. He has now started talking anyhowly at the Muslim women must wear hijab, and if they don't wear hijab, they can as well go to another country. Him is the one who is supposed to go to another country. Let them go back to Somalia, where everybody is wearing hijab. This is not a Muslim country. This is not 82% of this country is Christian. Yeah. And even Muslims themselves, they do have a right. They are Muslims who don't wear those things, and they do have a right to wear whatever they want, because this is not an Islamic state. This is Mujinga. He can have the nerve to come in public and say that every woman should be, who is a Muslim, should be wearing a hijab. Me, I know Muslims too, Muslim ladies who don't wear those things. Sasa anataka kutupeleka the Iran way, ama the Saudi way. What is that? So you can see actually the kind of a brain we are having in this place. We have so many issues when it comes even to defense. Sasa what nani can pinpoint ni mambo ya women to wear hijab, their Muslim women to wear hijab. Let me tell you, and and I'm not having any problem with Muslims, but they have no problem. But we know that the countries where there is a lot of human rights violations are those Islamic states yenye inasemekana, like Iran, like Afghanistan, who are very fundamentalist. Like right now I understand in Afghanistan wanawake wa mambua hawezi enda university anymore. Na wenye walikuanga wanaenda before ati walikuwa wanafundishwa na wanawake na wanaume wazee. Sasa now that has even been removed. Ukimaliza high school, that's the end of your education. No women are being allowed since Taliban entered there. Sasa this, and let me tell you, this Islamic state yenye sasa wameingia kwa Sharia law, no sooner than they enter into those things wanaanza vita, and that time the whole country ni Muslim. Wanaanza kupigana si Shia na si gani Sunni, wanaanza kupigana. Sasa, and after, like Somalia here now, where Duale is originally from, the country is in complete disarray. It is the most failed state in the world. And then sasa wanakuja in a Christian country where there are freedoms. They want those freedoms, or they go abroad to Western countries where there are those freedoms which the Islamic countries zimeshindwa kuwapea, and the stability. Then wanakuja sasa kuambia kuleta those things here. Nani better, and I don't know why so-called hustler is not training in some of these characters. I don't know why he should rein them in, because some of these statements sasa inakaa aje. Inakaaje? What kind of a picture is this bringing? It's like he's not in control of his yeses or what? Kila mtu ako on his own tangent. Unaamka asubuhi unasema hii. Unafikiria tu, So, let me tell you, the problem which we had been having during Moi time, especially us in Mount Kenya. Sasa, Moi, what he used to do is that alikuwa anatuma, because us who are supporting DP, for example, where I'm from, we are supporting Democratic Party Kibaki. So, when you support opposition, walikuwa wanakuja wanakata your trees, coffee trees and tea trees. Wanakata as a way to sabotage you economically. Sasa the same story is happening here with Hustler. Anaharibu maize industry, anaharibu rice industry, and then of course it's going to, after amemaliza na hizo, let us be sure watu wa Mount Kenya that is also coming to tea and coffee. Is also coming to interfere there, although it's already kind of in a failed kind of a situation. It's not doing well, those industries. So let's not expect very much from this guy, because this guy is a nuisance. This guy has no. Alafu sasa today niliona he has gone to plant trees. Nikakumbuka tu Moi. Sasa nikuulize, the way this country has so many issues, surely. Hebu angalia itinerary ya Hustler. Just check his itinerary. Mara ameenda graduation Masinde Muliro. Mara ameenda, how many graduation did you see Kibaki attending or Uhuru? Umekosa chenye ya kufanya because they know what you are doing. So now it's either you are launching projects yenye they were from the previous government, riding on the previous government achievement, or uko up and down opening this and the other. You are opening free housing construction, you are opening tree planting, you are opening this, and the next thing utaenda kufungua nursery school ama nini utaenda kufungua. But what I can tell Kenyans is that this is the kind of gimmicks you can expect more of. Expect more of such gimmicks. Don't expect anything much than that. This gimmick, alafu sasa unasikia Hustler is busy harassing Sheikh Ngao. Sasa Sheikh Ngao wakiwa na Duale hapa wanasema Sheikh Ngao sio Muislamu, what is just a fake Muslim. Sasa nikuulize, because you are a Muslim, you don't have a right to go against the government, to go against injustice. Because Sheikh Ngao anaongeanga tu kweli, hakuna uongo nisaisikia ameongea. Or because you are siding with Baba, now you are not a Muslim. I don't know what is going on in this government. Sasa unasikia president ndo huyu anaanza kupishana na Sheikh Ngao. But Sheikh Ngao just speaks the truth which is there. He just calls him on what he did. Kama uliiba pesa ya mahindi, kama uliiba nini pesa ya fertilizer, kama ulifanya benye ulifanya, all those things is what he mentioned. Hakuna, nasikizanga huyo mtu very keenly, and I've never heard him saying anything to that like. So instead of attacking the person, just accept hizi ni vitu zenye in the public domain. Hakuna kitu yenye Sheikh Ngao anakujanga kusema which is not in the public domain already. So you are coming to threaten him as a president. Intimidation. This government, Bwana Bernard, as a failed state alisema kweli inaelekea kuwa failed state by the way. And how do you know? By the way, I was trying to look up the characteristics of a failed state. I was really trying to look up that. And Kenya, we are exactly on that trajectory of failed state. Sana sana, there is one point nilipata hapo when I was looking at production. Local production. Sasa unaona right now, rice ndio hiyo inaletwa, mahindi ndio hiyo inaletwa, mayai ya kutoka hapa our neighbor Uganda is cheaper than our eggs because of production cost. Sasa that means that we are having exaggerated, and which I always say that in Kenya everything is just manipulated and exaggerated. Juu kuna time yenye Saile Matiang'i alikuwa akaanza kusema that bookshops and booksellers there's a cap for the prices of books. Now, I think there was a delegation either sent to Rwanda or they came to find out some books which are a lot of books which are in Rwanda, they're coming from Kenya. And they're even coming from Kenyan authors. But kitabu kwa bookshop ya Kenya ina cost 700 bucks. And in Rwanda, the same book is costing 100 bucks. How? How? Kitabu ina cost 700, textbook ina cost 700 hapa hivi. In Rwanda, the same book ina cost 100. Because their president amesema he's not going to allow cartels, he's not going to allow some artificial manipulation of some people who want to take advantage of currency. Lakini Kenya hapa, the guy cannot, if at all America, and in fact, tunaweza ona tu hata the ministries which were problematic even during Uhuru time, ni ministries yenye alikuwa amepeana kwa hasla, aweke watu yake hapo. Saizi, we were talking about investors wanatoroka. Let me tell you, there was an investor who was going to invest over $1 billion here in something to do with power or something like that, or mine or something. Then he was told that he has to pay a bribe of 1 billion shillings. Bernard, an investor. Sasa, these investors, they are aware the kind of a government that you are having here. Utakuwa unasumbuliwa saa yote, toa kitu, unatoa hiyo 1 billion, dogo wameanza tena kukusumbua, toa kitu, otherwise will sabotage you, toa kitu. Meanwhile, Kagame in his country, he's even sending, I understand, he even sends scouts here ya kutafuta investors. Ukikuwa frustrated na Kenyan system, come and invest in our country. Ukienda Rwanda and you want to invest, hata hakuna ati utatembea anywhere, juu unatembea from office to office getting papers, what, na hiyo mahastle. Wanakufanyia kila kitu kama umekaa kwa ofisi yako. That's why investors are running there. Because of enabling environment which is there. Here, extortion. If you are an external investor na ukuja hapa, extortion, you have to pay cut. This is what is called a mafia government. A mafia government, which are taking advantage and to extort people. Unaona venye mafia huoperate, wanaenda kwa maduka za watu wanawaambia, like Mungiki, how they used to operate, tulipe security fees. Otherwise we are going to bash, we are going to spoil your business. We are going to break your, we are going to beat you up and all those things. You have to pay security fees. That's the kind of government that we have in here. Instead of helping the country and the youth to get employment by encouraging investors, Rwanda is a country which just was in a genocide in 2004. Now it has, ebu endeni muangalia the youth employment index ya Rwanda, unemployment, enda muangalia unemployment index ya Rwanda. Rwanda has almost zero unemployment index. Na sisi we are among the highest. Why? And this is the country which was on its deathbed in 2004. Sasa, to make matters worse, sasa tumepatana na huyu mwenye, he doesn't value anything. Education yenyewe, he doesn't value. All what it is about politics of how we can eat, how we can come and eat, how we can come and eat. Sasa, mpaka, you are elected in August. Now we are just in December. Ushaanza realign for 2027, which is 5 years from now. Ushaanza campaign. Sasa, my friend, did we elect you so that now you start looking for another mandate for 2027 on day one? So we elected you ufanye kazi, alafu taka re-election, if at all it's not going to be about your achievements, then you go out and campaign in 2026 huko, ama hata 2025. Sasa hapa imekuwa watu wanaingia government so that they can eat. So for you to maintain that eating, you have to start looking for alliances and protecting your staff. 3 months down the line after an election, and we are remaining 5 years. Then it is a very sad and depressing situation which we are in as a country. Ukipata kuona ya kwamba in a country which is like this one, which is a 2% Christian, a whole CS can stand up and start threatening the Muslim women at the, if you are not going to wear hijab, you are going to throw you out of the country. Who is he to throw anybody out of this country? But when you put such idiots in in position, what do you expect? What can you? In fact, let me tell you, with that guy on defense docket, we are actually in a lot of even our lives as Kenya is not secure at all, because that guy has links to those people Al-Shabaab, na ndio huyo tena amewekwa kwa defense. Is that fair to Kenyans? Ati kwa sababu alikusupport. I'm telling you, this country, by the way, Bernard, at times unaangalianga unashindwa sasa mwangazi iko wapi? Ukiangalia tu mbele unaona tu there is no future. There is no future. Na unajua the West, they are very good at destroying your country so that wakuletea IMF na wakuletea maloans hapo zenye utakuwa unalipa, and they come and do whatever they want. They are okay with that, but they will never respect you. Na ukiona nani akienda majuu, hebu just check when Uhuru used to go abroad and look at now when Hustler goes abroad. Hustler anakaa tu like an errand boy, hana hiyo confidence ya president, and in fact he's not even treated with that kind of just go and check all those videos here when Unye used to go to states and where alikuwa na hiyo authority that this is my country, I'm the president of this country. Lakini nani, first of all, legitimacy ndio hiyo hana. He has no direction of where he's taking the country. Even the West, kwani ni wajinga? Si wanajua huyu jamaa is just here to do what? He's just here to So, Bernard, I am just, and then about KCPE results. This Machogi man, Machoga or whatever his name is, I hope he can maintain the level which Matiang'i had left for us, whereby mambo ya leakage haitarudi tena. But in this type of a bandit government, I'll not even be surprised hiyo mambo ya leakage ikirudi tena very fast and very soon. Because Magoha na Matiang'i walikuwa they had gotten a hold of this next cartels who are selling exams. Lakini the way I'm seeing, tunaanza 2 years, tutarudi back to square one. Unaenda unapata shule imejaa, shule moja iko na like half the schoolers A, plain A, how? So those are the kind of things now we are worried, because hii government ni ya kurudisha tu nyuma kabisa. All the gains that we had gained in the last 10 years, inakuwa reverse, one after the other, one after the other. And I know education is not far off, it is also in the offing. But what I can tell these leaders, and I can tell you, UDA supporters, let me tell you, this country we are in this country together. Yani this country is like a ship which is in the middle of an ocean. Mukitoboa hole in the ship, maji yanze kuingia ndani, we are not gonna. It's not only us will drown. Tuna drown wote. UDA supporters will drown. Us as the Azimio, we are also going to drown. The country will drown. Na I always keep on saying here in this forum, sawa, we ingia kwa ofisi grab tu kabisa, but just check the people who followed the same trajectory which you are following now, and check their countries, and check the kind of sasa kama DRC, wewe kama wewe ni president ya DRC, do you ever say on anything? Hata ukienda kwa international community, kuna mtu kweli anakuona kama president? Wazungu wakitoka kwa hiyo meeting wanaenda wanasema huu ni ule mwenye nchi yake si inakaa aje, wanakuchekelea. You yourself, you cannot, like I told you, DRC hata kuinvest hapo, the own leaders wanaenda kununua nyumba out of the country in the West where it's stable. Hapa hawezi jenga anything, they cannot do anything. So all these CSs and all these leaders that we are having, wengine wenye wanaenda hata kununuliwa, wenye walikuwa Azimio sasa wanaenda kuuzwa na kununuliwa into UDA. Let me tell you, haribu tu inchi. Just spoil kabisa, spoil. But let me tell you, your kids and your grandkids are gonna be in this country. Okay. Na hata kama uko na pesa ya kuwapeleka States ama kuwapeleka Europe, let me assure you, you will never get another country like Kenya. You'll never get the respect which you have here. You'll never get the feeling of belonging which you get here. So, unaharibu inchi, and you are just spoiling also for yourself. Fine, utakuwa na hiyo pesa, but so what? Inflation ndio hiyo. And as I told you, most of these people, they are using, they get money through corruption and other illegal means. They use property to wash the money. Now, if the country is unstable and your property is here, what will you benefit from that? Unajua, this is where wazungu wanatuachianga. Unajua mzungu anafikirianga about 200 years from now, 300 years from now, sio 2027, 200 years from now, 300, another say wako mbele. And me, I keep on telling you is that huwezi kula the seed instead of uende upande kwa shamba so that you get a bumper harvest. Unakula the seed, hiyo imeisha. Then from there, kesho utakula nini? Mzungu anatuwezea hapo. Mzungu anakaa chini anafikiria. Hebu imagine like the time of colonialism. Those guys walikuwa wamefikiria that sisi hatuna shamba ya kulima na hatuna weather mzuri. There is a place called Africa wenye wako na good arable land in the highlands and they have good weather conditions to be able to do farming. So wakaenda, the explorers who came from here, from Africa, they went back to their country and told the farmers who are there, mwenye mnataka kuja Kenya kufanya farming, ebu come and register. Then wakaletwa. Kuletwa, whatever they were getting, they were remitting it back to their country to build their empire, to build their country. That's why nchi yao sahihi iko mbele. Ndio sasa sisi wa Afrika kila mtu anataka kukimbilia huko. Ikifika time ya kuapply green card, we are 30 million. Imagine, what can you say as a president of this country when 30 million of your citizens want to go to another country, want to go to the US, because wame lose hope. Na jana, is it jana ama Tuesday, there was a lady who said that tusiongee mambo na brain drain. Hapa hivi Kenya, we are frustrating our people. And if you check, in a lot of awards, hata hii award ingine ilikuja pia hero of the year CNN ilikuwa Mkenya. Kenyans, they have everything at stake, and they are only being frustrated by the type of governance that we are having. There's a lady who I think was called Ayimba or something. She said, let's do everything we can to brain drain. Tutoe watu hapa Kenya waende wakiendanga, because the people who are there, they are out to frustrate such brilliant minds. Another time I saw that there's a guy who is dealing with who is managing traffic a Western country. But imagine a Kenyan is managing and has created systems to manage traffic in a European country, but amwezi fikiria mumuite Kenya aone venye anaweza saidia mambo ya traffic. You can't. Na I'm sure if you call him, hata kama amuna cha kumlipa, I know he can come out of the patriotism that is in him. But me, I'm just you. Do you care anything about improving this country? Unataka tu ukule. Unataka umilk the cash cow called Kenya until ianze kutoa damu. Imalize maziwa yote, sasa ianze kutoa damu mpaka ikufe. That's what you want. But let me tell you, mzungu alifikiria akaona 300 years from now, I want this type of a country. I want this type of an empire. I want to build this. Na wakatoka in their comfort zone of what they were used to huko, wakakuja hapa, wengine hata walikuwa nakufaga na malaria and yellow fever kwa sababu mwili yao haijazoea. They are even sacrifice their own life to be able to build. Siku ingine nikawaambia hapa, this is a South Korean who is my friend. Aliniambia that after I think they were colonized by China or something. After that, their president came up and told them, you guys, we have to sacrifice to build our country. So the men were even leaving their families, wanaenda in particular areas to go and work, not working for themselves, working to build their country. Because when the country is doing well, even you as an individual, you'll do well. Lakini sasa ukigrab the seed which you could plant and get a bumper harvest, at the end of the day, hata wewe pia hauta benefit. And don't tell me, the richest people in the world are not here. They're in US and the other Western countries ni wazungu. So if at all corruption ndio yenye inafanyanga watu wakuwe mabilionaires, kwa nini there is no billionaire wa hiyo ranking in Africa? Why? Because you see, when the nation, I told you, the nation is an ecosystem. When the nation is prospering, when the economy of a nation is prospering, kila mtu ata-prosper. Unafikiria tu kugrab subsidy ya mahindi, unafikiria tu kugrab so-called hustler fund money, which even the limit is not increasing. Mimi nimelipa hustler fund yangu leo ya 700. Nikafikiria wataniongezea ya limit. There's nothing, aongezi limit. Inabaki tu hapo 700. So what Kenyan Youth Love was saying is very true. Hao watu hawana mpango ya wako tu na mpango ya kuiba hiyo 50 billion wakidanganya watu hapa ati wanapeana maloni. Sasa hiyo pesa ndio hiyo umeiba ya sasa. Even the most painful of them all, subsidy ya fees. Subsidy ya fees. And we said that at the beginning when this nation ilikuwa liberated, the one thing we were trying to against is hunger, ignorance and those kind of things. Education is very key. Sasa ukitaka kuniambia ati mtoto wa maskini hawezi soma, wewe mwenyewe unakuja hapa kutambia mambo ya chicken selling, ulikuwa mtoto ya maskini na ulisoma because of the government assistance. Then unakuja unatoa because unataka kukula hiyo pesa kidogo ya subsidy, uchukue uweka kwa mfuko yako ama utumie kwa trip ya kwenda Qatar na watu yako. Surely the whole future, majority of Kenyans are very poor. So you are going to gamble, or rather you are going to get, ruin the future of this country so that upate pesa yako kidogo ya kuweka kwa mfuko. Is that wisdom? Sasa nikuulize, let me ask you as Africans, by the way, African leaders, don't you feel anything begging? From 1963 begging, 200 years from now begging. Yani nikuulize, wazungu, do they have two heads when us we having one? Ndio sasa unakuta Africans wako busy tunatorokea kwa ocean, mpaka watu wanakufa kwa ocean, mkikimbilia huko, because you cannot organize, your government cannot organize for your, and all the resources are here. Arable land is here. Hakuna nchi nzuri sana kama hii, kama ni mambo ya development. But here we are, tunakimbia, we chase away white man, now we are busy chasing after white man. Alienda na development because sisi hatuwezi kufikiria. It's very sad. It's very sad. Imagine 300 years from now, ati bado tutakuwa tuna beg. Tumekuwa perpetual beggars. Begging. I mean, when does this end? Yani, unajua nasikianga uchungu sana nikiona ati Mwafrika anatoka like Nigerians wanatoka kwao, wanapanda boti nyingine, yani wasiwasi, and they're going to cross very far, alafu wanakutia kwa hizo maji, going to look for opportunities, and yet this is the cradle of opportunities yenye wazungu walitoka kwao wakakuja hapa ku develop their empires because they had foresight. Ingekuwa Mwafrika angekuwa anafikiria wacha nitoke nchi yangu niende Africa where I'm not even assured of my life or my health so that I can build my country. Like what our sisters and brothers who are in diaspora do. Wanatumanga pesa hapa ya kudevelop the country. Sasa mtu mwenye ako States, mwenye ako Europe, ako busy anajenga nchi, lakini wewe the president of the country unabomoa. What kind of a work is that will be doing in this country, Bernard? Sisi tunajaribu kujenga, the people who are our so-called leaders wanabomoa. And let me tell you, for any leader who is listening to what I'm saying, and I'll keep on telling you here, corruption is not the best way of even you yourself as an individual developing yourself. You can make money through legitimate means without being corrupt. You can do legitimate business and become a billionaire. You don't have to steal public funds. You don't have to remove basic food commodity subsidies. You don't have to remove subsidies for fees, which are enabling a majority of poor Kenyan children to go to school so that they can be able to come out of poverty. The only equalizing factor between the rich and the poor in this country or anywhere in the world is education. Education ndio inaweza kukutoa kwa poverty. Sasa ukitoa subsidy ya fees, what are you doing to the majority of Kenyans? Na uko hapo, we want 100% attrition. So kama sasa hivi yenye KCPE imetoka, we want everybody who did KCPE ingie high school. Wataingia na nini? You know how the condition is, inflation and everything. Kenyans are so poor. Wataingia na nini? Hiyo 100% itaenda nini secondary yake. I don't know ni kama tulirogwa ama sijui nini. I'm so disturbed by the way. Alafu mtu ya UDA ukimuuliza why are you removing these subsidies? We are not going to subsidize consumption. Kuna mwingine by the way aliniambia hivyo, ati nilisikia ni kama naweza hata mpiga kofi. We are not going to subsidize. We are not going to subsidize consumption. Nikamuuliza, is education consumption? Fees zimekuwa siku hizi ni consumption. Isn't that an investment? In fact, the best investment kuliko hizi fertilizer zenu mnashindaga mkiimba. In fact, you can even, if you hear the way fertilizer inaongelewa in this country, you can even wonder what is fertilizer, kama ujui fertilizer. Kila kitu fertilizer. Both. Reduce, we have so many issues which are affecting the cost of production and input in Kenya. Sio nini tu, sio fertilizer. Kwa sababu ukiweka fertilizer you still need pesticide. You still need storage. You still need so many things. All those things are totally out of, they are not affordable. That's why to produce mayai in Kenya is more expensive than in Uganda. And these costs are exaggerated costs. Because huwezi niambia at the cost of power in Kenya ama in Tanzania, in Tanzania ama Uganda is lower than Kenya. Yani, I don't know. And we are living in the same region. How wako na half the half of the cost of the electricity. Na sisi hapa tunaongelea a very high cost of hata electricity subsidy yenye ilikuwa tena mlitoa. So now we are busy. Wao kama walisubsidiziwa na their leaders, they are now selling their eggs here and their other products here comfortably, because our production cost, our input cost is too expensive. That family is now becoming, it's no longer a viable venture anymore. Unless kama wenye wana export abroad, but selling to the local market it's not affordable. Sasa me, I would expect that the issues which hustlers should be addressing would be like the cost of electricity, the cost of power. Sio kuanza kuambia mambo na fertilizer from January to January. Animal feed. Na animal feed yenye inafanya the nini is expensive because of electricity. Na hata kuweza kuweka hizo kuku you also need electricity. Sasa if it's high, that means your eggs, sama your chicken will be expensive than for Uganda ama than for TZ. Sasa hizo ndo vitu zenye nani anatakana akuwe ana address. That's what it's not fertilizer, because hiyo ndio your cartel business kwa hapo. Ndio hiyo sasa ulisubsidize. As the milk now become affordable, it's not, because the other input and they are still too damn expensive. So I'm sorry, Bernard, if I'm taking long, but me, this gava, I kwenda kupanda miti na kwenda attend graduation Masinde Muliro is not why you are a president. That's not your mandate as a president. Umekuwa sasa ceremonial, a ceremonial person ya kwenda attend this, you attending this function. My friend, right now we are in a dire need of so many things. Unatakana ukae kwa ofisi, ukae ufikirie, how am I going to bring back this subsidy? These are the kind of things you should be thinking about. Hii subsidy ya fees na hii subsidy ya unga, how can it be sana fees, achana hata na unga. Fees, mimi ile kitu yenye naniuma ni fees, because you cannot remove the only equalizer. You cannot remove it. Let me tell you, because you are destroying the future of this country. Na venye the lady who was here either yesterday or the day before called Aimba. She was saying that this country, first of all, even we don't know whether we have a country to begin with. And then she was like, this country is destroying our youth. Destroying. Na sasa kama kutoa fees subsidy sio kudestroy youth, I don't know what else. Afadhali hata ule mtu mwenye anaenda anapea youth drugs kama this guy wa Jakoya, than removing fees subsidy, completely ruining our youth. And that's what the lady was saying, that if we can hizo ma brain drain na hizo nini flights kama ile yenye Tomboya alikuwa anafanya, watu waende nje ya the country. She was saying here her brother Tamak for 7 years na ni mtu mwenye aligraduate na first class kwa sciences. So ikabidi aende Saudi Arabia kwanza kuendesha truck. And that is the fate of so many. By the way, achana hata na sciences. Madaktari saizi Bernard, let me shock you. Na hii nimeambiwa na a professor who is a professor of medicine. Akaniambia students yangu wananipigianga simu wananiambia hawawezi pata kazi. They are now driving matatu. A doctor. Do you know how much it takes to educate a doctor and how much effort it takes to get a medicine degree 7 years? Then unaenda unakuwa nini matatu driver. Something is very wrong with this country, and Nani better wake up. Better wake up. Because all this frustrated youth, let me tell you, one day watapata mtu mwenye atawaambia asiingie kwa militia. Watapata, because this frustration of 14 million Kenyans who are graduating every year, they have no hope. In fact, sasa hata hiyo graduation na tutaongelea mambo ya graduating because most people now will drop out of school at class 8 because sasa umetoa fifth subject. So we want us to have many uneducated youth kwa kama Mungiki wa indoctrinate na mtu mwenye ataona hao watu ni wengi waingie sasa kwa mambo ya militia to destabilize the country. William Ruto, let me tell you, the God will judge you harshly as much as unataka hapo kutuambia wewe ni Mkristo. And the future of so many young people who you are spoiling, God will judge you, and your kids will one day. You will, by the way, Bible kama wewe usomangi Bible unabeba, kuna singine nilimwona anabeba Bible mbili. Yaani aliona moja is not enough to convince Kenyans yeye ni Mkristo, alikuwa anabeba Bible mbili. Let me tell you what the Bible said. The Bible said God is not mocked. Whatever a man shall sow, that is what he shall reap. Na hao watoto yako sana sana huyo so called first daughter of who I understand she was performing so poorly in school, very poorly in school. Ndio huyu sasa anakuja hapa na hiyo nini yake failure yake kukuja kutuambia alikuwa anauza smokia. Sasa hata wewe anza kuuza smokia. Those characters, wewe ngoja tu. You will see what will happen. Unafikiria utakaa kwa hiyo kitu forever. You will see what will happen to your children and your grandchildren. You cannot be ruining the future of Kenyan youth. You cannot. By removing fees subsidy, alafu unafikiria all will be well with you and your household. Utashangaa. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, public participation. We appreciate that. We look forward to ensuring that we keep into the struggle until we gain the success that we deserve as a people. 60 years of independence, we need to behave better than we are behaving. Kenya Kwanza is a letdown. The president is a big letdown. He has his priority. I don't think he has any priority. He's doing guesswork with the lives of Kenyans, something that we cannot take lightly. The 100 days are now expiring in the next 12 hours or so. And so from here henceforth, I think we should get a gloves off and get the country back into where it's supposed to be. We are not doing well at all, and we must be doing better than this. The generations that are coming deserve better than this. We can't live right if we have no considerations and execution of our plans towards ensuring that when the next generation come, we'll have a place where they can start. We have a government here that wants to eat everything, leave behind nothing for anyone else. That can't be the case. So we must all arise as the Kenyan people and begin to demand that this country deserves better than the offers that Kenya Kwanza is trying to bring forth. Well, I really want to appreciate all of you as we continue with the conversation. Please, let's not relent. Let's not fold in and look helpless. We cannot be helpless at this time. Our children are counting on us. Our children's children are counting on us. We are the people right here that must do what is right because we are sane. I'm told that in driving school you are instructed. I'm told that all drivers are insane except you. So when you're on the road, understand that you are driving between mad people, and so you're the only one that is sane. So keep rules. I think we have come to that time where there will be a difference between sane Kenyans and insane Kenyans. People that want a country that can be depended upon, and those who want to fleece this country. The people who want to fleece this country should be kept away from the country coffers, should be kept away from leadership, because we need a country that is self-sufficient, self-sustaining. Yes, at least we should be withdrawing from dependence. If not 100%, by now we should have crossed 60%. If we are depending at 40%, there is hope. But Kenya Kwanza now wants to take us back to 100% dependence. Seed abroad, education abroad, cloth, mtumba. Come on, Kenyans, let's not play. There will be nothing left after Kenya Kwanza. Let's get Kenya Kwanza out of office. The sooner the better. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi. The 100 days have demonstrated that that is the mission they are on, to fleece this country and flee away with our money. Let's stop them. Thank you very much. I'm happy Julia is here in good time. I really wanted to sign out by 3 a.m. and so that I can prepare myself for my early shooting at 7 a.m. So I will leave for Nifa to make her submission, and then Julia will take over the rest of the show. And watu wa shule ya usiku, kujeni sasa mwanze kumbaru sisi wa baby class, tunaenda nyumbani. Alex, John, ninyi ndio walimu wa shule ya usiku. Nifa, go ahead.
Okay, me sitasema mengi. Even me, I wanted to sign out. And public participation, that was really good remarks. It seems you have a lot of energy. At least you submitted all your anger. So me, I just have a poem. Na nilikuwa nataka nimalize na poem. And my poem goes like this. We don't see with our eyes. We see with our mind. And our eyes are just one of the tools our mind uses to see. So if our mind is blind, it doesn't matter what our eyes can see. But if our mind can see, it doesn't matter if our eyes are blind. And so what happens if your mind is blind to the possibility, then your eyes will be blind to the opportunity. So nitawacha na hiyo and then maybe kama imefanya recording, I don't know, but maybe we will talk about it kama wengine wako. Mi pia naenda kulala. Thank you public na Julia. Mtaendelea mpaka wengine waje. I'm so happy that the ladies are really participating.
Thank you, Nifa. We appreciate that, and we want that grace to multiply.
Okay.
So, ladies, kujeni, it's ladies' world. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's continue. Due diligent, you're completing my sentence, which was there is Grace Ogal says we are complaining too much. It is time the ordinary Mwananchi took back their country. Yes, we are drumming up that, and we believe Common Mwananchi is about to assume his rightful office. And that's why we're here. We want every person to awake. Our country cannot go to the dogs under our watch. And so the mafia that have the country, their days are numbered. We must arise as the Kenyan people and say enough is enough. We cannot have business as usual. No, not at this point in time. When the indications are clear that Kenya Kwanza has no plan for any industry, has no plan for employing the young people, has no plan for improving our education, has no plan to feed the 55 million Kenyans. No plan whatsoever. He wants to make us permanently dependent from seed to fertilizer to soil. No, this has to be stopped. Whatever it takes, let it be executed. We must think differently as Kenyans. And I want every Kenyan out there, stop feeling helpless. Stop feeling that it's cast in stone. Kenya Kwanza has to serve for 5 years. No, it is not cast in stone. If they are not delivering, waanze kufungasha. Tutawapatia muda wa kufungasha, lakini tutawasimamia wakifungasha. Wamalize kufungasha, wang'atuke. Sisi lazima tukue na nchi ambayo tunataka kuachia watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu. Not a country that has been eaten by Kenya Kwanza and nothing is left. And then we leave behind debts and liabilities that our great-grandchildren will be cursing our graves for living on their back pocket before they were born. Can you imagine that kind of irresponsibility? So Wakenya wenye nia njema, tusimame imara, tuhesabiwe katika kizazi hiki cha kutengeneza historia, wakati ambapo nchi ilikuwa inaenda kombo, tukairejesha kwenye reli. Tuko na hiyo opportunity. Tafadhali kuwa sehemu nzuri ya historia, kwamba ulisaidia kurekebisha nchi ilipokuwa inapotoka. God bless you everybody. I will leave you with Julia. Julia, how are you?
I'm doing good. Bernard, asante. Umefanya kazi mzuri. Naona public participation. Mtihani ilikuwa aje, Bernard?
Yeah?
Mtihani ya KCP.
The kids did well. They did well. I had my niece was one of them. She got straight A's. And I'm happy that I think the exam was well managed. We had cases of leakage here and there, but I think it was well done. Magoha did a good preparation. Machogu tutamtest hiyo next year. Hii ni ya wenyewe. Asijaribu kusema yeye ndo alifanya.
Sasa kabla hujaenda, mimi hi Alex. Alex, wacha kunisalimia ukiwa kwa comment section. Come back here. Shikilia show. Na uite wazee. Akina PK, wherever you are, akina Ndeto, mnajifanyaje leo? Hebu kujani kwa show. Na Makiadi, I don't know what happened to Makiadi. Who chased Makiadi from here, Bernard? I don't know.
He's not chased. There is a project he was working on that he asked some days off, so he will be back. The same with Francis and Themba huyo ndio siwezi zungumzia yeye, sijamsikia for long.
Yes, Themba, wherever you are, utuambie kama ulingia udaku, ndio sababu kuji kwa show yetu. I hope you get my message. So Bernard, I have a question. Alex, kuja kwa show. I have a question. I am very confused person concerning what is happening to these children. Amawea kuna junior high school. Junior high school ndio wako class 6.
Yes, junior secondary. Yes.
Wanaenda class 7, junior secondary.
Yes.
Sasa wanaenda grade 7.
Yeah, grade 7 is what is called junior secondary.
Okay. Sasa ninajua kuna shule nilisikia zilijengwa 2 extra classes preparing for the junior high school. Na hizo shule za secondary school. Do you know of such schools yourself?
That was the initial plan, but it was shortchanged. It was changed that the kids at from standard 6 or grade 6 to 7 changing school will be tedious and they'll be too young. The new environment will be very hard for them to adjust. So it was reverted that the junior secondary to be an adjustment of the primary school other than them joining the secondary school. Although there was also a proposition that each primary school should have a secondary school adjacent to the same. But that infrastructure has not been put in place.
Sasa wako bado primary. Sasa wanafundishwa na wale walimu wa primary school.
That is where the kizungumkuti iko. Kile nimesikia ni kwamba the headmaster will be the same person, the primary school headmaster. Kama watafundishwa na secondary ama primary school teacher, I don't know. But that is CBC for you.
So you don't even know anything about the curriculum. Curriculum wanafuata ni ya
No, it's the same. The curriculum's in CBC, competence, what is it called? Competence-based curriculum. So they don't forget we have two settings right now.
Mhm.
The people who are in class 7, okay, are still going to class 8. Okay?
Yeah.
Then the people who started CBC are the ones now going for junior secondary for the first time. You get?
Okay.
So the classes they are asking for should be extra because the class 7 are not moving out to let class many take their place.
So and
So
then
mhm.
sasa syllabus ni gani? Yani I am a very confused person.
Both syllabus are at work, 844 as well as CBC. Until 844 is phased out. It will be phased out in maybe in the next 2-3 years. That's when now everything will revert to CBC full time. But right now it's parallel.
Wow. Hiyo ndio
Yes.
tunaitanga kwa Kikuyu madhogodhanio, public participation. In Kikuyu is called that madhogodhanio.
It's not Matokodanio. It's the same thing. I was part of the transition of the former system to 844. I have been a victim of change every time in my education cycle.
Yeah.
So when I was supposed to go to which class was that? Is when Moi scrubbed off the former system. I think I was just about to get to class 7. So now we had to stay an extra year waiting for
I got
class 8.
class 8. Oh, wewe ulikuwa kwa
Then
hiyo ya kwanza?
yes, original.
Ninyi
So
mliteswa,
I enjoyed both systems. Partly, then now got into 844. Then got into high school. We were doing over 16 subjects. Then when
yes.
we got to Form 2, they said the subjects are too many. Let us now begin to reduce them. That's when I dropped business education. I did home science. And
Hata mimi Bernard nilikuwa ya pili, the second one. So I had about 13 subjects, lakini nilizipenda because primary I learned how kutengeneza mwiko. I think I made some metalwork thing. Yani tulikuwa wajuaji tu because we learned a lot of skills. And then high school, wacha nikwambia, high school nilifanya home science, nilifanya music, nilifanya na home science na accounting. Na home science ningekushonea nguo, public participation. Ninaweza kata nguo, unipatie tu pattern, ninakata nguo hiyo nguo na ninaweza ishona na machine.
Hata mimi nilifanya hiyo science. Hata mimi nilifanya hiyo science.
Yes,
nilifanya science.
Ulifanya home science?
Yes, ila tulikuwa tunapika, unafanya cleaning within the practicals, unapewa time, unafanya cleaning, unapika, una bake,
kushona,
yeah. So tulikuwa kwa CBC, hata sisi tulikuwa kwa CBC, ni vile haikuwa inaitwa CBC.
It wasn't CBC public participation. It was all home science. It was all home science. Today they are not doing that home science anymore. Where we did the clothing and textile, home management, and cookery. Today they split it. If you do cookery, you don't do home management. If you do home management, you don't do clothing and textile. So when Julia says he can stitch clothes, we did that. In fact, here we made suit.
But that is limiting. That is limiting kwa sababu sasa if you are going to find out your talent where it is, si afadhali yenye iko na zote kuliko yenye iko very narrowed down. Unafanya zote.
And that's why education today is not serving its purpose. It's just I think we are reverting back to what the Sarafina movie says. They are keeping us in classes to keep us off the street. they are not, the education they are giving us is not helping anything. I think we're just getting our kids into class, but not improving and helping their development. If we don't enhance their critical thinking, their analytical capabilities, we are not influencing them to grow in terms of reasoning, then we are not helping them. Most of what we are doing, especially in Kenya, is memorization. You memorize the week to the exam, answer the questions, pass the exam, forget everything, wait for another exam. Eventually, we have a very poor class. Hata tukizungumza maneno ya unemployment and young people, the kind of young people we have right now, I don't trust them.
Wale ni wale watoto walienda academy. Bernard, wacha nikwambie, kama wewe ni msikilizaji na mtazamaji, wewe ulienda academy, I'm very sorry, you've missed so much. In fact, I'm not against the private sector in education, but the fact is, even allowing doing business education is a wrong idea. Unaona, walimu wetu, Bernard, I want to tell Kenyans, mimi class 3, I went to a public primary school called Nyahuru Primary School, ni shule ya wananchi. Na class 3, class 4 participation, I could write good composition, good. Na ile handwriting, Bernard, tunakumbuka ile kiboko ya handwriting, ulipewangwa mara mingi, sijui mara ngapi. Ile kiboko ulipewa. I could write, those teachers were teaching, man. But then came people doing business in education. So we have now even primary school teachers, we have here Kenyan primary school teachers. I am sorry that I'm very disappointed in majority of them, Bernard, because they are not teaching our children. So, and watoto wao wako academy. What is happening in academy? Wanakuwa drilled. Wanafundishwa kuiba mtihani, wanaibiwa mtihani, they are being drilled so that they can get 400 marks. Most of those 400s you see, Bernard, are fake 400. And if you want to know, wacha waende Alliance. Utaona vile watoto wanasumbuka, wanateseka. Then what the Alliance and the other schools are doing, not Alliance, I don't want to quote Alliance, those many schools are doing, maybe they may start trying to help them cheat because those kids cannot cope. So Bernard, wakati wetu, ukirudi, those learning was good, but public participation, we went to do that. Kimere, unasemaje?
Now, Mr. Kimere, good to see you.
Hi. Good to see you. Actually, I've just learned that you are my age mate now, saying that you are among the pioneers.
Are you sure?
Yes, tumekula chumvi.
Yeah, because I was a pioneer. We were the first to do the 844 thing. So I was among the first class, and na hapo sijui vile umeeleza ukasema ati we had to drop some subjects. We didn't drop any subjects. I can't remember us dropping any, because I remember
Kimere, ukumfanya sasa form 4. Kimere, kumbuka tu.
No, when goja kwanza form 4 sisi tulifanya 13 subjects. I still remember that I did 13 subjects in form 4.
Yes, we were to do more than that. What I said was in the middle of the experimentation of 844. Okay, we had sudden changes. Like you are preparing to do the 16 subjects, then you reach here and they say,
there was meant to be 16. Yeah, they were meant to be 16, yes. But we did 13. Yes. But still 13 was so many.
Okay, me form 4 nilifanya 10, and I was in a school that was being said to be doing pure sciences. Nyinyi mnakumbuka hizo shule? Pure sciences. Sasa chemistry paper 1 ilikuwa na 150 questions, Bernard. Unakaa chini, unafanya maswali 150. Na practical had 3 papers, and I remember doing my physics practical. I couldn't use my magnet to remove a marble from glycerin. Sasa nilishautia individually, nikasema, excuse me, I can't use my magnet. My magnet is not working. It was not working. I didn't know how to use it, Bernard. That was, and I'm talking about KCSE. Hiyo ilikuwa final exam.
Yeah, it was no, by the way, it was a nightmare. That wasn't, hiyo haikuwa imekalkuletiwa vizuri. It was just too much.
Yes. It was too much for the kids.
Yeah, too much. Mpaka nakumbuka primary kwanza tukifanya KCSE tulifanya embroidery.
Yes.
Tulikuwa tunatengeneza madini.
those skills, camera, those other skills are good, embroidery, and the only thing that the content was too much.
Yeah, it was just too much. Kwa secondary tulikuwa hata na nguruwe, tunafuga nguruwe, tulikuwa tukifanya agriculture. Tulikuwa tunapanda maboga na nini. Yeah, actually we had a lot. But I miss that. That's my best time though. My high school was the best time ever.
Yes, participation.
Me by the way, your education.
Naomba ning'atuke tafadhali. See you later you guys. Thank you so much.
See you later. Kuja kesho utuambie maneno ya mtihani.
Ngoja kwanza Bernard.
Please go tomorrow, tell us what is going to happen next year to these kids when you wanaenda grades. Utuambie kwa kinaga ubaga. Wenye wako class 8, nani atawafundisha, curriculum ni gani?
Hakuna plan nyingine. 844 inaendelea mpaka watu wote waende form 1 na wamalize mpaka form 4. Then the really challenge is in this junior secondary, because the senior secondary they will be resuming the usual the 844 system. I mean the 844 infrastructure, because the 844 will be being phased out. So the infrastructure ile inasumbua ni hii ya junior secondary. Then junior secondary remains within the primary school. So are they going to be two schools, or it will be one school inside one? The management is going to be one, or it will be the secondary section and the primary section. All that is still vague.
Bernard, can you allow me to comment on that one? Because I've been wanting to comment on that one, and it's good that Julia has brought it up. I have always been against ati kwa sababu, because the years, it doesn't matter whether the year changes. You don't have to change the school itself. You understand? Because I didn't understand why these kids at the age of 10, they have to move from one school and go boarding secondary school. It didn't make any sense anyway. So they can still study there. The only thing they need is to have the qualified teachers. It doesn't matter whether it's in the same school, because watoto wana change class anyway. Hata kutoka standard 1 mpaka standard 2, you change the classroom, you change the teachers probably. But could change location, that's not necessary. Juu location haibadilishi ati mtoto ati akue you become more advanced just because you change the location where you were studying. Because I still believe that those children, they need to be in day schools. They take them away from parents too early. So it's good waendelee, change classes, change teachers, that's all right. But there's no need for them moving from one school to another, or from one location to another. It's out of order. Yeah, I really needed to put that straight. I've been wanting to say that. Thank you.
In fact, I think there is a ban on boarding schools.
Primary school.
Primary boarding school.
Primary boarding participation ama ni secondary ama ni kunaendaje?
Primary school.
So what happens to the hizi academies zinaenda wapi?
Sijui kama ina affect private. Naona ni kama ni public tu.
So hizo subject, wacha niwaulize, hizo subject zote mlikuwa mnabeba vitabu na nini?
Situlete Alex.
Kama punda.
Alex ndio unaona wengine wengi.
Tena tulikuwa tunavuka shule. Wewe acha
nakumbuka watu wakibeba vitabu na box. Kama ulikuwa na privilege ungebeba hii ya
wengi wetu tuliinama mgongo Alex juu ya kubeba hizo vitabu. Alafu tulikuwa na ile bag huwezi
mmetoka mbali bwana. Hata tuwaheshimu.
Alex, tulikuwa na rucksack, tulikuwa na bag ile ya kuhang kwa shoulder. Kwa hivyo mtu alikuwa akienda hivi.
Inaitwa academic walking style.
Yeah.
Ilikuwa inaitwa academic walking style.
Academic angle, not walking style.
But it was nice. Bernard shule ilikuanga poa sana. It was so nice and so sweet. It was very sweet, Julia. Unajua, wacha nikwambie, unaona kama primary school, mimi hata wale watu yenye nilikuwa najua ni wadosi walikuwa wanapeleka watoto kwa public school. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anapeleka. When I was a child, sikuwa nasikia anything about a private school. Kila mtu alikuwa anaenda public, hata wadosi walikuwa wanaendaga public school. Alafu iko kwa kama sahi ati you have to go uniform kwa uniform center, si lazima ununue uniform. Lazima ununue uniform from particular nini. Kama sisi tulikuwa tunashonewa uniform na madhe. Na class ilikuwa na 40 something students. Haikuwa kama sahi ati I'm hearing 100 students in public primary schools. Ilikuwa 40 something, and yani things were me by the way, hiyo system niliona ikiwa poa. I think this over commercial. Alafu hata hiyo mambo ya tuition, it was very rare. Hakukuwa na hiyo mambo ya pesa mingi ya tuition, extra what.
Okay, tell me public participation. Sasa mniambie, nyinyi mniambie bado hata kama unataka kuenda. Why do parents, wazazi wanalipanga nini primary school? Why are they ask for money for what? We never spent a single coin.
That's it. We are not saying much. In fact, unaona sasa ile pesa yenye sahihi unalipia mtu hata kwa kindergarten ndio tulikuwa tunalipiwa hata seko. Ama yenye primary school
unalipiwa. What are you saying seko? Me, my fee for the whole year in Karema Girls High School, which is a national school, was 6,000 shillings.
Imagine. It was very cheap. By the education ilikuwa very cheap. Hata uniform ulikuwa unashona kama sisi tulikuwa tunashonewa na madhe uniform. Hakuna siku alipeleka eneo ya kununua uniform yoyote. Sasa siku hizi you have to go to specific uniform center. Ati usiponunua uniform from there sasa ni shida. So many unnecessary. Alafu walimu unajua shule wamekuwa walimu wamekuwa so commercial. Very commercial. Sasa
hata wafundishi
wafundisha ni unafikiri unapiga mahesabu vyenye utaenda kufanya tuition. Hiyo ndio sasa nini.
Kwanza public participation, kwanza hii tuition should be killed both in secondary and primary. Mnalipa tuition ya nini na mwalimu amelipa na serikali afundisha? What is wrong with these parents? Why are you paying that tuition?
Me, I don't know. Ni cash, wanaona student ni cash cow, wanapiga mahesabu. Hata nikiongea nao, the way they think is like wanapiganisha mahesabu such that by the end of the month nitakana nifikisha a certain quota. Na sisi nikikumbuka very well kama high school, because mimi nilifanya pure chemistry na biology pure, but I think we were the first people kufanya hiyo pure. The ones who were before walikuwa wanafanya zote tatu, but kulikuwa na option ya physical science yenye unafanya zote tatu, then pure unachagua either chemistry and bio ama chemistry and physics. So I remember tulikuwaga na chemistry teacher alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Nyaga. The guy used to come to teach us prep time ya kutoka, ametufundisha sijui what was up. I think syllabus hakukuwa amemaliza syllabus ama ni nini, so he was trying to cover up. Alikuwa anakuja evening prep ya kutoka I think 7 to, na anakaa mpaka saa ingine mpaka watu wanaanza kulala kwa class sasa, na anafunza na ni usiku, and he's not getting any extra pay for that. Ni ile tu he want to catch up on his syllabus. Siku hizi can you imagine ati mtu amekuja kufunza kwa class ati after hours at 7 to, hata alikuwa anapitanga 10 7 to 10 anatufundisha chemistry na hakuna pesa extra, ni ile tu mshahara yenye atalipwa na shule. I mean it was a real passion for teachers. Siku hizi hakuna. Siku hizi ni pesa, ni money making whatever venture.
Yeah, it's sad that teachers have seen a cash cow. The parents just there. Mi huwa nashangaa wazazi wanaenda mikutano Kimere na public participation ati ya parents meeting ati PTA ati unasikia ati some parent amechotwa huko ndani, ameambiwa akuje kwa hiyo meeting raise points ati sasa mnajua, anaanza mnajua our children are competing with others, we need our children to excel. Sasa tunaona walimu tuwashukuru, sijui nini, walimu tutoe kila mzazi shilingi 1,500. And then kuna proposal walikuwa wamejipanga proposal pande ile, mwingine na second. Sasa wewe Kimere umenyamaza hapo, unashtuka, unaanza kufanya hesabu ya your fee, unashangaa why did I get this more money? Kumbe washajipanga and that money is passed. Why do people do this? Why can the government stop this? I don't know. Kimere, what do you have to say? I have to sikie maybe nenda na turudi kwa public participation. Kimera uko mute.
Okay, thank you. No, unajua public participation amenirundisha bali sana wakati ameongea mambo ya uniform. And I remember, mi nakumbuka bado, kuna wakati mamangu trouser yake, you know, the bell, zilikuwa zinaitwa bell bottom, mama zilikuwa zina maxi. Ilikuwa inaitwa maxi ya wanawake, ile ilikuwa very wide, yeah?
Maxi.
Yeah, and nakumbuka mamangu alitumia hiyo trouser yake, sisi tukakatiwa kutengenezewa nayo vinyasa by the local tailor. So na tukaenda nayo shule, it was all right. Watu wale hawezi, they can't understand that. Lakini by the way, the teachers were very professional then though, very professional. Sahii wamekuwa watu wa mchezo tu.
Uniform sahi nani kogi uniform sahi is 10k minimum, 10k. Na lazima uende ununue particular shop na ulete receipt that umenunua kutoka hapo.
Si ndio naonanga hata vitabu. Sisi vitabu tulikuwa especially primary books, tulikuwa tukipewa vitabu. Mnaenda, kulikuwa na staff room, kulikuwa na and that time mimi kwanza nilikuwa mtoto wa mwalimu. So tulikuwa tunakaa pahali, you know, the teachers used to stay where the school was. Walikuwa wamejengewa nyumba. Hata kazi zilikuwa za matope, lakini bado zilikuwa in the school compound. Tulikuwa tunapewa vitabu, tulikuwa tunapewa everything, you know. Wazazi hawakuwa wakitoa pati, wazazi tu walikuwa wakitoa pesa za harambee tu za kujenga classrooms. And that's why ndio maana saa zingine nakasirikanga wakati naona secondary school sasa walifanya hii national thing. Ati unaona in area, in a locality, unaona watoto wa kutoka hiyo locality ni wachache sana, ni wachache mno, wanaitwa the local school. Unaona watoto wametumwa kilometers and kilometers away, wengine wanakuja kutoka pahali pengine. Na wazazi ndio walijenga hizo shule, especially in Central Kenya. Most of the schools zilijengwa. Mimi nakumbuka nyanya zangu nikiona wakienda na chondo wamebeba mawe kwenda kupeleka shule za kujenga, you know. We need to think about those things as well.
Yeah, that is true. That is why I have this proposal, Kimere, public partition by Mary Wainana. And it looks weird that actually all Kenyan schools should be day schools. If it's a public school, watoto watembe waende kwa hiyo shule. Let children walk the nearest school. Ni nini ati sasa some parents are having nightmares right now. And a public partition will agree with me. Public, niambie kama wewe ni mzazi, unasherehekea ini Christmas. Uko na watoto, let's say even just two. Hata kama you are a high school teacher and you're going to pay a fee of 70k next term. Tell me kama una nightmare sahi.
Ile pressure watu wako nayo sahi, hata hii Christmas sioni hata wakikula Christmas as a normal Christmas, because ile pressure wako nayo 70 ni minimum by the way, 70 ni minimum. That is the minimum, but it can go up, it can be higher than that. So parents, and you can imagine hata yani unajua kuna yani even you hear that, una imagine mtu mwenye ako na watoto watatu. Let's say you have 3 kids in high school. How much money is that per term? I mean, for the year, I think. But it's crazy. I mean, education has become a nightmare. It's a nightmare for students. It's a nightmare for parents. Saa ingine unasikia ati mkuja na overall. Sasa watoto wako primary wakuja na overall, lazima ukue na rini ya karatasi ya printing. You know, this CBC pia, it's also become a cash cow for these people. Tena nasikia hizo rini za papers ni walimu ndio wenye wanauza. You know, imekuwa sasa ni it's a way of helping cartels to make more money or what. It's terrible. It used to be so comfortable. But mimi nikikumbuka siku zetu, hata mzazi hakuwaga anasikia any pressure, because na tena unajua nini, teachers and principals walikuwaga passionate about, haikuwa ati sasa it is a means of just extort watu pesa. Walikuwa wako na hiyo passion, wana inspire. Kama mimi nakumbuka wa headmistress kufika form 4, by the way my headmistress was the same headmistress for my mother. The funny thing, alikuanga my mom's headmistress na akakuwa my headmistress. my headmistress also. Sasa my mama alikuwa ananiambia ati kwa sababu where they used to sleep boarding na shule ilikuwa far, kuna wakati yenye kama student ako mgonjwa, huyo headmistress alikuwa anambeba kwa mgongo kumsaidia, because they used to be like mission schools whereby kuna hospitali, kuna shule ya boarding like that. So student ako mgonjwa sasa na anambeba from the school, from the boarding, anampeleka. Nikasema yani, can you imagine a principal like that nowadays? And our time when we reached Form 4, akatuambia, I want you guys to perform yani well, I want to make groups yenye the person who has strength in certain area afanya yani ana take extra effort, na the only thing anapata from that school ni mshahara yake, na ako na ile personal touch, yani ile personal attachment to students. Ilikuwaga kitu yenye people were doing out of fashion, sio kama saa hii yenye mtu ana principal is just another money minting operation. Unaenda unakuta principal ni mdosi hata we are not denying
hiyo nayo participation. Hebu niambie ukimalizia. I think when I was in Kenya, I was in job group N, and nilikuwa naitwa job group N, unaitwa principal teacher. Yani wewe ni mwalimu, hujaitwa principal, lakini your job group kwa principal teacher. And I was a deputy principal in a big school, and I think my gross was not going over, haikuwa imefika 110,000, something like that gross. Then I think principal mwenye ako job group P, kuna principal, the most senior principal ako job group P. Huyo principal pesa yake gross yake inaenda something towards 160, 180k. I stand to be corrected. Maybe the salary scales have improved. So let's give them 180k. Hiyo ni gross. Gross, I'm saying gross, hujatoa tax. Kumaanisha ikitoa tax itapunguka juu tax ya Kenya ni kubwa. Kenyans pay a lot of tax. At that amount of money, I think I was paying almost close to 20,000 tax. Kenyans pay a lot of tax. So let's imagine she earns a net of 140,000. Okay? Lakini huyo principal ako na nyumba kama 10 sijui wapi, sijui Nairobi, ako na Prado, alinunua shamba, ukiangalia loans zake unashanga alichukua hizi loans alichukua hizi millions of loans wapi? Hajachukua hizi loans. I mean, can they really account for their income? And these principals, what they do is that they meet money with projects. Tunajenga dom, tunanunua bus. Why are they schools buying school buses for what? Mnaendanga wapi na hizo bus? And did you know that these principals rent out those buses and make business with them during school holidays? Public participation malizia ndio tukaribishe Mary Wainaina na Kimere, najua hajatoa maoni yake yote.
Wacha nikwambie Julia, things are thick in this country. Sasa achana hata na principal na lecturers. Lecturers Nairobi ndio wana own flats. Ukienda Kinoo, hiyo upande ya Kinoo, unapata lecturer mmoja ako na like 3 sets of flats. Yani flat ni moja, nyingine not 3 flats at 1 2 3. Yani ako na ni kama estate, ako na ka estate ya flats hapa na estate nyingine hapa na nyingine. Lecturer in a public university. So it looks like education is one of the best money making enterprise you can have in this country. Kwa sababu sijui ni kazi gani nyingine inaweza kupea that kind of So the problem is sasa the education is being corrupted, kwa sababu kama hao wenye wanajenga si wanafanyia. That's why unaona our politicians having some degree, mtu mwenye hata hawezi articulate an issue but he has a very concrete degree, kwa sababu si atalipa pesa yenye atalipa lecturer, alafu hata lecturer anaweza mfanyia hata mpaka amfanyie exam na mfanyie kila kitu, bora tu ataleta pesa. So our education system by this is highly compromised. In fact, I don't know what we are going to do, but now you see with this entrance of so-called Machoge, I'm foreseeing mambo ya imerudi tena, ile mambo ya NEC kuuzia watu mtihani. I'm foreseeing within the next 2 years, mark my words, itakuwa imerudi. I know a parent akona 2 kids at home now because walikuwa wanafidiwa hivyo, KCPE wanafidiwa, so hata student hajazoea kusoma because all what they know is that ikifika when the exam is nearing tutanunuliwa exam, so wanajua that hakuna haja ya kusoma, so mtu anapita na A's. Akiingia university umpeleke parallel, okay, aende tu amepata straight A's, aende tu the normal nini, hawezi make. Sasa huyu mzazi alijaribu, aliingia, student wameingia kweli, wamepata straight A's, wakaingia medicine hapo UON. They didn't even finish, I think 2 years, some one, they were discontinued because they can't perform, they cannot. Then akadecide wacha wapeleke abroad, kitaki wapi, hawawezi anything. And you see, the thing is they could be bright, lakini hii attitude ya tunajua ikifika KCPE ama ikifika KCSE tutapata leakage, so hawasomi, so wamezoea kutosoma. Sasa ikifika, imagine you are going to do medicine na wewe umezoea, ungojee ikifika exam unapewa leakage. Imagine how will you cope up with something like medicine? Huwezi. So they end up being useless in society, hata kama they were actually bright, because of that methodology of hii leakage cram the nini alafu upate A. So the whole 4 years ama the whole 8 years they are not serious they are not even hata wasomi kusema tu kweli, because attitude already wanajua that hii exam tutaenda tu kuibiwa, tutapewa kila kitu cram uandike tu. So it's also spoiling, by the way, our students who would have been otherwise bright. And there are a lot of frustrated parents wenye wako kwa hiyo era ya kununua my exams kutoka kwa next, because mtoto ako na A from primary to secondary, but akiingia university he cannot even last 1 year without being discontinued. Na wanapendanga.
Wacha nikwambie what has happened nowadays. Nowadays watu wanafanyiwa mtihani. Kuna biashara ya kufanyia watu mtihani Kenya, ndio the biggest in Kenya. Sasa siku hizi wanapita hata university. Kitambo huko unafanyiwa mtihani university. Siku hizi kuna watu wako na biashara ya kufanyia watu mtihani. Unakaa unapata degree na au kwenda class hata siku moja.
That one is very true. That is very true. Niko na my relative mwenye amesoma medicine in UK. So akakuja sasa huku, alikuwa na practice huko, then baba yake akakuwa mgonjwa, so she came over so that she can be able to assist him, na she's still continuing. Sasa what she used to tell me, madaktari wa Kenya, hata mwenye amespecialize, hata mwenye amefika like level of specialization kama masters, sasa una specialize na particular area, ukimcompare na daktari wa UK mwenye anasomea UK wa kama third, hata mwenye haja graduate, they have more expertise than huyu mwenye amefika mpaka level of amegraduate na medicine, alafu na sasa ameingia kwa specialization. Aliniambia the caliber is so low, it is very very low, of which now I'm beginning to agree with what Alex is saying, that some of these people who you are so calling a doctor na alifanyiwa mtihani na some lecturer so that ajenge flat, na wewe unafikiria ni daktari and the guy knows nothing. Na aliniambia, that is somebody who told me is a doctor, akaniambia these your Kenyan doctors, they know nothing. Hata mwenye ako specialization level, very low caliber. Thank you.
Asante, that is true. I will come back, we talk about your maneno ya parallel nayo ilileta corruption kubwa sana, because people first, these kids cheated in the form 4 wakajipata university parallel, wakaendelea kudanganya because they are buying the lecturers, what they can buy their way around the lecturers, I mean the professors and all that, plus kufanyiwa mtihani. Mary Wainana, you are here. Mary Wainana, karibu useme neno tuendelee kuongea.
Yeah, asanteni. Sikusikiliza sana, nilikuwa somehow busy a little bit, lakini ile nimekutilia, I'm happy for it. Kusikia habari ya hizo maxi ama flare, hizo platform watu walikuwa wanavaa, wanakuwa kama wanapita huko kwa mawingu, hawako hapa chini. So those things happened, and I think that life was very interesting, and I think people were happy those days when they were, having fun with everything. Kila kitu ilikuwa mzuri. Nataka kusema habari ya education, it's very it's very sad in our country. No wonder that is why these people who are able, they go to India for treatment, because they don't trust the doctors we have in our country, because they know what they have done, and they have not undergone the education, the proper education to take care of a patient. Naweza sema most poor people have gone through so much in so many ways. Poor people have taken their children to school, and their children go through painful situations, though they get very good education, I would say, if only the teachers can take interest of them. Simply because if the poor person doesn't afford to buy the exam for her children, these children undergo the real thing and the right channel. You can remember that school called Starehe Boys. Starehe Boys was built for the poor. But when it became that the children who are there were being well educated, very well taken care of, and they were passing very well with good grades, who took over? The rich people. And they moved out the poor people. They took over the school. Their children were all over that school. Why? Because the school was doing very well. They were doing exams, they were passing exams, they were seriously educated, taught very well. So rich people have exploited poor people throughout the ages. And that is what is happening in Kenya now. Kenya has become a business of every kind of life you are living there. If only we can come to find that education is being a business now, we are doomed. Because how do you expect a doctor who is supposed to be in class to see all these practical things, to use a pen, to use a knife, to use needles, to use all these tools, is not in class, sitting somewhere that somebody will sit and do his exam and then go to the hospital to treat people? What is going to happen there? It's a disaster. So when you see these people that they are affording to pay people to do exams, these are thieves. They are crooks. They are evil, I would say, because how would you deal with people's life knowing that really you did not even go to class to learn how to handle tools, to handle knives, to handle all this medication? How would you deal with people's life? This is why we have got all these very weird things going on in our country. People having clinics with no license, but they can nickname themselves being a doctor. And then they start selling medicine to people, sometimes prescribe wrong dosage, and then they go home and fall more sick than they were. What is the Kenya we have right now? What have they introduced to our Kenya, the whole country? Who are doing this? And that is when we were told, during campaign time, we were told there will be a lot of mafia in our country, drug dealers. All this will happen because people don't care now. The only care they have is money. When you have money, you have everything. And I think we have seen rich people in so many other countries. They don't exploit their people. They work for their money. They employ people to work so that they can pay them, and then they do very clean business. But Kenya, it has become a center of people who don't care about others, who don't care about life, who don't care what will be said about them, although people don't care about being, discussed. How did you get this money? Because once you got it, you have everything and everybody will listen to you. So maisha ya mwananchi wa Kenya ambao ndio wengi imezoroteshwa na itaendelea kuwa mbaya kabisa, kwa sababu everybody who have got power in whichever capacity, they are fighting how they can make more money to keep on doing evil things. There is nobody righteous in Kenya right now, in that government we have, that is ready to help Kenyans to be in the right position or to feel comfortable in the country we are in. So what we are seeing is people who are just playing games with everything. Si masomo, watoto hawatasoma kama kawaida. Watoto watasoma masomo ya kupimiwa. Masomo ambayo is not complete for them to have a foundation, a good foundation for their future. Hii sasa ni kama pata potea. Hakuna mtu anajali mwingine. Na hii nchi imeanza kuzoroteka bit by bit until we have reached that point. Na sioni anybody who is going to bring this country to the point, especially the government we have right now. Nobody is there who is seriously ready to help this country to come to the right position. I don't think so. Kenyans, we have to see what we can do ourselves, because we are the majority and we are the owner of the country. Those others looks like foreigners. Ni kama watu wamekuja kufanya biashara warudi watoke waende. That is the way they look like. They look like they are temporarily in our country. They are not like wazalendo wa Kenya. It's not like inhabitants of Kenya. They look like they're gonna exit the country once they get enough. And enough is what? It's finishing us. And then they can enjoy their life wherever they will be. Kenya imekuwa ni mashindano mengi sana ya wachache, nani atakuwa na mingi kuliko yule mwingine. Can you imagine what kind of life is that? Those poor people, they will never get anywhere. They will never get anything done. They will never be happy. They will be just enjoying the poor life they are having. They will be crying, nobody to listen to them. Because kama ni habari ya shule, ambayo ndio unajua mtoto wako akihitimu shule, unajua anajijengea maisha yake. Ikiwa imepelekwa that direction, ambayo sasa mtu anaona ni shida hata kupeleka mtoto shule, what else? What remains for the poor person? What remains for a child? Mtoto anawezaje kuwa bila masomo? Na uwezi kusema mtoto wangu hata kuwa mkubwa, ataongoja mwaka huo ingine ndio asome. The children are growing. And if they grow to a certain age, there is no control you can do. Kama they overpass the time of their time to do the right thing. If that one is past, it's past. You cannot go back. So tuna huzuni. Na kila mtu Mkenya lazima awe na huzuni. Anashindwa ni nini hii inaendelea na kwa nini mambo imebadilika hivi. Na hao watu wakubwa hao tuko nao, watoto wao wanasoma na labda wako Kenya, wako nje. So ni kama wakati wa kugawana, chukua hii tutoroke. Alafu wenye nchi wabaki bila. So it's a matter of us to think. And when we are talking here, we tell the people the truth. Those who doesn't know, they have to understand now. Wale walikuwa wasema hataki historia, wasikize historia, wajue hapo mbeleni masomo ilikuwa very important. na ilikuwa inasomeshwa na watu ambao wako serious, mtoto aelewe ni nini anasomeshwa, kwa sababu atakuwa mtu wa maana the coming time. Sasa hakuna mambo kama hiyo. Mkenya uko wapi? Unafikiria aje kama masomo ikipoteza namna, ikipoteza njia, utaelekea wapi? Wewe ambaye uko na watoto wadogo, what are you expecting your children to do? Where will you take your children if not to school? You are not a teacher. You are a parent who expect that burden to be taken by somebody else who knows better and who can make that knowledge usable to somebody else. Tuelimike na tuelewe ati maisha ni yetu sisi wote, tutengeneze wakati huu. Tutengeneze watoto wetu pahali ambapo watafurahia. Niko hapa Julia, tusikize. Asante.
Thank you, thank you. You know, I've been asking myself kama hii serikali inahama inaenda wapi? Unajua ni kama watu wanapora. They are running, it's like they are not going to be there next year or maybe after 5 years. I've been asking myself, okay, why I'm saying this, because everything seems to be so disorganized. And even what they are doing now, like withdrawing the subsidies, kutoa subsidy ya masomo, ya chakula, ya mafuta, I mean, pesa ya wazee, I mean, they're just aggravating Kenyans more and more and more. Now, you give them 500 shillings in the name of Hustler Fund, and you want them to take their children to school on January. So mimi najiuliza swali, wanapeleka, where are they going? Where are they? What is their plan? I mean, are they looting our public coffers that are already looted when we had a RUTO government? And the issue of the education system is a big issue. Is just, I think Kenya is sick kutoka kwa mahospitali mpaka in our education sector. And someone is saying that Kenyans must just act now. I think something needs to be done. Kimere, you didn't give us your whole presentation about where are we going, what has Ruto done in 100 days. Is Kenya headed in the wrong direction? Karibu Kimere.
Thank you very much. And hi everyone, and even the guys on the comment section. You know, I just want to answer the question you just asked. Why, what is happening, what they're doing, why they're looting. You know, it's not a surprise, is it? Because what they have stolen in the past is what they have used to secure their possessions now. Obviously, they ain't gonna stop now. We're still gonna continue stealing so that they are sure that they will secure even the next one. Because they have known that it's the money that talks. You know, we have seen clearly that the people's will doesn't matter that much. What matters a lot is the money. So they will try their best and they'll keep stealing the money, whichever they'll come up with every scheme to get more money. And the more money they have, the more security they have that they'll be back in 2027. That's what they're doing, and their master knows that, and that is what his project is, and that's why he continues to buy everyone. And so I'm not surprised. Because we clearly know that people express themselves differently, but apparently what people think doesn't count that much. But that is up to a certain point, though, because if people want their views to be counted, it can happen. As Washington Okech is saying, people, because at the end of the day, the supreme power belongs to the people. People can really make a big difference, but how can they do that? They can only do that when they come together. If they don't come together, there's no chance, you know, because unfortunately decisions are made by a few. And if you buy the few who make the decisions, then you are in a better position. So I think that's something that we need to work on, and to get people understand that they have the power and only them can make the change they want. But they must really desperately need that change for it to happen, because otherwise, if people just engage in talks and do nothing, no one is willing to do anything, that ain't gonna happen. And I understand that, for example, people who are back home, people are afraid. We had this conversation earlier, Julia, about how during Uhuru, people weren't afraid. We could say anything because we know Uhuru is a good person. We could call him names. No one was afraid that Uhuru would do something bad because we know he wouldn't. He doesn't care. He would never come after anyone and harm them. But the guys know they are capable of doing that, and that's why a lot of people don't feel so comfortable when they talk, or when some of us here, or many people don't want to show their faces. Why? Because they are afraid. Because these guys are capable of doing stuff. You get. So we need people to come out and do the right thing. And I have seen Black, actually, Brother Black is here. I don't know where he stands now, because he free flops. So I'm not sure, Black, which side you are on right now. But I think it's good to be on the right side. And the right side, it's not because it's us or the others. It's the truth. It's only the truth. The truth is always right, regardless which side it comes from. So I think we should get serious and do the right thing. And I keep giving examples. Like, for example, what happened in Iran over the last 3 months. It started with the death of that lady, 25-year-old woman who was killed by the morality police there. And people couldn't take it anymore. And the more they try to suppress the protesters, the more the momentum is building, because those people are decided, no, enough is enough. And that's the point we need to get into Kenya and say, enough is enough. But when is enough going to be enough in Kenya? Because a lot of people are struggling. In January, as you were talking earlier about, and about the school fees and all that, they're going to go up. People will struggle, and yet people will cry, but probably won't do much. So, but we have to continue with this conversation anyway, trying to tell people what we think the truth is, and hope that things will get better. I don't think a lot has been achieved over the last 100 days. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I said, well, why do people give that 100 days benchmark? And what can people do in 100 days? And I told them, look, practically or not much can be done in 100 days. However, an indication to what direction the government is taking, those 100 days might be very important. Yeah? Ni kama niliambia mtu kivaranga, when the eggs hatch, after a week you can really tell, you can differentiate the chicks from cocks and hens. You can tell. So it's important to, those 100 days are an indicator on what direction the government is going, not necessarily how much they have done, but they give an indication what direction or what kind of policies, what kind of things they can do. And until now, we have seen that they have no plan. They have no idea where they want to take the country. And that is saddening. So I don't think they have achieved much. If at all, they have done all things on the wrong direction. We have seen a lot of things happen, which I personally don't agree with a lot of things they have done, especially the way the judiciary is taking us. Yeah, the dropping of the cases, and also they're doing all what they were against. During the campaign period, they were against the government, which was in power then, because they were, for example, complaining about the loans, about the borrowing, and they're doing the same thing. So I don't think we are going in the right direction. Education, the KCP, that one, I won't comment on that one because I don't know how, I haven't had the chance to see how the results were. But as public participation was saying, if this government continues with this trend, we are sure that we're going to go back to where people used to buy the results and buying exams and all that. So the quality going to start dropping again. So that's not a good thing. And yeah, I think that's what I would say. There's a lot, unfortunately, there's a lot of negative things that we can talk about this government, even the pronunciations that all these ministers come up with. Like I saw the other day, that comment about Duale, and I posted it somewhere to know whether that was true or people are just talking. And no matter what this government does, there are always a lot of people willing to defend them. And someone responded on my comment saying that, no, that was misrepresentation of whatever Duale had said. But I think it was in a public space, so I don't think we got the information wrong. He really intended what he was saying, that Muslim women should be wearing hijab in Kenya, and that's unacceptable. That's something that we really can't happen in Kenya, or at least every woman should fight for that, either you're Muslim or not, because we can't go back to those dark days. We can't bring Sharia law in Kenya. So, and there are a lot of these pronouncements, rather, these guys are doing every day. You listen to Gashagwa, he comes up with some things which are out of this world, So I don't know. We are really in a very bad place, Julia, if we can say so. We are not in a good place, and I hope our people will wake up and understand this. And yeah, I hope really a lot of people, like even Black. I mentioned Black a lot when I come into this platform because he's a guy I like, but he also needs to start learning to tell people the truth and be less biased. Thank you for now.
Yeah, I had that thing, Adan Duale, and also I had him harassing the Muslim, sijui naitwaje, the Muslim boss, kusema ati nimetumwa na Ruto na amesema musikubali yeye siji kwa mikutano yote nini. He was intimidating that man. Did you hear that speech that Duale was giving? I think I'll find the clip. So Duale is something else, and I think somebody, I want to ask questions. Okay, we're talking about Aisha Jumwa and Sonko and all the others. And I think Mother Kome is going to be remembered for the worst judiciary we've ever had in this country. Her reign is just total failure and a disappointment. I think she's going to be remembered for so many bad things. But I'm asking myself, Black, I know you have a question. Black, pesa ya wazee, malipo ya wazee imetolewa. Now, food subsidy removed. Education subsidy imetolewa. Subsidy ya mafuta imetolewa. I think this government just undid all the good things Uhuru was doing for Kenyans. So Black, if you don't want to come to the chat, I would like you to type there and tell me one good thing this government has done that affects common mwananchi. One good thing. Just one only. Because we can mention so many bad things that this government is doing. So me, as we discuss, I would like to ask you people, now, what can Kenyans do directly, especially when it comes to the cost of education and the level of exploitation that is going on in our Kenyan schools? Now, can the parents do anything about it? Can they become the watchdogs over their schools? Can they decide not to pay those levies? What will the school principals do? If the parents say no, that extra tuition money, nothing. What to do? Why will they take these parents? They'll take them nowhere. I mean, if you send my child home because I didn't pay tuition, I'll bring him back. They demand I'm not going away with him. The principals will do nothing. So what can the parents act now and decide, no, enough is enough? Because somewhere somebody has got to act. And it is sad, someone has mentioned, this Mary, who has mentioned about what happens in the hospitals, that these doctors steal the medicine and send the patients to their own pharmacies. I think it's really sad. So what can parents do? Maybe in the schools. I mean, what can Kenyans do? Because if we are waiting for this government to do anything, public participation, Kimera, Mary Wainaina, and our fellow members of the Mtembei family, this government, this country is going to the dogs. Public participation, toa maoni.
May I, Julia, sorry, Public Park. May I come in just a minute to respond to Black,
Yes,
because he is actually saying whether you are in a position of answering him what happens if Amze dies, who was receiving the funds, whether there is a way of knowing it. But I think I can try to respond that to Black myself, because every deceased person in Kenya is registered. So the system, if they really want, the system has a way of knowing someone is deceased, and they can remove his subsidy records, and that person won't be receiving the funds anymore. It's quite easy, really, if they want to do it. That's a very easy thing to do, Black. So it's very possible. Thank you. Sorry for that interjection.
Yes, yes, that's true. It is just that Black, the corruption scandals and all that, if we have ghost workers in the county governments and even the main government, we can even have ghost wazes earning that pesa wazee. So I am sure there are lots of ghost wazes earning. That one I can Black. It is possible to stop it because the records are clear, but because of the level of corruption in our country, I think there are many ghost wazes still earning that money. I think we have answered you. Yes, public participation endelea.
Julia, unajua this country shida iko kwa kila sector, by the way. Let me say that. Cartels ziko kwa kila sector. Let me tell you right now, kama kuna kitu yenye unatakana uogope in Kenya is to fall sick. You know, kama kuna maombi yenye unaweza omba kwa Mungu, don't fall sick. Hata kama uko na pesa. Me, I have a friend. Okay, me myself, I have enough stories naweza kuambia about hao madaktari wa Kenya, but let me tell you about my friend. Sasa alikuwa na ear infection, akaenda Nairobi hospital, akaambiwa you need operation. Unajua sana sana when they see you are using a card, hizi card za medical cover, unapewa kwa kazi, they want to use all the money. They want to max out the card or whatever. So the levels of corruption in a medical area is too much. Sasa huyu msichana akaenda wakamfanya unnecessary operation, and then by a known doctor, by the way, wakang'oa eardrum. So akakuwa deaf in that year. Sasa anavanga earring aid on that year. Now baadaye akakuwa na other issues kama nini. Sasa anaogopa daktari, ako sana akisikia daktari akimwambia mambo na operation, afadhali akae na nini yake na shida yake. So where we have reached as Kenyans, tunaogopa kila mtu because everybody now has become a predator. You are afraid when you become sick, unakaa na ugonjwa yako, unajaribu kujitibu until you get to a place where now it becomes a matter of life and death, ndio sasa unaenda kwa daktari because unaogopa daktari. Na madaktari wamekuwa watu wa kuogopa because they'll tell you to do unnecessary procedures that you don't need to make money. Me, how many I can tell you personally, mimi enough times nimeambiwa you need to do operation. Sana wakiona uko na card, you need to do operation. Sasa I go to second doctor, third, fourth, hivyo ndio imekuwa sasa. Na ukienda kwa all of them, kila mtu anakupea maoni yake tofauti. Sasa unaomba tu Mungu, God, if there is anything which I want to ask you in this life, make sure nijalie tu a good health, nisiingie kwa mikono ya hawa watu, because there are other timaki. And this whole thing is cascading now from education, kwa sababu kama mtu alinunua exam KCPE, amekuja amenunua exam KPS, ameingia kwa university pia amenunua, amebribe those guys, because even them their problem is just kupewa pesa, kuna integrity kwa lecturers wa siku hizi. So they come in with that mindset that now it's high time to recover. The same way mapolisi wanaingianga kwa kijabe through bribing. Sasa akiingia anataka arudishe ile pesa, na on top of that OCS ana expect apewe kadi yake. Ukipewa traffic Nairobi, you have a target from your OCPD na OCS that every day you have a quota to meet. Na utatoa wapi? Ni bribe. Na ukicheza ukatae kuleta hiyo pesa, unapigwa transfer, unapelekwa Liboi ama some very bad area. That's the level and that is the reality today, the reality of Kenyan society right now. Mimi mwenyewe I can tell you, especially about okay, you were talking about school, lakini nataka kukuonyesha how this road is there in university, there in primary school, secondary school, hospital, everywhere road. Mtu anakwambia, hata dentist anakwambia fanya root canal. Mimi saizi I can tell you, nimeambiwa nifanye root canal mara 3 ama mara 4, but because I know you know the kind of medical personnel we are having in this country, ninamwambia hapana, and I leave. So yani you feel so what can I say, insecure as a Kenyan. You are not feeling secure. Serikali ndio hii, walimu ndio hawa, they are trying to extort you the last penny. Madaktari ndio hawa wanajaribu kuextort. Ukiingia kwa polisi, if you have a problem, by the way, another prayer which you should pray very seriously as a Kenyan, that usiwe ingia kwa mkono ya serikali in terms of police na judiciary. Sasa hapo ndio unaisha. It is bad. It is bad. Mimi najua mama mwenye aliliza out shamba yake. Sana sana they target widows. Aliliza shamba. Sasa kuliza shamba mwenye analisia akaanza paka kujenga hapo. Na hakuna pali utampeleka, na akaenda wakaconcern na watu ya land, na wakaconcern na judiciary to change the title, to bring a title deed which is having the back of pay. Ila mambo yenye iko Kenya wa idea ya tatu huko, by the way, hata usijaribu kurudi. It's bad. It is a bad environment that we are having. Na sasa nani alishaweka wazi sana sana hiyo mambo ya land. Kuna mtu ameniambia, can you comment on land? Ashaweka wazi that it is okay to grab somebody land. Ama that's not what he said. Actually alisema mwenyewe, wewe kama umeingia kwa shamba ya mtu kwa sababu he has not been there or wherever.
Alisema hivyo. Alisema
mnegotiate.
That's what he said.
Yeah, he said that hakuna mambo ya kubomoa nyumba ya mtu, you negotiate and come to an agreement.
Green light ya grab. Giving them green light to grab. What else is that? Uingia kwa shamba ya mwenzako ujenge ama uweke fence, alafu after that hawezi kukutoa hapo. That's encouraging people to grab. What else is that? Sasa this country we are just, I don't know. By the way, hata nilikuwa nataka kuwasomea the characteristics of a failed state, because penye tuko, by the way, we are already on that. We are tumetick boxes mingi sana of failed state. Mwingine hapa anasema we are not paying high taxes at Northern Europe is paying 45%. My friend, how are we not paying a lot of taxes? Tunalipa 30% of our salary pay. Is that not tax? Ukienda kwa duka, anything that you are buying, VAT, alikuwa anasema Europe is Northern Europe. Can you show us here Northern Europe what you are getting for that?
Public participation, you cannot compare with Northern Europe ama America. America, they are also paying about 30 plus. But there are also benefits for this tax. And there is a thing that America has. They have tax refunds, especially for those who have low incomes. In fact, there are lots of people in this country who get a lot of tax refunds. I mean, you cannot compare even with the US. Their benefits, barabara ni mzuri, hospitali ni mzuri. I mean, they get the services for that tax. I always compare na Kenya, hata kidogo. Don't even talk about Northern Europe. Those people get the benefits for that tax. Kenya hizo benefits zinaenda wapi? Na hospitali hazina madawa. Endelea public participation.
Sasa unajua, wacha nikwambie Julia, unajua watu wanasema ati okay, Northern Europe wanalipa 48% taxes. Kenya is not high. My friend, Kenya is, enda kuangalia hata kwa the ranking, it is one of the most highly taxed countries in the world, because kama pay unalipa 30%. Ukienda kwa duka, anything that you are buying, you are paying 18% tax. Some commodities iko na mpaka excise ya 6% ama ni ngapi. Haya, ukienda kwa fuel iko na tax. Ukienda kwa electricity iko na tax. It's very possible in Kenya for you to be paying even more than 50% of your salary or your income into taxes. Very possible. And for what? For what? Hakuna kitu ya maana, kama sasa tuseme Nairobi hapa you are seeing ni sidewalk. Hii ma sidewalk ndio wenye wanatengeneza. Julia, hakuna kitu yenye inafanyangwa in Kenya, either government, either county government, without mambo na kukula. So if I sit down na nipige mahesabu, nione that sidewalk ndio ninaweza kulia, I'd rather leave the road there with potholes, enough potholes, and craters. I leave it like that, nienda nitengeneze sidewalk, kwa sababu najua hapo ndio nitapata cash. Unaona? So unapata mali zingine because like now kuna transition here between the NMS and now the Sakaja whatever. Sakaja mwenyewe is another big joker over there. Ameachilia the town is overrun with millions of workers.
Hey, tuambie, what is happening with Sakaja and the people from Mount Kenya? Ni nini kinaendelea public participation?
Sasa unajua Gachagua anakuja hapa hivi kusema that asitoe nini workers from the CBD because hao ndio walipiga kura nini. Sasa you know, and this is coming from Gachagua. Sasa the guy, if he's removing those people, ni kwa sababu the place has become, nakwambia nani, I wish next time ukuja tu uone venye that, yani inakaa kama shamba, sijui inakaa kama shamba ama inakaa kama nini. You cannot even understand. Motorbike ndio hizo, na unajua mambo ya motorbike, they even go opposite against the correct direction. Unakuta wanakuja tu opposite direction, no going down, wanakuja na speed. Yani the confusion and the mayhem which is in that CBD, focus ikifika
okay, na hii magari imetolewa kwa stage, ni inakwanga hapa Tiru, mama ni gani hiyo?
Sasa unajua what it was, NMS wenye walikuwa nataka watoe public service vehicles, sana sana matatu wazipeleke green park. Outside tu hapo hivyo karibu na Uhuru Park. Sasa because ilikuwa around election time, hawataki kuharibu the situation. I don't know nani ajani. Okay, so wakawatia wakae tu down. Sasa sahi Sakaja amekuja, he's not able to remove those guys. So what he has said is that long distance ndio zikuwe zinaenda wapi? Ndio zikuwe zinaenda Green Park. But these others yenye ni within Nairobi, they'll just stay in town. Even the ones for a bit far kama Machakos.
Machakos, uliona nini discussion ilikuwa katikati ya wa Mushomba na mwingine, I don't know, Pauline Njoroge. I mean, there was some exchanges towards after Gachagua said that hiyo maneno ya biashara Nairobi, hiyo maneno Sakaja nimemwambia atembee polepole, akumbuke tulimchagua bra 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 bra. Then Wamushomba followed it with some tweets that she has confronted Sakaja over the issue of those, I think the vehicles coming from kuna issue here 2NK na kuna zenye zinatoka Kiambu. I think there's a place they park. Do they park in Tirum? Hiyo magari ya Tirum imetolewa ama kumeendeleaje?
Unajua, let me tell you, hii kitu yenye ilikuwa Green Park ikuwe ya matatu za not long distance matatu. matatu hizi tu za commuting tu ndio zilikuwa zipelekwe Greenspan because they are too much in the town. The town is in total confusion bana, hakuna hata space ya kupita saa ingine, matatu imeblock barabara Sasa that was the plan of NMS that wasongeshwe waende huko watoe hiyo congestion town. Sasa yeye kwa sababu ameshindwa kuwatoa, what he is doing is that anatoa long distance, ndio anaona ndio rahisi kutoa kuliko hizi za commuting. So but now the problem is yenye unajua Julia, there is a problem that we are having in this country. If somebody from us, we are from Mount Kenya, me and you. So if somebody from Mount Kenya, kama hawkers, most of them ni Wakikuyu. Sasa if they are doing the wrong thing, tunakuja tunasema watu wetu wanafanya nini, wanavictimiziwa. The same Gachagua mwenye anasema unajua tulipikia, you see, even if ulipikia kura, we pick out the kura so that the city can be orderly. We cannot let the city to be overrun because akaja naye ni mwingine hana msimamo na hataki ku fall out with anybody. So bodaboda zimerudi venye zilikuwa, matatu ndio hizo ziko full everywhere. You know, even pedestrians themselves, they are even getting knocked by those motorbikes to as mamange kwa mata. Sasa there's so much confusion, but the guy cannot stand up and say that enough is enough. Boda zitoke town, hawkers watoke town, matatu zitoke town, zirudi wherever they waende kwa hiyo Greenspan. He cannot make those kind of decisions. Nani Sakaja is another very weak leader, let me tell you, if you have not realized it by now. He is more of a mtu pia ya ceremonial, ile vitu yenye anapenda ni Nairobi Festival, muende mdance huko vitu kama hizo, lakini making hard decisions zenye NMS was making hard decisions, he cannot, anaogopa. Na sasa hata akisema anajaribu, nani anakuja naye? Gachagua anakuja naye that you are victimizing my people. Sasa how will even business owners themselves, they cannot be comfortable. Hawkers wamejaa nje ya duka mpaka hata hakuna pahali ya kufikia and you know the way town inakuanga so busy, kuna so many people, hata kwa street you can't walk, you can barely walk because hawkers wameweka, imagine kwa sidewalk two lines of hawkers, kuna wenye wameweka hii side, sasa wewe upite katikati I'm telling you, mpaka watu wa kuroast mahindi. Julia, I wish unaweza kuja tu or someone record for you what happens in that town. By 11 o'clock washa land, mpaka wa kuuza mahindi choma, mahindi na wheelbarrow, yani it just looks like a madhouse. Watu wa motorbike ndio hao wana drive the opposite side of the traffic. If you are supposed to drive in a certain direction, they are driving opposite, they are making U-turn in the wrong places. Hawasimamii mata. Sasa what kind of, and this is a capital city, my friend, this is not a kama Kiambu huko kwenye kwa Mtomba. And let's not entertain this thing of we are encouraging impunity based on tribe, but because now ni Wakikuyu wako kwa hawkers, so hatuwezi watoa. Ni watu wetu na walipiga kura, so hatuwezi watoa. No, there has to be law and order. Everybody cannot gain. Everybody cannot, gain. There has to be some places which are low. But wacha nikwambia Sakaja, I wish hata watu walivutia tu Polikabigate as much as he's not really a politician, ama he doesn't Sakaja cannot be able to, wacha venye tufa tunasema Sonko cannot manage Nairobi. Sasa Sakaja ndio hawezi kabisa. You wait and see and you'll tell me. Yeah, thank you.
Asante public participation. So Sakaja is amewekwa uoga, ameuziwa uoga na Gachagua. Ameambiwa kwamba Gachagua said that akumbuke wao ndio walichagua Lee Kinyanjui. Lee Kinyanjui akafukuza watu wao Nakuru na walimshow Lee Kinyanjui akamfukuza. They removed him from being governor. So he was reminding Sakaja that we can also do the same to you. Habari Bwana Nguru, karibu. Leo tunaongelelea maneno ya do you think Kenya is going the right direction and 100 days of Ruto breakthroughs? So do you think there are breakthroughs? We were also talking about the education sector earlier because we looking at today we have KCP results out. So we are asking ourselves what happens to our children, what is the state of education in our country, which way forward? Karibu Nguru. Sijui kama ni mic yako Nguru hatukusikii ama umeongea kweli?
Okay.
Nasikia? Nasikia?
Yes.
Yes, tunakusikia.
When a regime is running on empty, they resorted to what we call populist pronouncements and stands. Right now, there is nothing to excite Kenyans in terms of their personal lives, in terms of affordable food, affordable housing, affordable transport, affordable electricity, and now I hear affordable school fees. It's just about to become a mirage. So therefore, a government that has nothing to excite the general public often resorts to what is happening now in Nairobi. You go for the very basic pronouncements like the one that has been made by the deputy president, Chagwa. It is true, like public participation has said, Nairobi has become chaotic in the sense that campaigns were done on the basis that business people, quote unquote, will no longer be harassed by the security officers from the city hall. That is a clear signal for anybody to do business anywhere, anyhow, within a central business district. Some time back, and this is why Uhuru embarked on aggressive transformation of Nairobi, the UN headquarters and UN bodies and international organizations had threatened to relocate to other countries like Ethiopia and elsewhere. Part of the reason had to do with the chaotic nature of Nairobi city, where diplomats could be arranged anywhere, or there is a delay in activities that they undertake within the city because of the congestion and jams. So they put up a case, and that is what prompted Uhuru to aggressively go for transformation of Nairobi through the EDMS, a matter that had got out of hand for the then governor, Mike Sonko. You see, the problem with our city is that those who fought in the city are mainly the so-called hustlers, the hookers. And because they have their interests which run counter the city hall bylaws, mostly the promises made by the MCAs is that I'm coming to protect you to do your business the way you know how. And therefore, I'm not surprised that now we have one of the most chaotic cities this side of the continent. And it's not going to get better if the position is that which has been taken by the Deputy President, Achakwa. Naturally, the hookers will go where people are many. And therefore, even if the city hall constructs markets like here, Sakaja is talking of constructing 20 markets, they will not go there. They want to follow the population where it is, mostly in the streets. Those who know the experience of Mudurwa will tell you that the outer walls were kind of compromised and people came back on the street to sell. And therefore, I do not see any headway for Nairobi City. Sometime back, there was suggestion that maybe perhaps it's time we thought of Nairobi differently from other counties. That up to some extent, Nairobi is considered as a cosmopolitan metropolitan center ran by a mayor. Because essentially most of the hawkers are not resident in Nairobi city, or they come from the far off slums. So Nairobi belongs to no one. Nobody cares. Today, you are going to find that most of the businesses in Nairobi, especially that would attract foreign clientele, are closing down. The other day we had Hilton, and the ambassador, those who know the history of some of those hotels, can tell you that part of the reason has to do with the ground control and generally the environment around the hotels. So, with the kind of populist government that we have, which with leaders shamelessly pushing for the interest of their ethnicities, then you can see a city becomes a cocktail of chaos. If you read between the statements by Gachagua, is that Nairobi belongs to Kikuyus. They are the ones who do business there, and therefore they have a stake. So therefore, as he tries to make himself popular among the Kikuyu and take up the role of kingpin of sorts, the man to go to for the community, you can see the kind of chaos he's going to foment around the city and perhaps around the region in Kenya. Because you see, naturally people hate control. People want to do what they want to do. Mostly governments are taken as a nuisance, and rules and conditions of operations are seen as a hindrance, restrictive, inconvenient, and so on. And therefore, a populist government will normally operate a kind of operation where they allow the public to conduct themselves the way they want. Hopefully, in return, they get political support. So therefore, we are at a stage whereby the city has regressed. The Nairobi city was coming up very well under NMS as an organized, clean, spacious city. But today, you cannot be proud to go and spend a moment in the CBD. not even what we used to call window shopping. There is no space at all. And therefore, that's where we are. We are likely to put up with those chaos for the next 5 years as the government wobbles and tries to maintain a modicum of political support from the pockets of Kenyans who voted for it, particularly the people of Central Kenya, the Gema, and the Kalenjin nation. So we are back to where Moi left us, where the interest of communities was considered paramount, and the nation interests were considered as subsidiary. Today, leaders are shamelessly pushing for their ethnic groups, a thing that had disappeared during Kibaki and partly during Uhuru. But that's where we are. Today, that's why you see announcements by Teacher Service Commission that it will employ teachers, and the MPs start inviting those possible candidates, meaning they will have a say on who will be employed. This is exactly the system of one great Daniel Teacher of Moi. Gachagua has often been quoted asking people whether you can live where you do not sow. Huwezi funa pahali haukupalilia ama hukupanda. In short, it means those Kenyans who did not vote for them will have to sort themselves out. And the net impact of this kind of statement is to plant division in the country. It is to make some communities feel isolated, alienated, and discriminated against on the basis of how they voted in the last general elections. And beyond there, it is to engender a kind of bitterness that most communities seem to have in the lead up to the 2007 general elections against particularly our communities in Mount Kenya. It's like we are operating two types of governments. Regional governments that are favored at the center and others struggling to find a footing and attention from the center. As to where this will lead us into the coming elections, I don't know. I can't predict. But if we go by the history, we know that it is not a very good thing. I think, let me stop there, Julia. Maybe there are those who may want to comment on what I have said. And these are facts and nothing but facts. Thank you.
Asante Guru, sauti yako leo iko chini kiasi, though we can hear you. Maybe you could try and work on it. But tulikusikia vizuri sana. Sasa unatuambia kwamba kama kwamba Gachagua anasema kwamba Nairobi ni ya Wakikuyu. You people, can you muniambie tu Gachagua can be what kind of a president? Just tell me, because these things I didn't hear from Uhuru. Let me tell you something. It is not that I don't think Uhuru may have had sympathy towards his people in one way or the other, even maybe in the appointments. You see, I don't deny that, because that happens. But I did not see that kind of language from Uhuru. Sikuona hiyo lugha kwa Kibaki. I mean, what is huyu Gachagua ni mtu aina gani? Ni muniambie tu kweli, is it his level of education or his level of thinking or is it his IQ ama all his life ameishi wapi? You know, even the people you live with, Nguru, unajua kuna watu tu, kuna Wakikuyu wanafikirianga tu Kenya iko ndani ya Mount Kenya na even not just Kikuyus, there are some communities, people who live in their lands, hawajaitoka huko wakaenda Nairobi ama wakatoka kwao, pengine they live in the Rift Valley, wanafikiri Kenya iko ndani ya Rift Valley, ama kuna people they are in Nyanza, they think Kenya is in Nyanza ama Western. So Gachagua, unfortunately, those people, maybe the disadvantage they have is because maybe they had never had the opportunity to leave their counties or to leave their place of birth. Sasa hiyo ndio disadvantage yao. Kwa hivyo wako na hiyo outlook ya hapo tu kwao, chief wao, walionanga wanaonanga wanasikia wako na mbunge, siku hizi wanasikia wako na MCA na governor. Lakini Gachagua ni mtu amesoma, and I think he has worked in Rift Valley, right, if I'm not wrong, and he has worked for a long time for the government. Now, so we expect him to be informed. He has been a member of parliament. Amekaa kwa bunge, amejadiliana na wabunge. He has had people talk, and I suspect he has been into dinners where he has dined with important people. Wamekaa chini, wamekula. But when he speaks, he opens his mouth. He expresses a high level of ignorance and backwardness and mediocrity. Mimi sijui munijibu, what kind of a person, what do you think is wrong with Gachagua, you people? Kimera, do you have a response for me?
No, well, I don't have a response because I wonder about the same, and I don't know whether you guys have seen somewhere. I think on Citizen TV clip today on YouTube. I just happened to see it. I didn't listen to it, but I just read the title, which was saying that Gachagua was apologizing to his president because apparently he had attended his birthday party in gumboots in Wellingtons. So he was apologizing for that. Did you see that, Guru? Guru, nice to see you, by the way.
Akienda kwa party ya president na gumboots.
Yeah, and he was apologizing for that. I don't know. That's why I was wondering whether he was coming from a farm or somewhere. Yeah, but I think his IQ is very low.
Kogi.
Jamaa alisoma. Guru, Gachagua wako na degree.
Kogi. Habari yako?
Guru, good to see you. You were provoking me the other day that we have disappeared. Now you see we are back.
I think it's good that I can see you, that you are back. You know, Gachagua is not a fool. This is a man who did political science at the University of Nairobi and indoctrinated into the Nyayo government when he was still a student at the university. What Gachagua is suffering from is the kind of political education that was given to them by one late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. He does not know anything different, and he can't act any other way except the way you see him do. Gachagua is desperately trying to quote the Kikuyu to get the status of one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, acceptance and possible, benefit from being the person who will be negotiating, the person to go to when you want to talk about the Mount Kenya communities. So it is not that he doesn't know what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Because for him, once you have the regional support, and especially of so many people, he knows he's just a step away from the top seat. Because all what you need to do is to gather a few friends from other communities and convince them that they will benefit. And that is how this government is formed, the government of so-called UDA. And therefore, he wants first to consolidate the gamer communities under his wraps, and he said by that 1st December that will be completed, so that he can now maybe move to the next level of his political plans. So it is not by default, it is by design that he utters the statements that he does, that he conducts himself the way he does, because his primary loyalty to him should come from his backyard. Why? Because so far it seems only Nyeri and maybe pockets of Nyeri have reference to him. You have seen what Mwangi Wairia has said just a few days ago. The people of Murang'a do not seem excited about his personality. They don't trust him. Meru is another hot potato. You don't know who is going to be the main man. Okay? So, therefore, he's just building himself politically. The best way he knows how, because that is the nature of Kenyan politics. You first get your community in your hands, and you go shopping for others to over the support, and you get what you want. Thank you.
So is he getting the gamer support? Anapata hiyo support, muniambie tu kweli. Where is he getting that support? Is he, you know, Guru, we were discussing this with Alex yesterday night, that the making of a kingpin is not that even they make themselves, is because of how people look at them. And it is a long process. For example, if we analyze the kingpins that we know, for example, we know Raila Odinga has come a long way for him to be what he is now. He has come a long way, and he had really his influence is now going beyond Luo Nyanza, or has gone beyond Luo Nyanza. We also know people like Kibaki, and I really never saw Kibaki as a kingpin. So I think he took the place. He was there in the absence of Kenneth Matiba. Now we know also Jaramogi almost stepped in the same shoes as a kingpin. And now we see the making of Uhuru as a kingpin, and first propagated by President Moi, and then Uhuru becoming presidency. So Uhuru did not come around telling us that he wants all the gamer behind him. It just happened. So how is Gachagua becoming a kingpin? How? Anakuwa kingpin wa nani? Alafu, Guru, don't you think Gachagua is a recipe of tribal chaos? His statements and his attitude are a recipe of tribal chaos. In fact, Gachagua needs to be warned that those kind of statements can land him to the Hague. He may be the next Hague candidate. He needs not to forget that in Kenya we have had candidates of Hague because of the kind of utterances he's making. So the utterances he makes in the name of popularizing himself as the Mount Kenya kingpin, I think are not coming out so good to the rest of the Kenyans. Ati hii Nairobi ni yetu. Alafu kuna mama amemunga mkono wa Mushomba. Ati sisi ati amutujui, ati sijui tunajua kufanya nini. I'm looking for that statement, what wa Mushomba said. So these people, I mean, do they know that Mount Kenya is in Kenya and not Kenya in Mount Kenya? Mimi nena unaona kana kama uko na neno ama Guru unataka kunijibu? Okay, Mary endelea, Guru will come in.
I think Julia, Gachagua is playing a very bad card, and especially the utterance that he is making, and he's putting some people into danger. I can't believe somebody who is so senior on his status trying to talk the way he's talking. Mimi nikiwa vile namuona na vile anasema hii maneno yake, anajaribu kuweka watu wengine kwa mambo ambayo itaweza leta moto sana kwa nchi yetu. I don't think Kikuyu, I hope they are not that foolish, that stupid, that they can listen to such kind of a person who is talking like that. Kwa sababu saa hii watu walikuwa wanaongea kuwa na umoja, kuwa wa Kenya, si wa Kikuyu, si wa Luo, si wa Kalenjin, si wa Kamba. We were talking about Kenyans. Na asije kuleta mgawanyiko. Kwa sababu sasa ametoka pande ingine, anakuja sasa kuleta msoso wa aina fulani ambayo inaweza leta balaa kubwa sana. I'm not comfortable the way he talks. Guru amesema ni politics, but some of the politics people bring, it's not good because you have to be very careful what you are treading on. Hizo steps anatumia, I don't like them. That is my opinion. I don't condone them because really mgawanyiko wa nchi wakati kama huu very sensitive, inaweza kuwa hatari sana. Gachagua don't need to show us how he is so good. We are the one to see. The public are the one to make their mind. The public are the one to see and choose. But he cannot tell us what we are supposed to do or show us how he dress. No, we are the one to judge. Kwa hivyo aachane na Wakenya, aache kueleza watu mambo kama hiyo. First of all, Nairobi is a mixture of everybody there. Sasa kusema tu watu wao ndio wanaumizwa, I don't know who are these. Na hata yeye haja originate from Nairobi, he is from Mathira. So when he comes to Nairobi and makes such kind of utterance, Wakenya sisi tunaona mambo, tusiwakishiwe moto na mtu mwingine. Sisi tujue ni aje tunataka Kenya yetu ikae. Because it's very dangerous, very, very dangerous. I don't know why even he should be given a time to do this. Na nafikiri Sakaja ndio unaona ame sit back just watching because he cannot understand how somebody of that status, of that caliber, can come in front of the camera and utter those words. Those are very, very dangerous utterances. My take is that Gachagua should I think he should also, I think he should apologize of what he has said, because we have got many tribes in Nairobi, and Nairobi should not be chanzo cha mambo mbaya, kwa sababu tunajua it's very, very, very dangerous for us to have that start from there. My take.
Gachagua alisema kwamba he started by saying Lee Kenyanjui alifukuza watu wetu akawapeleka msituni, na mnaona vile tulifanyia Lee Kenyanjui. Sasa mimi nimeongea na Sakaja na nimemwambia aende polepole. So he was telling Sakaja, come slowly, we will show you what we showed Lee Kenyanjui.
Yes. Julia, when we think about how these things have been cooked, how these people stole the election, they should not tell us that they pushed Lee Kenyanjui out. Yeah, they pushed him in a conniving way. It's not that they won the election. So when people talk like that, look at them, that they are very there are people who can start problems in a country.
Yes, those statements, those utterances. Mnakumbuka yule kijana wa radio station ya Kalenjin yenye alikuwa anasema wanangoa weeds. What that young man went through. You see, these people who went to the Hague, hata kama kesi zao zimeisha au zimesimamishwa au they are halted, I don't think they want that kind of an experience, and Gachagua should be very careful. Hizo puzi anaongea akikumbusha watu ati sisi ndio tumekuchagua na Nairobi ni yetu. Nairobi ni ya kila mtu. Nairobi is the capital city of Kenya. This is so annoying. Guru, you wanted to say something?
You know, I think don't come so hard on the man because my take is that he's suffering from also political insecurity. You are very much aware that he was not the first pick of the Mount Kenya leaders. He actually forced himself on others. And therefore, this talk about him being shafted, assigned in the next general elections, and maybe somebody like Musalia Mudavadi picked as the deputy president, must be keeping him on the edge. So the only way to survive is, first of all, to consolidate the Kikuyu, the Embu, and the Meru around him, making it completely impossible for the sitting president to, shaft him aside and take someone else. So it's deeper than you think. The only problem is that those who have become accepted as Kikuyu leaders or Gema leaders have not come in that manner. The rise of most of those leaders has been organic. It's something that grows in the community, and then finally you find somebody is widely accepted because people have seen him over time and they trust him. So therefore, if you understand the kind of political environment this man is operating in, you will understand that he is fighting for his political survival. And his political survival is tied to making himself a Kikuyu ultranationalist, accepted by these communities, so that should anything happen, the communities will rise and say, no, this is our man, you must treat him well, and you must not put him aside. So he is fighting for political survival and self-preservation. And he does not care whether the other communities or the other parts of Kenya see it differently, because he knows at the end of the day, once he captures the imagination of the Gema, he's home and dry. So that's the environment he is in. And we are yet to hear more statements coupled with that fact that I put there before, that because of the discontentment of the people that he purports to lead, you'd not want to lose their support, even those who voted for them within the mountain, because they are going through hard economic times. And therefore, one way of maintaining them is to put up that ultranationalist approach, where he is seen as a defender and a fighter for the community. And the basis of their campaign was hustler, which mainly was about that Kikuyu underclass, those who sell mutumba, bananas, sugarcane, mandazi on the wayside, the mamambogas, and the boda. So therefore, he is ready to go to their level and come out as their defender. As to where this leaves the nation is neither here nor there. It's not of importance to him. So that's it. That's the way it is.
Let me say something, Guru. If he is a smart politician, there is another way of using words that can make people understand him, where he's coming from and what he is after, if not. Because the way he's talking, he's so full of himself. And I don't think it's only Kikuyu who are doing the hawkering in Nairobi. And it's not only Kikuyu who voted for whoever is there. And having that we have mixture of tribes in Nairobi, he have to be like somebody who is talking to a nation, not a tribe, because especially I understood that most people who are doing business in Nairobi town, they come in the morning and they leave in the evening, so they go back to their village. So who are the people that are going to back him if he is in the city? Those people go back to their place, that is maybe the nearby cities, Kiambu, Kiamba, whatever, and they come in the morning. But when you are talking to this kind of a town, Nairobi, know that there are people who dwell there and there are people who come in and go. So what are you making? What is the sense of you for the people who are coming and go and those who dwell there? Until you making a perimeter, a division between those who dwell in Nairobi and those who go away. Because all this mixture of people, they will come to collide because of your own words or behavior. Don't you think it's a problem that he's creating between these people?
And I'm wondering whether he's fighting for the common mwananchi or for the businessman. Guru, let me play something, then I will allow you in public person to comment on it. And think Waimero inena kimere kama atakuwa. Let me play this.
Hey, msikuwe na wasiwasi, nitakaa chini na nyinyi na tuna NK, msikuwe na wasiwasi. Watu ya 2NK, msikuwe na wasiwasi, nitakaa chini na nyinyi na tunataka katika ile board ya NTSA, katika hiyo board tutaweka mwakilishi wa transporters hapo ndani. Katika TLB tutaweka member wenu hapo ndani. Na nimemwambia gavana wa Nairobi tutakaa chini na yeye kwa sababu sisi ndio tulimchagua. Mimi ndio niliketisha Wakikuyu pale Nairobi nikawaambia wamchague. Na nimemuita tukae chini na yeye. Mambo yoyote ambayo anaamua ambaye anaweza haribu biashara katika Nairobi, kwanza tuongee tukubaliane. Hatutaki speed mingi sana, twende pole pole. Si ndio? Hiyo maneno ati ya kutoa matatu nini, hiyo maneno haiwezekani. Sitaki tuanze kusumbua wafanyabiashara. Na mimi nampongeza gavana wetu Susan Keheka. Pale Nakuru watu wetu walikuwa wamefukuzwa na ile mtu ya Azimio alikuwa anaitwa Kenyajui. Akawapeleka msituni. Mimi nikaenda Nakuru nikaambia nyinyi ndio mtaamua. Huyu gavana alipeleka nyinyi msituni, mfukuze kama gavana, mpeleke yeye msituni, nyinyi mtoke msituni mrudi town. Sio watu wa Nakuru walifanya? Sio walifanya? Gimoja yule boroga modo amuigatete kama mtwarage na kaine. Maundu me moko ine manyu, mutimo twarage na kaine na nyumu na kaine mshoka town. Ndio mekire. Na huyu msichana wetu Susan Keheka tunapongeza yeye kwa kuchunga wafanyabiashara. Anatatizwa kupelekwa kotini wapi tunamwambia angangane. Kaendelea uoya. Na nitokuwa ya Sakaja ni kijana mzuri, ni governor, nitamketisha chini. Tutakubaliana vile wafanyabiashara watakaa Nairobi bila kusubuana sana. Mngetaka nimkatishe chini, tukubaliane na yeye, tulimsaidia na vile tulimsaidia, tutaketi chini na yeye tukubaliane vile tutakaa. Kwa hivyo ni ando amushiri na wanacho kiagado nimekuwa na geje Ruto demoge.
Alex and everybody else, we shall teach you Kikuyu. Inaonekana lazima hii lugha muijue because inaonekana huyu makamu wetu wa rais yani lazima amalizie na mother tongue. I'm still asking Guru, huyu makamu wetu wa rais alisomea wapi? Guru, siwache niende kwa public participation, then I come back to you. I know you have a lot to say on that clip. Yes, public participation.
Okay, thank you.
Guru, did you chase public participation away? Endelea Guru, as we wait for. Inaonekana huyu makamu wetu wa rais yani Alex mute. Okay, Guru endelea.
You know, I don't know why you are seeing what Gachagua is saying as a contradiction. To him, it is not. If you follow the statement he's made, you remember he said that the Shamba system should be reintroduced and people taken to the forests to do farming. So, therefore, I think he's a man who would want to be seen as the fighter for the very role, especially the Kikuyu, because he knows already the Kikuyus are divided into two. And that's what happened in the campaigns that just finished the other day in August, where those who are in the category of so-called hustlers thought they were going to put in a government that is sensitive to them. And then those who have or had more exposure through education, and let me call them the elite of the community, mostly went the other way. They went with other Kenyans. And in the mountain, nearly, I believe, 1 million people, barring the kind of shenanigans that were done in the mountain, about 1.5 million Kikuyus, Embu and Meru voted for Raila Amolo Odinga. And therefore, he knows that divide is there, and he wants to maintain his supporters, who are basically rural peasants and urban poor. And these are supported by such sectors like the Matatu. So when the Matatu's owners, who are not poor anyway, are around to operate the way they want, by extension, he is reaching out to the manambas and the drivers and those who collect money, you know, at the stages. So he knows what he is doing. And he doesn't care really whether this leaves the country divided or not. For him, as long as at the end of the day, the Kikuyu, particularly the Embu and the Meru, gravitate around him, politically he is home and dry. He cannot be overlooked in the future. You have space to negotiate his position in the new political arrangements that may come in the future. Therefore, don't see this as a contradiction. Don't see this as a ranting of an academic dwarf or somebody who is not gone to school. No, it's just plain politics. I don't do this to a man who did political science in the University of Nairobi, and he knows politics has no rules, especially in Africa. You just need to do what you have to do as long as you pull on the side of the people and they follow you. That's it. And the last time we experienced this kind of politics was in 1980s and 90s. Hawkish politicians shamelessly fronting for their communities, and they don't care what other communities will think about it. They can go to hell according to them and their political way of approach. And the only problem here is that Kenya has changed much. There is a lot of communication that is going on through the social media, and what you hear Gachagua talk about is how the other communities will take the Kikuyu to be. That they are arrogant, they are hawkish, have no space for others, they are proud. And then you have a situation like the one we had between 2005 and 2007. And then from there, we don't know where we go. Because when even you look at the arrangement in Nairobi, most of those he is trying to talk ill of are actually the customers of the so-called Kikuyu businessmen. Kwani ni kina nani wananunua hizo mitumba? Who buys them? Who uses matatus? Who rents space? So it's a funny kind of a situation where either way, except him who is benefiting from that kind of hawkish approach to politics, the community loses big time in terms of relations with others. That's it.
So Guru, you are trying to say I should not be surprised. He's kind of a tribal warrior, taking advantage of that, and he's trying to bring himself out like, I'm the tribal warrior, I'm fighting for you. I mean, it's not that hajui chenye anafanya.
He is not going to change as long as he's not satisfied that everybody within the mountain is gravitating around him. He knows our people. They are very hard in pushing for their interests. And anybody who seems to go the full hog, regardless of what others feel, often get the support. Okay? And therefore, you remember, the only politician who has come out as level-handed was Kibaki, but it took quite some time for him to be accepted. Kibaki, what saved him was that many other people across the country and a lot of, favor for him, and he came out as an intelligent man who is calm. But when you look at the approach of others, it's hawkish, You remember the rights of Matiba saying that once they take power, they will chase away the Asians. That is the kind of politics that a section of the Kikuyus would want to hear. You understand?
And Mzee did the same, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta.
You understand? So when you also look at somebody like Uhuru came up very fast as a leader when he went directly to deal with the crisis in Rift Valley. So once the information came out on what he did as a person to save the community, he got and questioned the following from the region. So Gachagua is in his way of trying to find his footing by appearing to be hawkish in pursuing the interest of the Kikuyu, particularly the underclass, the Ruben, you know, in the slums and in the up and poor and the peasants. That's why he's telling them to go to the forests and do farming, because he knows that is what's popular to them. They have no sensitivity to the environment. For them, it is about making do at that moment at personal level. It is the same thing with what he is talking about in terms of matatu. He knows matatus carry a huge part of survivors or the so-called hustlers. It's not just about the owners of the matatu. It's a whole industry that carries along even idlers who feed out of it. Okay? So, and he also knows they are very good in mobilization, because like public participation saying, most of them don't reside within the city. They retreat to their villages, the slums, and take the message there that we have gotten a fighter at the national level. That's our man. That's a man who can get us where we want. He allows us to do business where we want. We are no longer harassed by the city hall officials, council, and we are generally doing the business the way we know how. So the Mama Mboga, if she is able to sell her wares next to the Hotel Intercontinental, so be it. That is basically what it is. And he knows that is an instinct of a hustler, that he or she is able to do trade anywhere and make a living. It doesn't matter whether the city is clean. It does not matter whether there is congestion. It does not matter whether it is inconvenient for others. It doesn't matter. And that's it. So he's trying to get the political support that this group of people come with. And even goes this way, don't be surprised him getting that support. Okay? That's where we are. That's where we are. It's just as simple as that.
So there comes the Banana Republic. Karib, I want to go to Alex, but let me go to public participation briefly. Alex, naomba public amenyamaza sana, ama public unataka Alex aongee?
No, niko na watoto, wacha niongee, nikae na watoto nawafanyisha homework. I want us to look this thing from a different angle. You people are looking this thing from an angle that is not political. Okay? First of all, Gachagua is not going to change. He has the personality of Trump. Trump became a nuisance, mpaka wakamtoa wapi Twitter. Wakamtoa kila mahali. Because he was a nuisance. And Gachagua has that personality. But let us look Ruto, who is the president. And I want us to connect the dots to form the straight line. Ruto stood up akasema shida yetu kubwa sana ni Wakikuyu. Lakini utafanya kitu chochote, upate uongozi, ndio ufanye kitu unataka. There's another video, I don't know if you have ever heard it, Julia. Ruto was speaking in Kalenjin, and he spoke to his people, akaambia, munaenda Nairobi munakunywa, hamshiki kura Nairobi. Wajaluo wako huko, Wakikuyu wako huko, na Waluya. Tunataka hata sisi, Nairobi has 60% of GDP. Akawaambia, we need to get that test. So it's not Gachagua who puts Sakaja in Nairobi. It is Ruto. And Ruto has something he wants from Nairobi. I want to remind you of something. Na nataka mkumbuke sana the history of vice presidents. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Josephat Karanja. He is behaving the same way Gachagua was behaving. What happened to him? Waling'oa yeye. Ruto has a kitchen cabinet. You must know that. And they are looking at Gachagua. They put there Sakaja intentionally. So that they can have a test of Nairobi. So Gachagua asifikirie wanaown Nairobi. Sakaja is a puppet of Ruto in Nairobi. So there is nothing Gachagua can do to Sakaja. Because Ruto alisema Wajaluo wako huko, wako na constituencies zao, Wakikuyu wako huko, Waluya wako huko, hakuna Mkalenjin hata mmoja amekuwa. Wakajaribu wakaweka Korir. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. Ruto is looking at that and his kitchen cabinet. If you look at what Ruto has done, yesterday we spoke about it. Koome mwingine, Kindiki, Muturi, he does not care for Mount Kenya, the other side. He has already taken the Meru. So Gachagua is joking. He is going to be dealt with at the right time. Ruto is a shrewd politician. And vile Guru alisema, is it Guru ama ni nani, the other guy? Gachagua was not the choice of Ruto. The first choice was Kindiki. When Kindiki was taken, what happened? Nani akaanza kuthreaten. He started threatening. So Ruto took him just to calm down. Not that he loves him. The choice of Ruto was Kindiki. Gachagua forced himself. So what happened to Josephat Karanja can happen to Gachagua. Gachagua asifikirie, Ruto is a very shrewd politician. Unaona vile alitufanya mpaka atujui vile Ruto alichukua hii kura. It's still a mystery. And that's the mystery that is going to happen to Gachagua. Gachagua needs to go slow. Let me tell you something about Kalenjins, Julia. Kalenjins do not tell you when they are mad at you. They will never. They are soft-spoken. And you know, this is power. This is politics. This is power. And you don't joke with power. Gachagua needs to go slow because Ruto is looking at him. Gachagua can never be a kingpin of Central. How did Uhuru Kenyatta become a kingpin? When your people were being killed in Naivasha and everybody was quiet, Uhuru had the courage to go there. And what happened? Michuki, who was one of the most respected people in the politics and very effective, endorsed him. Isema, ukitaka kukuja kwa Wakikuyu lazima upitie kwa Uhuru Muigai, who has endorsed Gachagua. This guy called Kungu the other day alikatashwa kuongea kwa matanga. Did you see Kungu akikatashwa kuongea kwa matanga na pastor? Kuna matanga fulani walienda huyu Kungu akakatashwa. So Kungu is the one who is going to endorse him. This is complicated. Mount Kenya haijapata bado. Uhuru still is the kingpin. Mount Kenya haijapata a kingpin bado. So mtu asiwadanganye. Hizi kelele za Gachagua, itafika wakati when they will deal with them. The Kalenjins knows how to keep quiet and they know how to tell you. The kitchen cabinet of Ruto is very shrewd. Thank you so much.
Wow, Alex. So I want to agree with you. So now my conclusion with what you have said is that Gachagua knows exactly what you are saying. And he understands that concept. And he knows hatakikani. So he's fighting hard and very hard. let me ask you, Alex, you have this girlfriend. Now, your girlfriend anajua ulimkataa, and for one reason or another, you end up marrying her. Your maisha between you and that girlfriend, now that relationship is really bad. I think she'll be scheming one of these fine days against you. So Gachagua knows exactly, hatakikani, he knows exactly that Ruto is pro the likes of Kindiki. He knows exactly that kwanza akona shida mingi. First, Ruto is for the likes of Kindiki. Then the other shida akona, kuna wale watu wa Uhuru wenye walipigia baba kura na ni about 1 million people who cannot even stand the voice of Gachagua. Kuna watu wanasema wakisikia Gachagua akiongea wanatamani kutapika. So he has that. So I want to agree with Guru. That is why he's fighting so hard.
Julia, I want you to listen. Ruto said 60% of the GDP of Kenya is in Nairobi, and we don't have access to Nairobi. Ni Wakikuyu wako huko na Wajaluo. He is not going to allow Mukikuyu to take. He put there Sakaja even without papers. He fought for him. Why did he do that? Because he wants to deny Kikuyu's Nairobi. He is not going to allow Gachagua to take it. But Ruto amenyamaza tu because unajua bado vitu ziko hivi tu. But Ruto is very shrewd. So Gachagua must know that when Ruto said the 60% GDP of Kenya is in Nairobi and we have no stake there, we must go and take it. Do you think Ruto is going to leave it for Gachagua? Hell no.
And I even doubt whether this guy will be the next running mate after 2027. But I think I see battlefronts because I want to go to public participation. Then I'll be back to you, Alex. I want you people to tell me, Alex Nguru Meriwe in public. Muniambie, what is that Gachagua threatened Ruto with? Handi kama kwamba Ruto had no choice to have him as a running mate. Ni nini hiyo inaogofya Ruto sana kama kwamba alimkubali awe running mate? Acha nisikie public participation. Come back to you, Alex. Yes, public participation.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Sorry for last time. So, unajua Kikuyus and the Kalenjin wako na a very interesting kind of relationship too. Unaweza ita kila Stockholm syndrome. Ile muko, is like you are a prisoner. You are a prisoner, lakini you have to cooperate with the person who is imprisoning you, ndio at least asikumalize. Kuna mama mwingine, by the way, I'm also in the same boat with Rhoda. My mother was also society ya UDA. So jirani yake nikamuuliza, kwa nini mnapikia huyu jamaa? Akaniambia, unajua sasa lazima turudishe mkono, kwa sababu tusiporudisha mkono tutaona fire. Sasa I assume probably the fire itaonwa na wale wenye wanakaa Rift Valley, is what I assume. So it's not like Kikuyus voted out of their free will. The ones who voted for Hasla is for their survival. They did it for their survival. So Gachagua, what you're saying about threatening, yeah, it's possible because Kikuyus and Kalenjin hawana relationship mzuri. Tukidanganya hapa, they have a lot of animosity. So that's why what Alex is saying, that Hasla alienda kuambia wakale that Nairobi imejaa sana sana. Okay, alisema Wajaluo and Waluya the rest, but what he was actually trying to tell them is that this county, it has 60% of the GDP na ni Wakikuyu wenye wameshika. Yani ni maadui wetu, our arch nemesis. Unaona? Our arch nemesis. Sasa they cannot entrust, just like Kenya tu alikuwa anasemaga time yenye alikuwa ODM, shida yetu kubwa ni Wakikuyu. So that continues to be the same thing now. So these people, they are like wanna weigh each other. They are weighing each other. Yenye I can outsmart you, yenye I can outdo you. Mkale akiangalia Mkikuyu anaona this is a threat. How can I outsmart you? How can I, then the Kikuyu the same thing, they together, hata ingekuwa Gachagua ama ingekuwa mtu mwingine yoyote, story ingekuwa tu the same. Bora tu ni Mkikuyu versus Mkalenjin or Mkikuyu na Mkalenjin, there is no urafiki hapo at all. In fact, ndio unaona sasa nani ana gravitate towards Wameru hustler, because first of all he cannot trust you, and so therefore he's finding Meru to be more reliable, na ndio unaona wako wengi sana kwa government yake, because anajua akipata hao at least amepata watu loyal. Unaona, ni watu loyal sana. So as opposed to Kikuyu who they are seen to be, and they are not loyal. For example, what Uhuru did to Hustler, he lied to him, is going to back him. The same thing Kibaki did to Raila. So they are seen to be Kikuyu challenges. Okay, I don't know about other trades, but challenges, they are seen to be watu wenye hawana, they are not loyal. They only think of themselves. They are not loyal. Kwa hivyo hawezi rudisha mkono. Na this an image which Ruto is trying very hard to show that he's the opposite of what Kikuyu are. That's why unaona ana reward everyone who supported him. Ana make sure hakuna mwenye ameachwa nyuma. Ana make sure so that he feels that confidence that nikikwambia nitakureward, that means nitakureward. Sitakuja nikuruke. Unaona? But we don't know now what will happen when the time comes for after the so-called 10 years ya Dalit, because what I'm foreseeing is hata hiyo Sakaja ndio nani anaweza simamisha, because what I know hawezi simamisha nani Gachagua. I doubt hata hawezi simamisha mtu mwingine yote after what you want to do it. Itabidi tu ameweka mtu mwingine mwenye ni Mkale but anakaa kama Mluhya ama anakaa kama Mjaluo hivi like Sakaja, mwenye anaweza beba kura za Luhyaland za Wajaluo alafu Wakale hivyo. Wakikuyu waachwe alone the way it was in 2007 where it's against one tribe. So it's unfortunate, that's the situation. But you see, Julia, the direction that I take as Kenyans,
Yes, public amepotea. Sijui. I want okay.
So you see what I'm telling you, unaona venye devolution imekuja, rural areas by the way are doing well. There's a certain ratio nasahau inaitwaje, but ni ratio ya kuangalia the poverty versus the how well people are doing, and the ratio inaisahau, it's called something nitawambia. So it's measuring that since devolution started in Kenya, rural areas are doing very well. In fact, they are comparable to some parts of Europe. I can't remember which one. I'll get to the details. But what is happening is that as the rural areas are coming up, the urban, particularly Nairobi, is going down the drain. And let's not forget that there's a lot of rural to urban migration to Nairobi. Then there is also the fact that Nairobi has most of its residents, 55% are living in informal settlement schemes or slums. So majority of Nairobians are actually poor people, 65%. Let's put it at that. So we need to really work hard in terms of Nairobi, because rural areas zina come up, but ukiangalia, ukicompare Nairobi and other countries, unakuta Nairobi is doing very worse. Na sasa hii mambo ya kuallow whereby because of interest and because of politics you allowing hawkers kuingia kwa street. Hilton ndio hiyo imetoka, Intercontinental ndio hiyo imetoka. You want to turn now the CBD to become Nairobi to become like a village kind of a setup or what? Because that's how it's looking. Ukitembea kwa street ya Nairobi, you even wonder, even a town like Mombasa, I think it's better, or a city like Mombasa, or hata these other towns, huwezi kuta kipekee city. Hata enda hata hapa wapi, maybe Nakuru is the same cause ndio nasikia Gachagua anasema hawkers wamerudi kwa hawkers, hawezi ingia kwa city. And then it's not even in an organized manner. Na hiyo kitu unajua before walikuwa wamesema ianze 2 o'clock. Wakuwa wanakuja in the afternoon and then wanakutana na watu wenye wanaenda kutoka job wananunulia vitu. Sasa imekuwa by 10 o'clock 11 o'clock watu wamejaa kwa street. Hakuna space ya kutembea Julia. Is that a capital? Hata let's not even talk of a capital city. Hata kama ni hapa Thika, a town, just a town. Huwezi go with that kind of the town looks like a shamba, and what you can say. Motorbikes ndio hizi zinaenda opposite direction. Hawkers wanahawk mpaka kwa barabara yenyewe wanaweka. Imagine on the road, achana na sidewalk. Wameingia kwa sidewalk, wamejaza hapo. Sasa wanaingia kwa barabara. A road which is supposed to be having 3 lanes, now it is having 2 lanes kwa sababu hawkers ndio hawa wameweka any available space hapo kwa barabara. Kwa sidewalk wameweka lines mbili, wakaacha katikati ya small space yenye watu watapitia. Yani it is a very confused kind of, and then the town has become extremely dirty because now these people, what I understand is that wanakaanga mpaka wengine hata ni overnight, because Nairobi there's a lot of traffic throughout, so unapata hata time ya kuclean watu wakanjua waweze clean the town. Na of course wakimaliza chenye wanafanya wanachanga garbage all over. So ukikuja uangalie, you might even be shocked that ukuja Nairobi, if somebody who doesn't know Kenya umlete CCT and then take them to one of these smaller towns, watakwambia they'll not be like this a capital city, you know. So Kenyans, please, we have to move away. Alafu unaona hii mambo ya tribalism, this tribalistic kind of things, what Gachagua is trying to push to us is what the colonial masters were pushing to us, na ndio waliweza kuturule for as long as they, you know, that thing of tribalism. We have to come out of that thing of tribalism. At sasa Mushomba na Gachagua, they are like, usitoe hawkers kwa town. Matatu, wacha nikwambie mambo na matatu wamepark mpaka wanapark kwa barabara. Ikifika masaa ingine kama jioni, usiku, matatu inapark kwa barabara yenyewe. Unakuta polisi anakwambia wewe mwenye uko kwa personal, tumia the other side, because polisi sasa nowadays police are the ones who own most matatu, and ni marafiki zao because watawapea vipo vile yao ya kawaida, so wako pamoja. So me as a matatu driver ninapark kwa barabara, then polisi anawaredirect, msipitie hapa, enda mpitie huko kwingine. That's how the place has become really. Sasa we will not get anywhere with this kind of thing. Mushomba anakuja hapo kutuambia ADCP watu yake ya Kiambu siwaambie waingie kwa Kiambu wafanye hawking huko, because and majority of these people by the way hata watoki Nairobi, wengine wanatoka as far as Kinangop from the information that I'm getting. Sasa watu wa Kinangop wanakuja kufanya nini Nairobi CBD? Wana roast mahindi. You know, you walk in CBD unashindwa hata wote nikwambia, unaona hata hizi ma shopping centers zenye ziko kwa nini kwa residential areas, they are more organized than what is happening in CBD. CBD saizi hata mataa ndio hiyo imechange. Pedestrian is supposed to be crossing the road, unaona motorbike anaenda opposite direction, asimami kwa mataa, anaenda kugonga pedestrian. Yani surely, and then you can see a leader coming to say at least so hawkers kwa nini ni watu wetu wa Kikuyu, ama Mushomba si achukue watu waweke kwa Kiambu Street, na watu wenye wanatoka mpaka Kinangop, they have seen that there is no rule of law in this town. So wherever you want, so utoke Kinangop na mahindi yako green maize umechuna kwa shamba yako, ukuja na wheelbarrow na makaa. You know, I wish I can bring for you photos uone yenye Nairobi inakaanga ikifika masaa zingine, sana time yenye rush hour ya jioni. You really wonder, where are you? Motorbikes ndio hao wanakuja criss-cross, wanakuja the wrong side of the road. Hawa hawkers wamepark, matatu zimepark everywhere, wengine mpaka wanapark katikati ya barabara. Polisi wana divert, go the other side, msipitie hapa matatu. Yani we cannot continue like that. We cannot continue like that in the name of we are defending our tribe, kwa sababu ni Wakikuyu wenye wako sao, so hatuwezi watoa because that now that is attacking the tribe, or I don't know whatever Gachagua was trying to say about the na wale watu yenye wako kwa maduka yenye wanalipa kanjo hizo zote, so that people can be able to enter their shop. You cannot even enter. Wao watu wanaweka nini mpaka on the door of a shop, or you are having a shop which is selling a certain item, hapo nje hawker hapo anauza half the price, and the hawker is not paying anything. Wewe unalipa nini? Unalipa nyumba, unalipa kanjo, unalipa wafanyakazi yako, you know. And today nilitembea hapo nini Hilton hapo katikati hiyo akit bali Hilton ilikuwa they are closing all those shops which used to be there, sasa wanahama. Sasa tunataka kufanya Nairobi ikae kama shamba ama tunataka aje? Because hakuna hata haja ya kushinda ukijenga ma sidewalk and trying to make the place look beautiful, and yet hawkers ndio hawa wana identify the place. There's no time to clean the nini because they are there throughout. Let's move away from this thing of there has to be a rule of law. Hata mimi pia ningependa nikuwe ninapark gari yangu kwa nini kwa barabara, but there has to be a rule of law so that all of us we can be able to live harmoniously. Iwezi kuwa ati because sasa mimi ni Mkikuyu so because we are Kikuyu so please huwezi kutoa CBD. No. There has to be a rule of law and there's a standard which a capital city of a country is supposed to keep. Iwezi kuwa kama shambani kila mtu anaingia, watu wanatoka all the way from Kinangop wakikuja kuuza vitu kwa nini wanauza, na tena hata si ati ni imagine from your shamba in Kinangop umekuja na green maize umekuja kuroast in the middle of Nairobi with a wheelbarrow makaa nini, alafu mkimaliza mnatupa those shells of the maize on the road. Everything is being thrown on the road. That nini, the drainage itself is being blocked. We cannot continue. Na Sakaja cannot, as much as I know anajaribu kujipendekeza or whatever it is, but he has to make a decision, and that's why kipi ilitolewa kwa Sonko, because Sonko could not angeweza kudhibiti hao watu wa matatu na hoka, so akatolewa because him is a populist guy. Ndio NMS ikaletwa a body which is neutral, which is not political, so that they can be able to bring law and order in the city. That's why with this kind of a chaos which is there, everyone, we have to live under rule of law. I cannot say that I'm going to go and break the law because I'm a certain tribe, and so I'm entitled to do whatever I want. I can park my car in the middle of the road. We cannot go back to that time of Moi era, whereby we are seeing sycophants of tribal chieftains, some are tribal so-called kings. Unajua Moi hakuwa mtu mwenye amesoma. Moi hakuwa amesoma. So if that's the kind of a script which Ruto and Gachagua is following, mtu mwenye alifika class 7 ama whatever, Moi hakuwa amesoma, we could understand Moi hakuwa amesoma. So even the people who used to encourage the kingpins ni watu wengine very fake, akina Sharif Nasir, akina Mulumutisia, watu wenye hawajasoma. So what he used to do, kingpin for every tribe, alafu sasa and patronize that kingpin to be able to contain his people, to contain the people of that tribe. We have to move out of that. Bila to move out of that, let me tell you, we are not going to develop at all. Tajikuta tu, we are making 2 to 3 steps in front, 5 nyuma. Because that's all the gains which we made from 2002, let me assure you now, kwanzia siku yenye Uhuru aliingia kwa hiyo kitu, and now we are reverting back. In fact, saizi tumerudi 1990. That's where we are now. Ile siku yenye barabara ilikuwa imejaa pothole mpaka uwezi hata ona pali nini lami iko. That's the same chaos, and the same chaos in town. We have Kenyans, we have to move out of this. We have to move out of this, and let's not, kwa sababu wacha nikwambie, na hii populist ni of hustlers. If at all nani alikuwa anataka mazuri kwa hustlers, hustler mwenyewe, hustler number 1, kama alikuwa anataka mazuri kwa hustlers, he will not have removed the subsidy. And let's wake up, hata nyinyi hustlers, wake up and ask yourself, are you being used? Is Gachagua using you to tell you that uendelee kuhawk tao? What's the point of you hawking in tao, and yet hata reduce wametoa subsidy ya unga, you cannot be able to afford unga for your family, you cannot be able to afford this. Niambie saizi, how many Kenyans can afford over 70K for one child? Gava ilikuwa inasimamia almost half of that money. Now it has been removed. Alafu they'll tell you here ati tunawatetea. Mnatutetea kama mlikuwa mnatetea hustler. Mbona mnatoa everything which was helping hustler, including hustler yenye wanapika na kerosene, and like in Nairobi here where 65% of the population is living in slums, wanatumia kerosene. So you want to tell me a product which is being used by 65% of the population to be able to make a meal na kuweka saa yao whatever for their kids to study and everything, unatoa hiyo subsidy alafu utakuja kuniambia ati somebody is representing your needs because mko na the numbers. Kenyans need to wake up from this being lied to by this politician, because you are being duped, alafu mtu anakudanganya akutumie to get the seat, the same way Gachagua anadanganya hao hawkers. The next thing akifika hapo, anything which could have benefited you, and you see those zilikuwa zinaenda across the line, so it was the best kind of benefit could have given to Hustler, because kama ni fees, kila mtu mwenye from every tribe anapeleka watoto shule. Kama ni kerosene, it's not based on your tribe or which region you are coming from. If you are in those slums, utatumia tu kerosene. So guys, let's Kenyans, let's come out of that. Leaders of course wanapenda hiyo, because then you cannot be able to checking on their progress, kwa sababu wanakwambia I'm pushing for you. Unataka kukua unauza vitu zako in CBD, sawa, nimekusimamia, lakini hakuna kitu kingine amefanya. And which, if you look at the trajectory which this regime is taking, it is that trajectory of hakuna kitu yenye watafanya. The only thing is politicking, and populist politics, whereby I'm the kingpin of Kikuyu, so I'm here, ninasimamia right then, ninasimamia I'm representing you, so you can come now from Kinango and come and sell your mahindi hapa hivi CCP, with no regard to anything else, as if ni kwa shamba yako, na meanwhile the same me, I'm the one who is going to remove subsidy ya fees, yenye ulikuwa unalipa 35k, sasa ulipe 7. Let's not allow these people to misuse us and lie to us. Thank you, Julia.
Asanti. Nataka kwenda kwa Mulumbu. Naomba twende kwa Mulumbu. Mulumbu, karibu.
Asante sana Julia. Thank you for this evening, this morning. Yeah, we have to talk about Kenya, how it's going, where is it droning down to the deep of the ocean, the Indian Ocean, because we are close to the Indian Ocean. Also, we just drawn into the Indian Ocean. Hatuwezi enter Atlantic. Atlantic ni wale watu wamerefuka. Indian Ocean ni wale watu wamekuwa pumbavu. So that's how Kenya we are. I thank my sister what she had talked about. Ameongea mambo ameongea yote ni ya maana, yanaonekana. Thank you my sister. Yeye anaonekana mtu umesoma, uko well informed. But because of you have your people that are almost 80% they are not informed, they have dragged you in the mud. That's why we are. Even Julia is well informed. Alex well informed, but you find our brothers sisters, they are just drowned in the mud because they have not, even they have degrees, but they don't seem like people who went to school. Once they see money because they come from a poor background, wanasujudia because they can get something and they get their stomach and build themselves. They don't think about the country. They don't think if Kenya can drown today. Hawana idea. They don't care. Hata kama wamesoma wamekuwa menjeza mbaya huku nje, they have done the job, they have given job, they are doing the best, but when they go back home wanaangalia pesa, because wanajua huko pesa ukifanya huko ngambo lazima pesa uipate according your education and what you are providing. Hata kama hukusoma but una skill, extra skill, a white man will employ you to know what kind of man do you look like. But we African, we employ, we glorify a stupid person so long as you know how to steal. That's what we do. That's why, as I'm saying, Kenya is going nowhere. You know that, for example, somebody like Alexa and Julia, you are in this country, you know how it works. These guys, they're so smart, they argue. They are it's just the way you can be in class arguing about debate, and then they come out with the right thing to make the class and the people understand what it is, and then at the long last wakifanya mtihani wanapita. But back home it's not what is happening. Home, whether if you how stupid you are, so long as you are connected una pesa, you are given the platform. Hata kama unapeleka watu kwenda kuwawa, they'll support. That's what's happening right now. I feel so ashamed. There's no way utaambia mtu wa Republican hata kama president amekuja ako kwa constituency yako usikie Republican akisema oh president amekuja nimekuinamia tulikuwa tumepotea sasa umekuja we are the... Have you ever had that? It's all done in Kenya. Ndio nasikia president amekuja oh president unajua tulikuwa tumepotea sasa umekuja we are together we supported you. That's in Kenya. But the democratic countries like Britain, like France, they'll tell you in your eyes, we don't like what you are doing, though you are our president, but you don't like what you are doing. We don't like you. So hatupendi kitu unafanya. So to get up. But ukichukua mtu ameiba kura, amepeana pesa, akapewa kitu ambacho sio yake, unamwambia, oh you know tulikuwa tumepotea. Sasa Mr. President, we like you, we love you. Unananga, wacha nisiseme what I'm not supposed to say. That's why we get lost. My sister amesema vizuri sana. I am a Nairobian, though I was not born in Nairobian. But what is happening in Nairobi cannot build the country. Cannot. And Sakaja, if he's a man enough, he's so supposed to know what Mr. Deputy President, what you're saying is wrong. Let me do my job as a governor. Because in America, there's no way a president can go to pull the governor. It can't happen. Julia, tell them. Alex, tell the Kenyans. Kuna wakati Trump alikuja hata mpaka kanyang'anya magavana wa New York akawanyang'anya sijui atapewa pesa. They stand on their truth. Walikuwa Democrat anasema what you say, what you are going to say, we won't follow that. What we need is the right thing. Kama nadanganya Alex asema mimi nasema uongo. Wakati Trump alikuja alisimamisha Amerika akasimama ndi.
Mzee unasema ukweli.
Yeah. Wakasema haiwezekani. You have to do the right thing. Watu waliandamana Amerika mzima na dunia mzima, leo na Amerika mzima, dunia mzima against Trump. Alipojaribu kuiba kura akasema masoja so akamwambia Mr. President, we don't follow you, we follow the law. Mkuu wa majeshi akamwambia we don't follow you, we follow the law. Akaenda kumagava na mundikibie kura akamwambia Mr. President, we follow the law. Right now wale wenye Trump alidanganya wakaenda wakavamia Congress, wote wamefungwa. Wamesema jana kulipitishwa ya kwamba au walienda riot wakaingia Congress walikuwa na mkubwa yao. They didn't go by themselves. Mkubwa yao lazima wawe indicted. Ni walipitisha kura akasema Trump is indicted. Nataka kuambia what happened in Kenya, Uhuru knew. Uhuru alitupa Kenya kwa moto. Hata mjidanganya namna gani, Uhuru knew. Uhuru alikuwa mkubwa wa majeshi, mkubwa everything. Anything was happening in Kenya, first Uhuru must know. Lazima ajue. Uhuru angesema kama tunataka kujenga nchi yetu iwe democratic, kila kitu mwananchi apate kufasala, tu watu wamoja, what's happened is not right. I'm not accepting this. 6 months elections cancelled. Ingefanyika. Lakini because Uhuru aliplay Raila akajifanya yeye hajui na anajua kitu alikuwa anafanya na Ruto, that's where we are. Ruto never won election. You know, I know. But where are we taking our country? Tunaenda wapi? There's no way unaweza peana pesa ati hustler fund na inchi generate anything. It produces nothing. It generates nothing. Biashara unaenda kufanya na biashara gani? Unaenda kila mtu akifanya biashara nani atauzia mwingine? I'm ask you Alex na Julia, umekaa America. Mahali msituni unakaa kuna factory. Every state ina mafactories. Mahali ninakaa hapa ndio mahali headquarter ya truck, ya Mack truck. Hapa where I sit here is the headquarter ya Mack truck. Na Mack truck kuna kampuni inatengeneza bolt, is not in Pennsylvania, is somewhere else. Kampuni inatengeneza mataa ya Mack truck, is not in Pennsylvania, is somewhere else. In another state. Kampuni inatengeneza nini inaitwa namna gani? Everything that's parts that makes the Mack truck is in the different states of America. So inakuja kuwa assembled in Pennsylvania. Hiyo parts zinatengenezwa sasa zinakuwa transported everywhere, matrucks zinakimbia zinakuja kuwa assembled in Pennsylvania. What are we doing in Kenya that can be done like that? It can be assembled in Machakos, in Trans Nzoia, in Mombasa, in Kiambu, or in Rift Valley, somewhere like Kipe. Where? Sasa ukipatiana 500, 1000, what are you going? Tell me Julia, tuseme sasa uko nyumbani mtu akakupatia 500, what business are you going to business gani unaenda kuweka? Hata tuseme amekupatia 5000, business gani unaenda kuweka? Ni unauzia nani? Pesa wenye unauzia pesa ametoa wapi? Where does he work? Mimi sijasoma. Ama P7 ile ya kitambo. Mimi walikuwa watu wa mwisho kabisa kumasa 83 wa mwisho P7. I'm talking like a P7. Nyinyi mmesoma mkana degree. I don't have any degree. But what I look at, what I saw when I was in the country, what I saw when I was growing up, what I saw the drones were depleted because of Moi alikuwa anaangalia wale wanampenda. Is this how you are going to grow your community? Few Kikuyus ambapo you understand. I have said and I will repeat again, Kikuyus and Kalenjin are the one killing the country. I'll not cheat about you. Nitawaambia ukweli. Those Kikuyu who doesn't understand who thinks that at kila kitu inaweza kuwa ni wao tu, themselves. Na Kalenjin, you're killing the country. Let the democracy work in the country. Sasa tumekuwa na football katika Qatar. Kama ingekuwa haki haingekupatikana, vita gani ingetokea Qatar kwa hiyo uwanja? Kama mwenye ameshinda wangesema hajashinda. What do you think will have come out of that stadium? Nini ingefanyika? Why can't you look at the things? Do you want to develop our country, or you are killing yourselves because of the greedy people? Sijawahi kuona mkutano imeenda Ruto wakasema Ruto, we hate you, we don't like what you're doing. I have never seen. But Trump uliona, hata Obama was the best president, but ulikuwa wale wamsema Obama you don't like, asema okay, you don't like, it's okay, if you don't like me. Obama alikuwa anajali. Trump, take him out. Sisi tumekuja ni kama mbwa ambaye imeona chui, imekuja mkia ndani, najua naenda kufa. The people who are fighting for the country, you don't support. Elimu mlienda kusoma ya nini? Mlienda kusoma muziki ya madugu yenu. If you go to Central, unapata watu wako na jigas, watu ni totally poor, wako scattered all over the country. Ukienda Central the same way, ukienda Western the same way, wamekuwa watchman for 24/7 because of the poor organization of the country. Tell your people ambao wamesoma mrudi nyumbani, stop this. When you are given leadership, you are not given for your stomach. You are given that leadership so that you can saidia the country. Once inasemekana ya kwamba ukienda kama umesoma, kama wewe ni daktari, hautibu watu wa kwenu. Kama ni mwalimu, husomeshe watoto wa kwenu kutoka kwenu. Kama wewe ni mfagia, okay, umafagia sokoni, you are not fagiring for your people. You are fagiring for the people. So the environment can be clean so that everybody will live in a clean environment. Kenya needs infrastructure. Hakuna mafactory Kenya. Hakuna agriculture Kenya. There's nothing, everything Kenya. Everybody's suffering. So, ukipeana watu 500 na 1000, how are they go help themselves? Right now, kuko na msimu ya Christmas. Watu wana njaa, hawana chochote, ni wagonjwa. Hiyo pesa wataenda kufanyia biashara gani? Does everybody become a businessman? Ni kila mtu awe biashara, mfanye biashara. Lazima kuwe na makanika, kuwe na daktari, kuwe na seremala, kuwe na mwalimu, na kadhalika na kadhalika na kadhalika. Kuwe wenye wanafanya kwa mafactory wana produce products. Hizo products zinaenda the ground kufeed watu wenye wako na pale kwa ukulima. Kuwe na watu wana produce vile vitu vinalima kwa mashamba, ndio viende kwa mafactory produce products. So all this, if they cannot be planned and be planted in every county, how are you going to benefit? Hii pesa yenu 500 inaenda kufanya kazi gani? Don't you see how those people are stupid? Don't you see how Ruto is stupid? Gachagua is stupid. Wana minister na secretary wametengeneza watu stupid. They can't even tell you, Ruto, they are after matoma, simple zao zinataka pesa. They don't care what's happening in the country. Where are we going to? And your brother and sister were celebrate. Oh, Ruto ni, oh, Gachagua ni yoyo. It's really so sad. I don't know where Nairobi is going, Mombasa, Kisumu, Eldoret, everywhere in the country. I don't know where we are going to. If you kama mwezi educate your people, we come out of this, tunaenda kuwa na this kind of, do you want us to go to civil war? You guys, are you supporting us to go to civil war? Because there's a day somebody will be angry that atachukua bunduki na tararua au uongozi na mwisho mtakuja anza kuuana wenyewe. That's where we are going. Hamtaangalia mtu hakuangalia kwamba it's because of this person is not doing the right thing as other people keep it quiet. Mtaangalia ametoka jamii gani, sasa mnaenda kuua hiyo jamii. This is what you are looking for. Because what right now tuseme mtu amejitoa, hata kama mimi nimetoka hapa nisema naingia Kenya nachukua bunduki na rarua Ruto na rarua Gachagua na everybody, watakuja kutafuta Waluya. Forgetting what I fought for. Hata kama ni Alex, they will forget Alex is fighting for the Kenyans. Mwananchi wa kawaida kutoka every county of Kenya watakuja kumtafuta, wanaenda kutafuta Kisii. Kisii ameua president, ameuza vice president. The stupidity we're going to have. Mimi mmesoma nini? Ma university mmeenda kufanya nini? Why are you killing our Kenyans? Nimewacha na haya, siwezi sema zaidi.
Asanti Mulumbu, wamesikia. I hope wamesikia. Ndeto nataka kuachia kidogo na nitakukaribisha utoe maoni yako. Then I think
before you go, you asked a question.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You asked your question. The question was, how did Rick G threaten Ruto mpaka Ruto akampea UDP? This is what happened. Kindiki is a clean man. He's not corrupt. So he did not have money for campaign. Okay? But Gachagua was one of the biggest financiers. Remember when Ruto was going to Uganda, akastopiwa, Kinoti knew that he was going to take money from Uganda. Okay? So Rick G said, if I have given more money, I am entitled to become the DP. That's the reason he forced to take that seat.
That's funny. Pengine akamwambia utanirudishia pesa yangu. Wow, that's really interesting. Thank you, Alex. So, Kenyan with Love, naomba utoe maoni yako alafu utaenda kwa Mary Wainaina, hiyo Nguru, public participation, Alex, Mulumbu, in that order. I'll be back shortly. Wacha nipige kachai. Karibu Kenyan with Love.
Before Kenyan Love Talk, can I have a question for the whole panel, whoever has the idea? Because I had been having a problem to know when this delegation came from US and landed in Kenya, and they visited Uhuru, they visited Ruto, and they visited Raila. What was the meaning? What was the idea behind that? I have been trying to connect the dots. I've never known. So please, if anybody has the idea what was going on, please let me know.
Which delegation is that, Mary Wainaina? Ni gani hiyo?
Kuna hawa Chris Coons, they had gone to Kenya and they visited 3 of those statements. They visited Uhuru, they visited Ruto, and they visited Raila. So I didn't understand what exactly they wanted, and then they left.
Sina habari, sijui kama kuna mtu yoyote yako na hiyo habari hapa. I don't.
It happened before election.
Who did you say? A delegation from America?
Yes, they came from America. That is Chris Coons and some other people from America. They visited Uhuru, they visited Ruto in Nairobi, and they visited Raila in different occasions, not at the same time, not different day, but they visited them in different locations. Like they would go to State House, meet Uhuru, and then go to Ruto, and then go to Raila. I don't know whether it was after or before election, but they came to Kenya.
Mimi sina hiyo habari, sijui.
It was before election.
What I can tell you, the trend that I have seen, America has an interest that is insidious to Kenya. I hear Biden is going to Kenya, and I'm questioning. Raila was here recently. Ruto has been here like 3 times. And why is Biden going to Kenya? So, I mean, America has some interest in Kenya that we don't know. Sijui ni military base, I don't know what they want. There is something they want from Kenya. Americans don't visit you if they don't have some insidious or some benefit that they want. I was shocked that Ruto was here the other day. But now, Biden, next week they are under Kenya. I heard that he's going to Kenya. So there is an interest. When you see Americans visiting you, you must know that there is something they want from you.
Pengine wamegundua mafuta yetu. Nguru, nataka kwenda lakini hebu sema.
I think I support Alex because if you remember very well, when Kibaki came to power, he was invited to the White House. And up to today, we never came to know what happened because Kibaki kind of took a complete turn. And we never really saw a very, cordial relationship with that government. What we saw is Kibaki aggressively going for the East. So there have been some undertones that some things that Americans wanted, Kibaki said no. And I think they have to do with either military base, I'm not very sure, but they are some things that I think Kibaki evaluated and show and maybe thought the country will be in a much worse situation if it accepted. Because right now, take it right now the way it is that we are now being told to take up GMOs. And with the knowledge that is there out there now, is that this is a very controversial thing. And then you have a superpower that is hell-bent on making sure they penetrate the market by hook or crook. I think I must bring to your attention what's happening between America and Mexico. When the Mexico president said that they will, from next year, stop importing GMO maize into the country. Actually, when you read the statement that was given by the US, it's more of a threat than anything else. So I do not know exactly what interest the Americans have here in Kenya at this time, and they are aggressively quoting it. And unfortunately, because of the nature in which maybe we do our government, we will never know what it is. Or if we know, it will be too late when it's already happened. You know, when you are poor, sometimes you are told, if you don't do this, we will do this. If you do this for us, we are also going to do this for you. And sometimes it is up to you to choose. So I think I agree with Alex. There is something insidious, something we do not exactly know, but what we know is that there is serious interests than ever before in the last 20 years, that maybe they have now found an opportunity that has been denied them. We are yet to know what it is, but it's a serious interest. Thank you.
Just a second. Remember, when election finished immediately and Ruto was put there, the first person that congratulated Ruto was the American ambassador. If you don't know that woman, she's the one who did that. That tells you that there's something.
Do you know she arrived here just a few weeks to the elections?
She was part of the Chris Kun. Chris Kun is the biggest supporter of Biden. She was sent there to make sure that Ruto has become the president, because that woman arrived just before election. And before that, Chris Kun had come to Kenya. Chris Kun is one of the people who campaigned for Biden. Connect the dots and form the line.
Most interesting is also the kind of advisories that they were giving against the Kisumu city. It's like they already knew that that is where trouble would come from. And I do not know also how they knew that elections would go against the population there, as to label them or profile them as people who would cause chaos. So that's something that is yet to be explained. Not unless they have they are gifted in other ways that we don't know. It is normally very hard that you know what will happen in a general elections to a level where you are advising people not to travel, because you already know that those people behave maybe in a certain way if they lose elections or something like that. Yet it is the elections has not taken place for you to know the outcome. So I do not know why and how they arrived at that kind of thing.
Yes, that is worrying. Yes, Murumbu, then we go to Kenya. We love Mulumbu. 2 minutes.
To me, to my thinking, we have about 3 things or 4. The first thing is, you look at the world, how the world is right now. America is not in good terms with Russia. America is not good terms with China. That's the first. Second, America in Africa is looking for the wealth that is in Africa. Right now, you are given a chance to send the soldiers in Congo. And you know what Congo has. And right now you are in Congo. That's a question mark. Answer yourself. 3, Ruto is the only person that can be convinced because he's a crook, a corrupt, and a dealer whom the white man likes because they deal with such a person, they have what they want. But if you look to the language that Raila is talking about, it's about Africa and to develop Africa and to infrastructure Africa, which the white man knows when if he does that, they're going to lose a very big market. And Raila is not a corrupt man. He wants you and me to gain and develop. And they know the knowledge that Raila has in Africa. Even you hear that man, the way he talks and the way he thinks the way Africa can develop, and then stop begging these other countries. They can't let him go do on that chair because he is going to convince all these presidents of the country to go in his way. So they have to fight very hard because these people are businessmen. They have to fight against very hard so that they can bring in the person that he can manipulate because he loves money. He doesn't care whether if you're dying, and then get whatever they want. So we have only 3 points. 1, it's to secure and to help the Americans because of China and Russia. Remember when Russia started, China brought his head up. But once Russia was started being beaten, China started shrinking a little bit. Look at that. Then, right now, you have just seen he have collected all the African presidents to here. Look at that picture. Then now we go to Africa because of the weight of Africa. And look at, what kind of the person can be manipulated? Is Museveni and Ruto. Because now Ruto is the son of Museveni. That's what they do. Thank you.
Asanti. Kenya with love, chukua usukani, lakini kwanza utoe maoni yako. Karibu. And the only other person who has not spoken Kenya with love is Frederick Sandy. Then you can fuata hiyo Mkurov, Mary Wainaina, Nguru, public participation, Alex, then Lumbu, then, but Sandy after you.
Thank you so much, Madam Julia. And don't run away. Usikimbie Murife, don't run. You know, I don't have my glasses. Sioni sana. Nasha kimbia. But anyway, it's fine. I know she will be back. I think let me just jump into the conversation. I really thank you guys for I hope kila mtu ananisikia. Kama kuna mtu anisikii, anybody ananisikia? Mulumbu unanisikia? Kila mtu ananisikia? Alex unanisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia. Tunakusikia.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate. Sorry, today I don't have my glasses. Don't worry about it. It's been a good day, and glasses disappeared. My daughter decided to aliamua dadi ni nani avage glasses. But so today I just want to say something. First of all, let me start with Sakaja. And Alex, this is because I was hoping that you don't disappear. Because Alex, you remember when we started talking about Sakaja, and I know you were against that, about Sakaja. And I told you, this guy Sakaja, I admire him because of his leadership skills. Because that time that he was caught, even though I've been looking at him very carefully, this guy, when he was caught drinking at night, and he walked out of the COVID-19, if anyone remembers that, and he said he was going to quit. These are the things that we hear, and I think he's the first leader in our African kind of way of doing things that has actually walked away from a leadership skill, a leadership position, because he made a mistake. At that point, I looked at him, even though I didn't like him. And I looked at him and I was like, okay, that's the kind of leaders that we need in Africa. It brought a lot of solace and nice thing to my heart to see a leader who can say that I'm not going to be in this committee, the COVID committee, because I've already flouted the rules of the country of what we are doing. And if we can get so much leaders like that, then I believe we would have leaders. Sakaja is not in Azimio, has never been in Azimio. And the people that know me here, Kina Alex, Kina Guru, they will tell you that I was one person that said Sakaja would flout my my ex-sister's boss, huyo mwingine, when he was in Vivo Energy, because my sister works for Vivo Energy. I knew he was going to take it. He has a way of leadership. And I said it here, and I got hit. Hata Alex karibu anikule kabisa hapa. Huyu tu karibu anikule kabisa juu ya Sakaja. Nikimwambia Sakaja atachukua hii kitu. He has a way of talking to, he has a Nairobian kind of way, and he has a leadership kind of way of doing things. Mzalendo, mute.
Yeah, man.
Mute.
Kick me out.
No, just mute. Okay, Mzalendo, you still, no one kicked you out. You just needed to mute. But all I'm trying to say is that we need leadership. And where leadership is, we need to actually accept leadership is there. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I feel Sakaja and someone like Rigiji trying to fight Sakaja, it's dumb and stupid and uncouth. I don't know where it's going. I don't understand it. Because, yeah, there's things that Sakaja is trying to do in Nairobi, the Nairobi that we all grew up in. Like you know, the clubs zenye ziko kwa, unajua ukienda Westi, hizo clubs zenye ziko karibu na mahao. Yeah, there's something about that wezi kuwa umelala kwa nyumba hivi alafu nini inaendelea. But where is Westi? Is that do we need to go sit down and look at the demographic? I mean, look at how we do Nairobi. I'm just going to talk about Nairobi because I know Nairobi better than Kisumu or other places. Or maybe I know Nakuru too because I went to school in Egerton. So do we need to go to Shabe or go to Ngara and ask, is this ini place ya watu kukaa ama ni place ya maklub? Na kama ni club, inafaa kupiga ile kelele yote inafaa kupigwa yenye ikiwa downtown. So I think Sakaja is on the right side of what Nairobi needs to be and how we need to do it.
Can I interrupt you, Kenya need love?
Yes.
Let me just interrupt you briefly.
Yes.
Okay, we are not denying that Sakaja is a leader, but you see, the leader, to me, I see his leadership was good in Senate because he's good in debating and talking. But when it comes to the actual policies that can bring some changes in this town or in this city, he's nowhere. And we will just be here. That guy he's not following any whatever, even that issue of closing clubs and whatever. We are supposed to be following zoning rules. That Nairobi, by the way, hakuna hata zoning rules yenye inafuatwa. You just do whatever you want. Then resident association now is the one who comes up to complain. Like Karen, they come up to complain that this is an area which is not supposed to be having a noisy. Hata Betty Charles alikuwa amefungua club Karen. and you can imagine that's a high class area. Mtu anaenda ananunua anafungua club na pesa ya wash, anapigia watu wa Karen kelele the whole night. So it's not about an individual, and this is what Kenyans need to move away from. It's not about an individual. It's not about your tribe. You're supposed to be having rules and regulation how we are running our city, yeah, and even it's supposed to include public participation. Not that kama ile kesi ya Emato, this guy wa TV munapiga kelele. She played a clip of her inside her house. The house was practically vibrating, na club iko nje, hata iko karibu sana na hapo. So you can imagine what those residents are going through. Na Kileleshwa ama Kilimani is a high class area. So if you cannot maintain law and order in a high class area like Karen or like Kilimani or Kileleshwa, what about the other areas? We have to have zoning na isemekane that these are residential area, don't bring clubs here. But in Kenya there's nothing like that. Nenda na leader, mtakaja kikuja afunge leo, kesho atoke, or he be impeached, deputy wake ndio huyo akichukua aseme sawa asifunguliwe. We cannot operate like that. But this is not your personal kiosk kama you are then, whereby when you unasema what will, there should be rules and regulations of what should be happening. Residential areas should not be NEMA here is not doing its work. Noise pollution is not supposed to go beyond this point. If you are building something, you should soundproof. Sasa unakuta whereby, and you see, this not only goes for noise pollution, hata mambo ya building, because you are supposed to zone some areas kama you're not supposed to be having flats or something like that, and we stick to that. Not a disaster. You just, and you know that this is the problem which I'm telling you now. People are taking advantage of this confusion which is here. Mtu anatoka kwake Kinango, anabeba gunia ya mahindi, anakuja kuroast kwa kichi na wheelbarrow na makaa. Sasa unashindwa what kind of chaos. We have to follow rules and regulations, and we have to be having clear rules and regulations that is the residential area. Don't bring a club here. Not that it's Sakaja who is saying no. Those things should be put out clearly. And if you look at even the plans of Nairobi as a city, I understand the last plans imekuwa ni the ones which were left by the Muzungu when they left here. Hakujakuwa na anything, na hata hizo zenye Mzungu aliacha, they were not implemented. Sasa how do we survive like that, my friend? Thank you.
Thank you, public. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, sikuwa na ubaya, wacha nimalize haraka so that I start letting people to actually, we keep on the conversation moving. So thank you so much. I accept what you're saying, by the way. I agree with what you're saying. It's very logistic and nicely said what you just said. Because, yeah, lazima tuangalie, kama ni Nairobi West, I mean, Nairobi West, South Sea, and all those places, tunajua maklab, but also they're next to residential. How do we work with this? And when mtu akianza kujaribu kuchange hizo vitu, ni kama tu wewe public participation. If you had that, kama wendo tumekuweka kwa hiyo kitu, how would you deal with it? Unaona? Would you want it to watu wakuwe kwa residential na bado kelele inapigwa? So let's look at it logistically.
Unajua Kenya ni plan, sorry to interrupt you. I'm saying hii kitu haitakani depend na individual. Are you getting me? Like me now, when I come into power, what am I supposed to do? No. I think nyinyi mko in Western countries, and you know that wanafuatanga what is laid down rules and procedures and legislation for their respective county procedure. Unajua? Na it is there, whether it is which is on the seat, whether it's Azimio who takes the seat. We know these are the rules, that this area is zoned as a residential area, so we should not bring clubs. It's not like, because sasa nikiingia niseme nataka kufungua club in a residential area, sasa sawa, fungueni. You know, those kind of things are what we are trying to come out of, and that's what is spoiling Africa. Kama tunasema town hakuna hawkers, let it be CBD areas are not supposed to be having hawkers. If you are saying matatu na zikuwe legislated, You know, it should not be on a whim of an individual. Like, sasa nikiingia, mi natoa watu matatu town. Mi nikiingia, nimezirudisha. You see, the same way Gachagua was saying that that Nyanjui alitoa hawkers from the CBD na huyu mama mwingine amewarudisha. What is that? It's supposed to be something which is specified. That is a CBD is supposed to have a certain level of cleanliness, a certain level of operation. Yeah, imagine what kind of a, you know, me, it drives me crazy. Ati mtu anatoka Kinango, amebeba gunia yake ya mahindi kutoka kwa shamba yake, ati anakuja kuroast kwa CBD. Kuzia watu. Is this normal, really?
No, we need to have a system, and I think that's where we are heading. It. I think at this conversation, that's what you are heading. Everything has to have a conversation, a system, but just not because now kama nimeshikosukani kidogo napendanga nimalize topics zangu haraka haraka so that I don't talk too much and then I let other people talk. I had a couple of things that I'd written down, and guys, if you can just let me, because you tume exhaust and maybe watu wengine watakuja, maybe just me and you can public tume exhaust me na wewe, and maybe not all the way, but I think there's a lot of people that wants to talk about it too. But let's move on to the other one that I had written, so that after that, then it's just about you know, you guys can converse. If I have to jump in, I'll jump in. But I also wanted us to jump onto something else that I saw today. The last 2 days. Number one, I have a problem with Cheryl Gay. I've been watching and Alex, I know you have been watching this one too, because I know you watch a lot. The Senate proceedings, where Cheryl Gay is becoming a problem to where Kingi, the what do you call this? Alex, what do you call Kingi?
The speaker, Amazon Kingi.
Yeah, the speaker. Yeah, the speaker.
Yeah.
The speaker is having a problem with Cheryl Gay because he's becoming an rowdy, like everywhere. He was almost kicked out. I don't know why Cheryl Gay now feels like he's so much of a big person that he can disturb every proceeding of that. I want to move it because this is the evening channel where we actually kind of talk about the things that are not even sometimes not on what they're, you know, on the kitwenye napita hapo hivyo katikati. And then we have this other lady, Alex, remind me the one that is talking, the lady that is talking about the gender equality, that she wants to have ladies to go, I mean, 50-50 on...
Senator Gloria.
Yeah,
Senator
Gloria.
I also think she's pushing it too far and too much. Then the other one I heard was that okay, let me put that one on the last one. There's a lot of rumor going on that Uhuru knew and Uhuru played Raila. I think we are not sure about that. I think that's a very dicey situation. We might not want to cover that. Maybe the ones that nimesema, maybe we can do that for this session, but maybe we can put the Uhuru knew and played Raila. Maybe we can put that on the side because I think that will be a dicey one. But maybe that I can do tomorrow. But now, this is the other one that I wanted to say, which is something that I've been doing for a while here. I've been asking people, for how long are we going to be a third world country? Does it come a time that, and what do we have to do? Mr. Guru, Alex, Mary, Mzalendo, public, I need you guys to tell me, what is it that we need to do to stop being called a third world country? What is it? Is it political? Is it geopolitical? What is it that we are doing wrong? That all this time, with all the resources that we have, and even the way we are coming together as countries, Congo and all that, East African and all that, and knowing what we have, that to a point that even in Africa, we have the first country to even give Ukraine to give Ukraine help, which is Morocco. As Africa, for how long are we going to be called third world countries? Yet we are the one that produces everything in our country. I think I've opened up a can of worms, but kama kuna mtu ameshikilia kitu mwenye anaweza sema, I'll let you guys, I'll just be here listening to you guys and just try to, let's have a conversation, let's talk about those things. I think these are some of the things that I've written down and that I wanted us to have a conversation if I come in before Julia comes in, and we can have a conversation, because I think these are some of the things that really we need to actually talk about. If anybody has any problem with any conversation, this is an open forum at this point. This is the evening time that we have this conversation. So if you guys allow me, I will start with I'll start with Alex. I'll follow the way it is on the on the screen. So I'll go Alex, Mary, Mzalendo, Public, Guru, and then if somebody else comes in, we'll follow that. You just nitakuwa tu. Mimi, I just want you guys to converse.
Let me talk about Cherenai. Cherenai was given leadership when he was too young. He has a problem called entitlement. And after they took power, he thinks that he's above the law. And he has gone to a point that he's pissing off. I saw Amason King is so bitter today. He did not want him. Now, let me say something about the third world country. And that is the problem that America wants to do to us. Guru, do you remember Makto, Buanadao? There was a company that used to be called Lonro East Africa.
Very well.
Do you remember Makto used to be the chairman of a company called Lonro East Africa?
Yes.
Lonro East Africa was a company that used to smuggle gold, diamond, tanzanite, and they used to do what? Wanachukua Israel. Okay?
Yes.
So what is happening is this. I think they have found there is a way for us, and I think somebody asked that thing. It's Mulumbu. Why is Kenyan soldiers in Congo? Unaelewa? So that is why we are saying that the reason why we are third world country is because we allow this country. Magufuli refused these people totally to come to his country. He refused to take any aid. He paid all the money. What happened? They finished him. They finished him. So I think our country is being sold. We are a third world country because the person that is at the helm of leadership has been compromised. Whatever the West will tell you, they are going to do it. That's why we are a third world country. Thank you.
Alex, just to add what you're saying, to these Western powers push their interests to so hard that they put even conditions on us. And Magufuli, when he came in, his first question was, why should the miners who go to the villages looking for tanzanite and those other minerals that are found in the rural areas, why do they take a huge chunk of profits outside the country? And he actually repudiated all the licenses and invited fresh applications. You see, it brought a lot of controversy. And by the way,
it is the same thing that Gaddafi had done around 1969. He actually repudiated the licenses of mostly American companies that were exploiting oil there and invited fresh applications where he decreed that if you cannot repatriate 30% and leave 70% for the country, you can as well take a walk. It is the same thing that Magufuli was trying with the minerals that are found in Tanzania. And Magufuli did not travel even to those Western countries. But you know what? These people always have a way. And Kenya, we are at crossroad because it is at this moment that we are discovering our minerals. Some of them at a very primary level of exploitation. And therefore, the interest is intense. And the arm twisting could get worse and going forward. And we are trapped in between the Americans and the Chinese. So we do not know exactly how it is going to pan out. But this is a time when a country calls for a very strong leader who can say no when the deal does not seem to favor the country. As to whether that is the kind of leadership we have now, we wait to see. Asante.
Okay, thank you for that. Nilikuwa unajua kule ile mkururo nilikuwa nimesema. So Mama Mary, I think it's you, and then we go to Mzalendo. Naona Chaka amekuja, then anyway, let's go to Mama Mary, and then we'll go to Guru. The way nataka tu ikae tu venye tu iko kwa screen. So let's do Mama Mary, Guru, Mzalendo. Chako umekuja nyuma kidogo, utabaki well, let's do Guru, and then after Guru itaenda Chaka, alafu tukuje public. Public, pole, tulia na sisi, unajua ni wetu. So Mama Mary.
Asante. Niko na shida ya macho, ndio mnaona saa ingine nina disappear. I have had surgery on one eye, but I'm just pushing myself just to do the best I can. So Guru amesema kitu cha maana sana ambacho ni kumaanisha Afrika yetu imevamiwa na mostly Kenya right now. It is on the market. It's being sold to the highest bidder na already wamepatana. Sasa ni jukumu la Wakenya kuelewa ni aje. It's very saddening to see these people coming at this time of when we are vulnerable to some extent, though we can still keep ourselves up. Nafikiri tuko na shida moja kwa sababu sisi kama hatutaki, kuna yule ambaye anawaongoza who is not ready to say no. He's just saying yes. And he has already shown the signs of giving things to the Western, or giving them chance to come in and explore where they want or what they want. When I heard about that president is visiting Kenya, it was a shock for me somehow, because already we have seen signs of very destructive things happening, and also unhopeness of what good can come from them. hopefully sisi wa Kenya tusimame na nia yetu nzuri, kwa sababu we don't want to have this happening to us because of one individual who don't care, of which we have already known that he's a don't care. He cares much about what he's gonna get, not what we gonna get, what he's gonna get. Na hiyo mchafuko wako nao hapo nchi yetu ya kati yao wenyewe. Ndovu wawili wakipigana nyasi ndio huumia. Kwa hivyo sisi ndio nyasi na tutaumizwa hawa watu wakianza mvurugano wa aina hiyo. But we have the final say. Wananchi tuko na final say. So we stand firm for our country. I always pray that we have our country, because hata wale wako nje ya nchi wana siku moja wanataka kurudi nyumbani. Na in fact, even those people who have gone out of the country or they are out of the country, it's not that they are really enjoying being out of the country, their own. Ukifikiria, you are not there permanently. One day you will think of going back to your country. It doesn't make a pleasant scenario for you to see where you be going to retire. It's on fire. That is a very bad thing to experience or to have in your mind. So you feel anxiety of a kind, because your motherland needs to be peaceful, because that is where your rest will be, your comfortability will be. Kwa hivyo tungangane wa Kenya na tuombe sana. Tuombe Mungu. Mungu hufanya maajabu yake. The last minute, saa ile nyinyi mmesikia kama mmewezwa, Mungu huingia. Na kwa hivyo tusisahau kuomba Mungu arekebishe nchi yetu na aturekebishie akili za watu wale wanafikiria kutuumiza. We want to look forward to see that things don't go the way they are going. Hawa ni binadamu ambao wameumbwa na Mungu. They don't have extra heart. It's only one heart they have. And we don't see, we don't appreciate the way they are trying to treat people who are the inhabitants of the country. We hope all will go well. Hiyo mipango wako nayo itazoroteka na Mungu ataintervene na kutakuwa na amani nchi yetu. We have to stand firm.
Somebody is attacking us here. Mnaona? Tunajaribu kumblock na kataa. Anaweka vitu za pornography hapa. Oh gosh. Just keep talking. Let me try to block it.
It's Alex, I'm fighting them too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But try on your side too. I think there's Pia Julia is fighting on the other side.
Oh boy, imekata. There.
It's okay. Mama Mary, endelea.
So ni kuhidhimisha kabisa nchi yetu, tuangalie mbele na tuwe na umoja, ndio tuweze kuwa tuko na wimbo wetu wa kusema nchi yetu haitanyakuliwa na mtu yeyote. How can we be colonized in our own country? At this very time, we have gone all these years. We have learned so many. We have experience of so bad things. And now people come in when we are stabilizing and having our own piece of cake to eat. We want to eat it comfortably. Na kwa hivyo tunataka tuwe pamoja. Wakenya mjue, sisi ndio wenye inchi. The few are out and we know them. So don't let them intervene or take over our country. Sasa hata wao wageni wanaojaribu kuja nchini, hata wao wanaweza ona energy yetu ama unity yetu ambayo inaweza tuunganisha, ndio tuwaonyeshe nyinyi hamna nafasi ya kuingia hapa. Muingie kwa heshima, muingie mfanye kazi yenu ile ambayo ni muhimu, ambayo sisi tutakubaliana nayo. What we'll accept from you. The hands that you are giving us. We want to know. Open your hands. Let's see what you have so that we can agree or disagree. Because you cannot just come and overtake our country just anyhowly. We have got a way of saying it. So God help us and God bless Kenya. I am very happy because we are trying to unite our hearts, to unite our country, to unite our people, and let them know that we are still with them. So thank you so much, guys, for the evening. Nimemaliza.
And Martin Ogutu amesema quick recovery, Mama Mary. So
Thank you so much. I'll be okay. Sante.
Mama Mary, we really appreciate you so much, and we appreciate everybody that is on the show right now. And the guys that were asking for the link is over there. I think I've already put it. I'll put another one. But we really do appreciate you guys. I mean, this is the evening show where we come here and talk about everything that matters our country. And we do really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that is on the show that actually comes in and talks, and the people on the comment section, Tony Maina, Danny Darius, and everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep on moving, I think we have another 1 hour to, talk about matters of our country. This is a good thing because we need to talk about our country. If we don't talk about our country, then we will start fighting. And we don't want to go the Ukraine way or the Somali way. We want to be able to keep our country the way we are. And that's the reason we come here and talk. And I appreciate everybody that comes and every day has a conversation with us. Alex, thank you. Mama Mary, thank you. Guru, thank you. Kila mtu mwenye ako hapa. Thank you. Now, Alex, ndo umeka hii ya Martin Oguta, because now I'm looking at the names. But anyway, that's fine. Guru.
I have put it because that person is trying to put this on the screen. So nimeiacha tu hapo.
Okay, thank you. All right. Guru, I think it's your time before we go to, before we move on. So, Guru, this is your time at this point. And in case anybody wants to come in, I'm gonna put
Mzalendo was next because Guru had talked.
Okay. So Alex, who do you want? Do you want Guru or Mzalendo for next?
Mzalendo hajaongea, amekaa hapa for a while.
Okay, Mzalendo, kuja utuchokoze basi. Unajua nilikuwa namweka huko nyuma koza napenda kunichokoza sana. Pole Mzalendo, na kuchezea tu. Ni sawa. Alafu tutarudi kwa Guru, alafu turudi kwa the newcomer. And our sister is still here. So, all right, Mzalendo, tuchokoze kabisa.
I can't hear anybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. All right. Habari zenyu ndeto, asante sana. Mato. Ni Mato.
Mimi si tu Mato, mimi naitwa Kenyan with Love.
Oh, Kenyan with Love. Why do you guys have those very long names? Why do you hide your identity? Kenyan with Love, sijui nini. Mumekuwa wa Kenya bwana, jiite tu jina yako. Now, asante sana panelists, asante sana the lady who has just spoken. You spoke very, very well. Chaka, I hope uko salama kule Pwani. The bad news ya Pwani ni Joe ametuacha. Na tuendelee na conversation kiasi. Now, we were talking about, generally we were talking about how Kenya tunarudi nyuma, ama tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya, remind me Mato, you said so many points there that saa zingine umeniruka mpaka nani akanionea huruma. Unaogopaga niingie kwa show for nothing. Me, I'm just a Mzalendo trying to help my country. Now,
so
ulikuwa ni point moja ulisema hapo ya mwisho, lakini ingine ukatoa.
Gani ulikuwa unataka?
No, hiyo ulitoa ndio ilikuwa muhimu sana kwangu. That the one that you said that you'll discuss tomorrow.
Nasaka si ya kesho.
Uhuru alicheza Uhuru alicheza Raila.
Hiyo Uhuru alicheza Raila.
Hey, Alex,
It is,
na unamkumbusha huo atasha moto hapa.
No, it's okay. Si
it is
ameuliza.
something that has been in the public domain. But anyway, hata ukiangalia vizuri, hiyo mchezo inaendelea tu. Hiyo vile Uhuru alicheza Raila, it is something that most of us are pretending actually can't hack it. They can't really know what happened. But there was one question that was posed. What really happened between these two? Yeah. Jamaa walienda Hague. They used to wear uniforms together. They used to appear together. So they committed nearly the same atrocities. Wakapelekwa huko ICC pamoja. So what really happened? What really happened? That is the big cue. That cue is not corruption, because most of Azimio supporters think that Uhuru differed with Ruto because of corruption. Uhuru's side was even more corrupt. When Baba came in, hakukuwa na kesi yote ya corruption. When Baba shook hands with Uhuru Kenyatta, there was no corruption. There was no whistle blowing of any corrupt dealings that were going on. But we can't say that there were no corruption, because the COVID billionaires walitokea hiyo wakati wa handshake. Now most of them were either from the Baba side and from the Jubilee government, ndio walikuwa wameiba hiyo pesa. So wacha tuiwachie hapo. Ile kitu tena ninataka kuongeza, the problem with Africa and the problem with sisi watu weusi, especially Kenyans, when it comes to governance. Look at some good leaders that came before in other countries. Like Burkina Faso, we had somebody called Thomas Sankara. When Thomas Sankara came to power, Sankara akiingia kwa power, he changed so many things drastically. It's changed so many social policies that were affecting the people of Burkina Faso. And Burkina Faso before was called Upper Volta. It was colonized by the French. When he came in, he changed the name of that country to Burkina Faso, meaning upright people. So we are waiting for this Kenyan leader who will change the face of Kenya, so that we all feel that we belong to this country called Kenya. Because Kenya tumegawanishwa kwa makabila na tuna support makabila zetu, na kabila ndogo ndogo na kubwa kubwa. Wale wadogo wa feel kabisa kama wako kwa serikali. So we need to have that kind of unity that brings everybody together. I am happy that Ruto's government is at least trying to bring all Kenyans on board, Kenyans on the table. Uwe unatoka kwa kabila ya huko Nyanza, uwe Mkisii, uwe Mcoast, uwe nani, everybody is on the table. Serikali ni ndogo, lakini at least kila mtu amepata kitu kidogo kidogo. Previous governments like the one for Kibaki did not bring so many tribes together. And then Uhuru also tried to bring like the face of Kenya, but haikukuwa sura ya Kenya, ilikuwa sura ya Kalenjin na sura ya Wakikuyu ndo tulikuwa tunaona sana sana kwa serikali. Sometimes we must say these things the way they are. Hii mambo ya kusugarcoat na kujaribu kupendekeza because somebody is from your tribe, let us forget about it. When Azimio is not doing well or Raila is not doing well, let his tribemen come out and say, hey boss, you are not doing fine. I am glad that there are some Jubilee members who are still in Azimio. But for how long? Hiyo ndio shida. For how long? Because most of our politics is tribal based. Politics zetu ni tribal based politics. And I wish we could just rewind to 1963 when we were fighting for independence. This is what I say, but it is very, very controversial. Wazungu we would have just negotiated with them. Hiyo vita ya kupigana nao was not necessary. Tungekaa tu nao kwa meza tuambie, hey, nyi watu mmetutawala sana, lakini since you are part of us, wacha tusaidie na organization of this country, alafu na sisi pia tuingie kwa uongozi. That way you realize that countries that got independence late in Africa, they are more developed than these countries that got independence very, very early because of the African problem with governance. When Kenyatta came in, he ripped all the structures that ile mzungu aliweka. Ukikuwa Nairobi saa hii, for those of us who were in Nairobi in the 70s, you could see the kind of development that was left and organization that was left by the mzungu. Kila nyumba ilikuwa na namba, it had an address. Ukiwa unaishi Umoja, there was an address ya hiyo nyumba mahali unaishi. You could go to your address. The buses used to ply to these very, very estates in a very organized manner. Takataka was being collected in a very, those were not African way of thinking. Those were the Mzungu's ways of thinking. But now you look at the people who worked with Wazungu, people like Tom Mboya, people like Jaramogi, people like Gamapinto. These guys worked with Wazungu, and you see the policies that they were bringing, zilikuwa zile zinasaidia mwananchi kawaida. Sahii ukienda estate kama California, in California ameshikana na majengo. California estate is the brainchild of Tom Mboya, and it stands today. Unaangalia, hey, this guy, he got the white man's education and really implemented it on his people. Now, we have African leaders who have gotten the white man's education, but they are implementing African ideologies. Some of the African ideologies are outdated. They will not help us in this century. Asanteni kwa mchache.
Point of order, Mzalendo. You don't believe in African excellency. You don't believe in African excellency.
Let me tell you, I said that this is going to be very, very controversial. I don't believe that.
I don't want you to tell me white monopoly ideas. We have originality.
Tell me. Yeah.
Hold on. Alex and Mzalendo.
Okay, let me just Alex. Right now unaongea lugha ya mzungu, umevaa nguo za mzungu, unatumia technology ya mzungu. Tell me what is African in you that I can.
Hii nguo nimenunua
niambie what is African in you.
Mzalendo,
right
we have
now.
a show to run, eh?
Let me tell me what is African in you that I can embrace.
Both of you.
Itaweza tusaidia.
Order, both of you. There's we have standing rules here. Mtu akitaka kuingilia kitu anainua mkono. Tafadhali, let's just run it the way it is. Alex, thank you for that. Go for it, Alex, because you umeinua.
I don't want to hear anything of white monopoly capitalists. We have black excellency, and we are better. We have had, we mwenyewe umesema we are leaders. Tom Mboya. Kwani Tom Mboya ni wazungu walimfunza? Let's stop it there. Tutakosana tu bure.
Yes, alifunzwa na nani?
Usiharibu show.
All right, Mzalendo, wacha tuende kwa mtu mwingine. It's okay. Think about that, and you will still have another chance. But thank you guys for respecting that, because kuna standing orders, so it's not gonna be a running match. I think at this point I want to bring in Chaka. Mkono Nilikuwa
Sasa
nikupitia extension yako, lakini umeinua mkono sasa. Ni unataka kurebat ama ni session yako unataka? Because I think it was you nilikuwa nikupatie.
Kumbe ni haraka, kumbe ndio wanaandaliwa tu. But nimenyua mkono Mato kwa sababu sisi wengine ni wale unatujua ni wakubambanya bambanya, ngawaje huu ni ulevu umetuingia hapa, ni lazima tuzungumzie maoni yetu. Lakini jinsi ya kuingia hapa hali ndio kubambanya bambanya, hatuwezi kaa hapa masaa hayo yote. Sasa nikikaa hapa mara huko jamaa ananiambia we huku kunapungua maneno, utatoka sasa hivi. Zoka wasiwasi wangu Guru akiingia kisubmit mpaka nikirudi wende kawa huko nako nimemalizwa kiujanja. So nikana niwa mkono ili nitumie yangu machache mawili matatu, wakati nikitoka basi nitakuwa pia nimelizungumza lile lilokooni.
Zungumza yako, alafu pia utupe maoni yako, manake muda ni wako. Na tafadhali kama kuna mtu mute tafadhali.
Asante kwa hii nafasi. Kwanza nikushukuru wewe haswa na brother Lex. Kuna mama hapa ambaye ni mama wa nguvu, mama ambaye namheshimu, Mama Mary, mzee wetu Guru hapo, public participation, brother mzalendo, naona pia kuna Tom Kenya. Na wale wako kwa comment section pia wote ni wasalimu tu. Mimi langu ni kwamba Afrika tuko na uoga. Ndipo sasa special wale viongozi ambao wakiingia katika madaraka zaidi, wengi wakiingia pale huchukulia madaraka haya ambao mamlaka wamepewa basi ni kwa kujitafutia mali na kujijenga ili kuweza kutambulika, lakini si kwa minajili ya edha Mwafrika ama Afrika. Na wachache wale watakuwa na roho hiyo ya kuweza kusimamisha Afrika kwa mmoja, basi hujenga vita upande mwingine. Wao huinjwa, mwisho wa siku hao hutafutiwa ndani, minzi yote hupotezwa. Lakini wenye kuwapoteza ni sisi wenyewe, haswa wa Afrika. Ndio tunaotumiwa kule kuweza kuwapoteza wa ndugu zetu ambao wako na maono ya kuweza kutengeneza hii Afrika na mataifa yaliomo ndani kusimama ili kuweza kujitegemea na kuweza kubadilika na kurudi katika miongoni ya zile nchi ambazo ni bora zaidi katika huu ulimwengu. Maana kuzungumza hivyo ni kwamba tumeona wale ambao ni marais walijitokeza haswa kuhakikisha kwamba wanasimamisha nchi zao. Kweli mabadiliko tuliyaona. Kianzia kwa Gaddafi zile wananchi wako walivyokuwa wanaishi, kidogo walikuwa wamefikia wenzetu ile nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Lakini wakati wajanja ambao wazungu wakatutumia sisi tena.
Chaka.
Yes.
Naweza kuomba tu muda wako.
Ni sawa.
Niweke mute kidogo. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Facebook guys, I think the time has come to an end. Watu wenye wako kwa Facebook, kama unaweza change urudi bado YouTube, tuko YouTube, tuko bado, the show is still going on. Tafadhali watu wa Facebook, sasa muda wenyu imeisha, kujeni tafadhali kwa YouTube, just show up on YouTube. Kama kuna mtu ana watch kwa YouTube na anajua mtu alikuwa na watch kwa Facebook, muda wa Facebook umeisha. Tafadhali kujeni kwa YouTube, you still have the show. Poleni, si ati show imefungwa, tuko hapa tunaendelea. So if you can come into the YouTube side of it, then you'll still have the show. We're still here. Chaka, sorry for taking your time. I just had to do this because Facebook wamepotea.
Ni sawa, haina shida. Kwa sababu ni kazi na tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunaenda sawia. So kwa kweli viongozi wale wanaingia kwa madaraka ambao wanapata hizi nyadhifa, wakiingia pale hujiangalia wao, na huwa na uoga kujilimbikizia mali wao, kila kitu wao, ili watambulike kiulimwengu kwamba wao nao ni akina nani, instead ya kufanyia Waafrika kazi. Ingawaje Mungu alibariki Afrika kwa rasilimali, kwa mito, kwa maziwa, bahari, kwa kila kitu kizuri, kwamba kiasi kwamba ulimwengu wote unategemea Afrika hii yetu kuweza kujisimamisha kwao. So kama ni madini wanachukua hapa, kama ni kila kitu kinatokaga hapa Afrika, but kile kinatuaffect sisi ni viongozi walafi, viongozi wenye uchu na madaraka. Hao ndo wanaotumaliza. So tukirudi Kenya, kwa sasa hivi tumeingia katika hilo dimbwi, hatuna jinsi. Kwa hiyo kitu cha kututetea hapa ni sisi wa Kenya tuungane, kabila zote tuungane, tuseme hapana, sisi tuko na sauti. Angalau at least kama tutasimama katika misimamo hii ya kuungana pamoja na kusema hapana, huu uongozi na utawala huu utatupeleka mahali ambapo sipo, at least pia wale majirani wetu wenye na uoga, wale ambao wametuzunguka wataanza kusoma mfano kwetu. Wao pia hawatavumilia kuona machafu yakiendelea tu, basi wataweza kusimama na wao pia kuweza kufanya nini, kujikomboa. But for real, viongozi wenye uchu na madaraka walafi wanapoingia katika katika uongozi, basi anayeumia ni Mkenya, ama ni mwananchi, ama ni ule ambaye ni mwananchi mdogo. Hawaye yote, awe diaspora, hawaye wapi, yeye yote pamoja na wale ambao haswa ni walala hoya kinachaka huku chini, wote tunaumia. Tunaumia kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye anajali maslahi yetu. Hali ni ngumu kwa kweli. Aje nani hapa Kenya, basi ni Biden atakuja nani aje, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba je, nchi yetu na wananchi wetu wanaishi katika misimamo gani, mazingira gani? Hali hii ya harama maisha, pesa imeshuka thamani kiasi kwamba sasa hii pesa Tanzania hapa imetuzidi. Ukiwa na 1000 ya hapa kwetu Kenya, ukifa kule ni unapewa shilingi 18,000, ambapo zamani tu miezi 2, 3, 4 iliyopita ulikuwa ukienda na 1000 ukitaka kuchange, basi unapewa shilingi kama ni 1000 unapewa 22,000 za Kitanzania. Sasa imeshuka kiasi kwamba ukiwa na 1000 basi si lolote kabisa, na ni kwa sababu ya hali ngumu ya maisha. Gharama za maisha ziko juu, vitu viko juu, na hakuna mtu ambaye analizungumzia hili. Watu wako katika mambo yao tofauti kabisa, mambo ya kuzozana, mambo ya kupakana matope, kwamba huyu hafai, huyu amemaliza, mimi ndio kila kitu. Lakini ukiangalia all hapa ni kujihakikisha kwamba watu wanajilumbikizia mali, maana ni wakati wa kula, ni wakati wa kuhakikisha wale ambao waliweza kushirikiana na kusimamia katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza wameshakula. Hii keki ni yao, kwa hivyo wagawane. Na ndio maana wengine wanaweza wanaponyokwa na midomo kama kina Cheregei tulivyowashuhudia jana katika bunge. Si ile kwamba haelewi kwa sababu amekaa pale kwa bunge, si second term yake, anaelewa mambo yanaendelea pale, lakini kwa sababu ya ule utashi kwamba mimi sasa ndo sisi ndio kusema na Kingi tumempa hii kazi hapa, hata ile heshima ikawa hakuna. Kwa hivyo anakuta yeye ndio kila kitu katika pale bungeni, maana Kingi wafanya kumtafuta kumbambanya, maana kama bahati ya Kingi kwa pale, ile heshima kwamba huyu pia ni speaker na ana haki yake na ana haki ya kumsikiliza kama haipo. So ukweli ni kwamba na hata tukiangalia hata kwa DP wetu the same thing applies. Akiingia mahali anasema sisi wa Kikuyu ndio tumefanya hivi, sisi wa Kikuyu ni wakati wetu wa hivi. Yani ni kitu tunaona hii mambo na tribalism, the way anakitua mizizi na kupaliliwa zaidi, jambo ambalo limethuathiri hapa. Kile tunakosa hapa ni jinsi ya kupigana na ufisadi. Kile kitu ambacho tunakosa hapa Kenya ambacho tunaweza ni kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usimamizi mzuri wa madini yetu. Yule anakuja kuwekeza hapa, kama ni madini anachimba hapa, akisha amechimba hapa, ameyatengeneza hapa, tumejua thamani yake, ili nchi yetu iweze kulipa hayo madeni, na kile kibaki katika kitu kizito cha kuweza kujenga hili taifa. either kwa infrastructure na mambo mengine. Lakini ikiambo inachimba madini, mfano inachimba madini bahari fulani, tayari kuna mabrokers wako pale, watu tena watu na kazi zao, watu ambao wako huko majuu. Sasa sisi tutokea kuchimba na vile vibarua mara hatulipi mshahara, wanaofaidi ni wengine. Unaona, so taifa linapopata uongozi wanaoongozwa na uchu wa madaraka, uchu wa mamlaka na uchu wa kujilimbukizia mali, hakika tumechapotea. Na hii ndio serikali tulionao sasa hivi. Kwa hiyo Wakenya ni sisi wenyewe tuungane, tuache mambo mengine. Hii mtembei hii, Mungu ailinde isonge, sauti zetu ziingie hapa na wananchi wapate kuelewa kile kinaendelea, na tuseme no, hatutaki hii tena mapema, kwa sababu tukiacha hii serikali ikimaliza miaka yake 3-4, hatuna jinsi, kila kitu kutakuwa kishakoma. Kitambo tujaribu kuleta sauti zetu, tutakuwa ni uongo. Hapa mwanzo madamu tumeona dalili ya miezi 3 hii yenye imeisha, siku 100 zimeisha hizi na hakuna dalili. Let's come together, let's tutoe hii serikali, kwa sababu kama itakuwa hii ni kama tutakuwa under control kutoka nje, na sisi si wa Kenya wenye sauti, ni tufanye kupangiwa, ndo tumeumia. Kwa hiyo wachache walafi wa uchu na madaraka na mali na kutoa makesi wasituharibie nchi. Hilo tu ndio ombi langu, wa Kenya wenzangu, na tuwe macho, tufunguke, ukweli tuzungumze hapa, kwa sababu mimi naamini Gachagua ni wetu, wamezaliwa hapa. Ruto ni wetu, wamezaliwa hapa Kenya. So haiwezekani kwamba tuwa tunampiga tu kwa maonevu kwa sababu ya kwamba tuna kisingizio kwamba Azimio tulishindwa na hawa walishinda. Hapo tukiingia katika huo mkumbo hatutajua maana, tutakuwa tukupigania, na ndio mahali tunaelekezwa kwamba sisi tulishinda kihalali, hawa walishindwa na wakubali kushindwa. Sasa tukienda katika hayo, basi kuwe na mazuri upande huu wa serikali ambao pia mwananchi anaona kwamba japo hawa walikwenda hivi na hivi na hivi, lakini uongo pale mbele tunaona kwamba kuna picha ambayo inatufeva. Lakini kama kushindwa kwenye uongozi huu wenyewe unakuingia kwa mamlaka, ilikuwa tabu yake hivyo. Tena napo mwananchi ni kuniumiza ama ni kuumiza mwananchi. Wao ni sisi wenyewe ndio tutajenga hii nchi, na ni sisi wana Kenya wenyewe wananchi ndio tutakaoibomoa nchi. Tukiruhusu hawa viongozi waingia hapa na mitindo hii, politician waingie katika hizi hali wako nazo, kwa kweli Kenya tumesambaratisha. Basi tukionyesha wa Kenya sisi ndio muhimu na ndio kusema katika hii Kenya, ndio sisi wananchi ndio ambao ndio kusema na ndio wenye sauti na ndio wenye nguvu. Viongozi si lolote, maana tumefanya kuwaweka pale. Kwa hiyo tuungane, tuacheni mambo mengine ya kushabikia mahali unaona unashabikia, na wakati unashabikia kitu ambacho unakiona kabisa mimi naingia kwa shimo kabisa. Kwa hiyo ndio maoni yangu, ndugu zangu, tukade pamoja, tuachane ama mwingine akina mzalendo hawa wote, tuungane, tueneze injili kwamba where we are heading to si mahali pazuri na hakuna matumaini. Na kama kuna mtu anasema labda kuna matumaini ambayo tutayaona ama tumeshaona within miezi 3, ajitokeze hapa atueleze serikali hii ndio iliahidi wakati fulani na hiki kaka hivi na hivi na hivi, na kuna mipango hii. Kwa hivyo tuone haswa. Lakini kwa kweli mimi binafsi chaka siko tena katika umringo, siko katika Azimio, siko katika nini, niko katika Ukenya sasa hivi, kuangalia Kenya yangu mahali naelekea. Nilitoka katika hiyo mirengo, na kumtaja Raila nitamtaja kwa sababu unaona ndio mtu pekee ambaye yuko na sauti ya kuweza kututetea pale mahali, na amefanya hivyo kwa miaka mingi kusimama na Kenya. Laiti kama si ya haya mengine na viongozi wengine wenye roho kama yake, hatungekuwa tumefikia hapa. Kwa hiyo nasema kabisa kweupe hapa kwamba the only person ambaye angeweza kuituliza hii Kenya ni baba. Hatujampa nafasi kwa hizo dharau na propaganda na uongo ambao ulibandikizwa juu yake, watu kumshusha thamani kiasi kwamba hana maana yoyote, hana chochote cha kufanyia wa Kenya, na kuitwa mjinga na kufanya mambo mengi. Lakini for real, that's the only person ambaye angeweza kuikomboa nchi na tukaifikia ile nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Kwa hiyo mimi nitakwamia pale, ndugu yangu, Kenya with love, lakini ni tuungane. Tukiacha sisi wananchi hii ndani ya wanasiasa, tumeshakwisha. Asanteni.
Asante Chaka kwa maoni yako. Maoni yako mazuri sana kabisa. Ila tu chochote umesema huo nakikubali kabisa. We ni mtu ambao tukuheshimu sana. Kwa hiki kipindi huwa tunakuheshimu sana, lakini mimi kwa maoni yangu si ya moderator, lakini maoni yangu mimi mwenyewe, kuna mahali ambapo ninakosana nawe, nasikizana nawe, ambapo unasema twafaa tukubali. Hamna kitu ambacho tunafaa tukubali dada, kakangu. Hatufai kubali maovu. Ukiona maovu lazima useme maovu ni maovu. Ukikubali maovu utakuwa kwenye shida. Kama maovu ni maovu, waona. Hapo ndio huwa mimi nasema maovu ni maovu. And let me change to my English, to the other side, that I'm easier talking about it. I think if you see something that is wrong, and there's no way that one day you will sit down and say that your kid called you, or somebody did something wrong, and then we need to talk about it.
Chaka mute. Inapiga kelele.
So I believe a wrong is a wrong, and two wrongs don't make a right. So we cannot, and I think that is what our politicians have always been very good at, where they come and do something, and then they know that everybody, they're just going to say, move on, and that is okay. Let's just fix it. It's already happened. Move on. And I think that's where Kenyans are, in the most part of what Kenyans are thinking. Kenyans are thinking it's time to not be played, because that was what politicians have ever done. And that is what politicians know how to do, especially the guys on the wrong side. They will come and get what is yours and tell you, move on. And so now you have to move on because you have to keep it cool. But I think at times, I was not at that point. Actually, there's somebody in this show that actually has made me think a lot. A man called Stone PK. That has really made me think a lot. Because most of the politicians, we come in, we have a political whatever. If you've stolen, you've stolen. And then they tell you just move on. What are you moving on from? Why shouldn't it have been just a genuine thing that, hey, you know what? Chaka won. Guru won. That's it. So why would Guru uses abracadabra, win, and then now I have to say that, okay, we have to move on. For how long are we going to move on? To make our country be a peaceful a peaceful place. I'm just thinking, I'm not saying that we need to.
I want to contribute. Nataka kutoka.
Okay. Yes.
I want to be there, so I want to make my contribution.
Okay, Mami. Because I was coming to you before I go to Nani ametoka. There was another guy here that I wanted him to actually talk. If you can come back. Tony Mkenya. You're gonna be going next after public participation if you come back. So I'm adding you if you can come back. But yeah, public participation. Say what you wanted to say.
Yes. So okay. You see, these arguments of Uhuru played Raila, who won and who didn't, I think we are past that. We all know what happened, and well, there's no need of crying over the spilled milk. Let's now focus on getting ahead. So you see, my point, the point which I've been trying to make here is that governance or what the standards or everything that we do, it's not be based on an individual or on the type of the government or on the type of the party. We should be having, there's something Zalendo said, this was very positive, that when Muzungu was here in the 60s, he had all the houses numbered and something like that. I think it was Alex who was trying to say that don't we have anything positive as Africans to contribute, or why are you trying to tell us that Wazungu are doing? But the reality is there. Wazungu are the ones who our own president is going to beg money from Wazungu, so obviously they are doing better than us. You see, you have to also look at what the person is doing better. You see, let me tell you, this issue is like ile issue these issues are race. It's like the agenda. So if you are not doing well in a particular subject, and boys are doing well, and you are not doing well, and boys are doing well in that subject, si utaenda kwao wakusaidie uone what they are doing, so that you will not say ati kwani I don't have anything good to offer, so please guys, let's toka kwa hiyo mindset ya this Tungu, they have brought for us language, they've brought for us religion, they've brought for us God, how mini technology ya kubuild. Sisi wenyewe bado hatuwezi build our own roads. We are going to China and other people. So let's learn from them. And the thing which I like about Jungu is a person who has a lot of foresight. Unajua, he's not mtu wa instant gratification. Mwafrika anapendanga one thing, anapenda ni continuous consumption, meaning akipata pesa, the first thing aende anunue big car. And you can see with Black Americans, for example, when they get money, how they spend it versus how white people, somebody like who is one of the richest people in the world, like this one who has supermarket, Warren Buffett, lives in the same small house he used to live. He just drives a regular car. The one he doesn't have a driver. Some people, if they had just a tenth of what he owns, my friend, hata kuoga angekuwa anajiogesha, angekuwa analipa watu wamuoshe. So guys, kuna something wrong with our mindset as Africans. Now it's not something imeanza juzi. It's something which has been there since NZ, when black people were trading their own brothers and sisters to Arabs, ndio wauziwe wazungu. There is no mzungu and there is no Arab aliingia ndani ya Africa akakuja kuchukua slaves. They were brought from the hinterland through a black man, usually the chief. So hii mambo ya kuuza haijaanza sahi ati tunauzwa kwa America. Imeanza kitambo, and it's a problem which Africans have, which other races sijaona wakiwa nayo, because kama Asians, let's talk about Asians achana na India, let's talk about Asians kama wa China na Korea huko. They love themselves. Vile nani anakitanga hapa akituambia what's her name? Roda anajinanga atuambia, when will we love ourselves? When will we love ourselves? Because ni kama hatujipendaji by the way. Mtu anajipenda, hakuna vyenye anaweza fanya the kind of things happening here. Wacha nikwambie, and there is something which I always try to make a very important point for Kenyans to understand, especially Kenyan leaders. Usifikirie ile pesa yenye unakula unakula sahihi short term corruption, yani umeingia unataka kukula na kugrow na corruption, is like mtu mwenye anaenda anachukua seed yenye alikuwa apande, anapika anakula. Hiyo itakuwa tu sufuria moja, but if you had planted it itakuja whole harvest, unaona. So that's the kind of a mentality I'd like us to have, that we can, it's not a must for you first of all to be corrupt to be able to be rich. And even if for the short term, hautakuwa that rich, in the future generations, if we take the stand like what Asians have done, like the model Europeans have done, tunajinyima instant gratification for a short time, tunajenga. Now you see where they are. Hata countries which tulikuwa tunapea pesa ya understand, South Korea tulikuwa tunawapea loan, sahii wako wapi? They sacrifice. Unafikiria ati all their leaders, kama wangekuwa leaders yao wote wako kwenye wetu wako. And let's not talk about only Ruto ati Ruto ndio ana grab. No, hii ni culture yenye tuko nayo as Kenyans or as Africans. Hata kama wewe ni messenger pale kwa ofisi, ukipewa paketi 10 ya maziwa unataka uchote 2. Uende uuze, kama maziwa inauzangwa 30 inauzangwa 40 bob, unataka uchote 2 uende uuzie watu 30 bob. So that mentality. Wacha nimalize Alex, please. So to not interrupt my train of thought. So please, let's learn how to, and then number 2, apart from hiyo mambo ya instant gratification, law and order. Kitu moja yenye Mwafrika amechizwa nayo, I'm sorry to say, na you see, if I was a white person mungesema ni racism, but now I'm a black person kama nyinyi, so tunapenda impunity. We love impunity. Unaenda unafanya U-turn where it's not supposed to be done. Kama wewe ni mtu wa boda, unaenda opposite side of the nini. Kama wewe ni mtu ya matatu, unapaki gari kwa katikati ya barabara. What is that? Hata hii kitu ya kuchange, atiingia kwa ofisi allow workers in the city, kama hiyo tumeambiwa sasa ya Nakuru, that the former governor Linjiru alikuwa amesema watu watoke kwa TTC because it was looking untidy and all that. Sasa mnaambiwa ati sasa mtu wetu amekuja hapo, ndio huyo amewarudisha. We should, kama tunasema TTC, they should not be hawkers, they should not be hawkers. It's not a matter of ikifika time ya election watu wanakuja hawkers, alafu election ikiisha tuwatoe. It should be a law is a law is a law, and that's why 3/4 of people here mko abroad. Why are you abroad and you are not in Kenya? All of you here, you are abroad. Is because wanafuata the rule of law and their systems work. Because and the systems don't work by themselves. They are made to work by the people complying, and the leaders also complying and enforcing. Sasa Kenya hapa, it's like we don't have a rule of law. Kila mtu anafanya vile anataka. Polisi anafanya vile anataka, daktari anafanya vile anataka. What kind of a society? We will always be like this. By the way, there's no magic. There's no magic. Now, if any of you here who is living abroad can tell us difference ya Kenya na ya huko, is simply one thing: following the rule of law. Na kama a law is a law is a law. There is no exception for anybody, and that's why the country is developing. Sio magic. Wacha nienda kwa mambo ya gender. This lady called Senator Gloria was talking about Kawira Mwangaza impeachment. Najua umeleta topics lakini tumedeviate mpaka sasa. You have not even commented, you have even forgotten some of them. This lady called Kawira Mwangaza, I can tell you I'm from that community. That community is a highly patriarchal community. Since 1960s, we have not had a single female MP. I think there was only one in the 60s. All this time, ni miaka ngapi? 50 ama ni ngapi? We have not had a single MP who is a female, who is a woman. So to enter to becoming a governor from women rep first time, unaruka MP, unaruka MCA, unaruka senator, unakuja kwa governor. Let me tell you, that's nothing short of a miracle. And Guru, I think we are from the same place. Anaweza kuambia that society is very patriarchal. For that mama to have made it to that seat, na ukiangalia vote yake, I think she had over 200k. She had good vote, good chunk of vote. So the people of Meru, let's say hata kama ni wamama walimvotia, pengine wamama ndio walimvotia wale wengi, but she has the mandate of the people. And there is someone there who was saying that what we are arguing, what this case boils down to is the wish of the people or the wish of the MCAs. Na kuna shida kwa hii mambo ya MCAs. Because MCA now, they are holding governor by the neck that if you are not going to do this and this for us, we are going to impeach you. And that's not only governor, hata speaker, Siliona Elachi, the time when she was being thrown out of the office, kwa sababu alikataa kufanya venye wanataka. So this issue of Kawira Mwangaza should help us also interrogate this issue of MPs, because MPs wamekuwa rogue. Sasa they have become, you are given a mandate by over 200,000 of your whatever, the majority of the county. Unashinda an incumbent who has been there for 20 years, like Kiraito Moronge. Unashinda the UDA party nominee, who is the former senator. You are a first timer, alafu sasa MPs wanakuja wanagang up. Lazima tupe umam, and to make matters worse, you are an independent candidate. You are
Yeah, sauti imepotea.
Okay. Sijui nini imefanyikia public participation. I think ameenda. Tony Mkenya, you were supposed to be next, but I don't know if you're listening to us. Na kama unatusikiza, I think huwa tufanyi hivyo. You cannot be at the back of the camera. Tafadhali, we would want to hear what you have to say. Kama unatusikiza. So if you can come out of the camera and maybe talk to us as we wait for public participation to come back. Tony Mkenya, the floor is yours, lakini utoke nyuma ya kamera.
Moderator, uongeleshe watu wale wako hapa.
Okay, sawa. So I guess Tony Mkenya, I guess you're not hearing us. We mzalendo ushaongea, Guru pia ashaongea. I think the only person mwenye ajaongea ni Mise. Alex is still with us. Alex, you're staying with me. Usijaribu kwenda mahali. You're staying with me mpaka tufungie kitu bwana. So, Mise, tuambie.
Habari ya kila mtu aliyekuwa good evening everyone. Alex, Media, Kenyan with Love, Mary Wanaina, Guru, Mzalendo, habari zenu. Alex, nilikuwa nimekuona umeinua mkono, sijui ulikuwa unataka kuleta point of order.
Nilikuwa nataka kuongea na mami but ameenda.
Okay, asante. Langu mimi ni kusikiza tu hivi ya leo lakini asua kuzungumzia ama kuchangia kwa mada ya leo naona
Samise, naomba tu nimalize point yangu. Pole, I was disconnected. Sorry to interrupt you. Sasa I was saying like this mama ukiangalia in the whole country of all the governors, huyo ndio amepata mandate ile, a clear mandate. He is not affiliated to any party. He is and she has removed the incumbent. She has removed the popular party, the party is popular in the area candidate. Sasa what we want to do as the community, we don't, Merus have become a leader in terms of democratic issues. Ukiona voting pattern ya Wameru, it's very democratic. Tuko na mpaka MP Muhindi, tuko na the young guy who was the youngest MP of last time. Nilisikia mtu hapa akisema Cherargei is young. As we had Muirigi, he was very young, and mwenye alikuwa anavaa sweta hapo anaweza kuafford kabisa. So we don't want our democracy as the people of that community to be reversed by these MCAs, who to me they are being funded by none other than Kiraito Morongi. Me, that's what I believe. They are being funded by Kiraito Morongi because Mama akikuwa impeached, she will not be able to run again after the next term. So because of course he's feeling a lot of embarrassment. What kind of can he be beaten by such a lady? So the thing is that hatutaki the will of the people to be subverted by MCA interest. Kama it was clear, loud and clear that Marians wanted that mama, that is the person whom we want for governor. MCAs cannot overturn, and 67 MCAs cannot come here and overturn the will of 200,000 people from that community. The issue which Senator Gloria was bringing about gender. You see, I was hearing all the men coming there. They are like, we care about gender. We have daughters. We have, Kalwale was like, we have how many, so we know about many others. We have 3 daughters and 1 son, so they know a lot about. No, that is not the issue. The issue is kuna kitu inaitangwa representation. Representation. Yeah. That's why hata kuna kwanga na regional balancing, so that we make sure that interest ya kila mtu is taken into consideration. If women are 50% of the population, then we come up na law that one third rule, meaning that tukue at least na 1/3 of, so that the interest of 50% of the population is
Yeah,
done what
I'm on
that
on a
was happening.
forum. We
But now the
discuss
problem,
about Kenyan politics.
the mamas who are there, I think 3/4 of them ni nominated. Sasa hawana hata hiyo vote ya vote kwa hiyo, and I don't know why they decided nominated senators cannot vote in the committee. That's very wrong. Kwa sababu kama you are a senator, whether you are nominated or you are voted. Yeah, you are holding that slot of so you should have a vote. So there are so many things to be ironed out, but Senator Gloria was actually right that for your committee, 11 people, 1/3 should have been ladies. If there are more, I don't know if there are more ladies up who could have filled it, but 1/3 should have been ladies. Although not to say that wakikuwa ladies watafika Kawira Mwangaza, but ni ile issue ya representation, and that's why I come up na women's rep, which is a seat which has been very controversial. Watu wanasema that women's rep seat ilikuwaga tu a token seat. There's nothing they are doing all these things. Okay, fine. Kuna wenye hakuna kitu wanafanya, sio uongo. There are some who are just there for their own thing. But that women's rep seat imecatapult a lot of people, including this governor from my area. Kama hangepata hiyo kiti ya women's rep, hangeweza sahi kuingia kwa governor. So it is a stepping stone and it's an affirmative action. And we should all support affirmative actions for people who are marginalized. And women are marginalized. Whether you want to take it or not, women are marginalized. Because kama we are 50% of the population and 19% in parliament, then that marginalization. So please, I hope with this house, to move towards that 1/3 rule, itatusaidia sana. You will see the positive. Because sahi watu walikuwa naongea mbaya about women's rep, but you have seen so many women who are women's rep sahi wameingia, wamekuwa senators, wamekuwa MPs, wamekuwa governor kama Kawira Mwangaza. So you see it's a positive step. That affirmative action kidogo ya hiyo 47 women's rep imesaidia mama ameingia kukuwa governor, mama ameingia kukuwa senator. So let's not and of course we are not saying that a woman governor cannot be a bad governor. Everyone is capable, but let's give women a chance. Otherwise, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, public participation. I think, and I hope that you can stay with us until we close, because I think we're not going to stay a lot. I think I wanted to do another 1 hour. 1 hour, and I think we're closing up on it. Here in about 20 minutes, we'll be closing. If you can stay with us, tafadhali. Okay. Misa, you were saying something because I think we had a glitch somewhere.
Yeah, thank you very much. For me, I was saying I also wanted to give my contribution, but I just want to support what public participation is saying, that despite the fact that the government has put in a lot of resources for women empowerment, there's an imbalance in terms of that empowerment, because women are empowered and men have not been empowered to appreciate the empowerment of women. And as such, there is resistance on the paradigm shift from the position of a woman from kitchen now to the office and other places of authority. So I want to agree with very many few things that have been said, that the political witch hunt that we see, sometimes the powers are vested on the wrong hands, and sometimes sabotage. What I'm also reading from the issue of Kawira, I think it is an issue of sabotage. But I just want to dwell on, restrain myself to the topic of today and congratulate the candidates who have done exemplary well, and to the parents who had candidates, ongera sana. But more importantly, I would like to talk about the issue of Aisha Jumwa and how the case has been dropped. I think many people sometimes justice is not what it appears to be, and many people would have high expectation to see maybe Aisha Jumwa held accountable. But again, sometimes we don't know the details. And so the issue of Aisha Jumwa, the likes of Babu Owino, has been funny issues in the within the Kenyan space, where people who are of influence, people who are connected, have oppressed, or there's no justice that is administered, especially when people have certain influence in the government. But that being said, wanasema mwenye nguvu mpishe, huwezi ukashindana naye. I remember Nancy Barasa told us sometimes back that we should know people. And when we know people, sometimes technicalities are applied. For instance, the issue of Aisha Jumwa, they relied on Article 159, which gives the judiciary the authority to review and make certain decisions, ensuring that justice is administered to all. There's no delay when it comes to justice, alternative mediation, alternative. It's called alternative forms of dispute resolution, or diversions are applied accordingly, and so on. The principles behind this is to protect everyone, the accused and those who have brought the case before the court to administer. So I think the issue of Aisha Jumwa is not an exception, is one of those that leaves us not to know whether there was injustice or there was justice that was administered. So, and again, the people like Sonko, they align themselves to people who have influence, and unfortunately, the law sometimes is influenced by people who have power and money, and those who don't have power and money sometimes end up not getting justice. So that is what I wanted to say, that because when you look at Aisha Jumwa's case, there were a lot of things that were brought forth to prove her innocence. The law says that you are presumed to be innocent, or the presumption of innocence prevails until you are proven guilty. So in this case, there were issues of ballistic report. There were issues of the motive behind the killing, and so on, that came to the negative. So it is what it is. I hope that Kenyans realize that we should bring and put systems in place that should help, should hold people accountable, whether they are of influence or they are not of influence. And that is what public participation, I think, was trying to emphasize, that the rule of law prevails in other countries, regardless of who that person is. Usually, you have seen integrity in other countries where people resign if they are accused of, if there are allegations against them, they resign and wait. But our country, tunakaa kama ule jamaa alisema, I rather die than resign. And that is the kind of mentality that we have in our country, which is a sad state of affairs. I think Kenya is not, in terms of the direction Kenya is taking, I think Kenya, I'm very optimistic that despite the fact that 100 days has elapsed, I think the ground, the foundation that is being laid, I'm very hopeful that soon or someday in the future, we shall have a change, and a change to the positive and prosperity of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mise. That was a good umeongea vizuri sana. I mean, you're opening up the discussion, and at least today We appreciate the way you came up, and I think that's a discussion that we all need to talk about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because we are coming close to closing, Mr. Tony Mkenya, are you still there? You haven't spoken anything. Tony Mkenya, you can unmute. Na watu wa kukaa, public participation, you know better than that. Watu wa kukaa nini? Watu wa kujifungia huko nyuma.
Mimi na brush meno, unataka kuniona nikibrush?
Ni saa sugiacha tu simu mahali. Sister. Tony Mkenya, because I mean, we try to make the, you know, the screen look at least something, yeah? Tony Mkenya, are you still there? Going once, twice. Okay, Tony Mkenya is not there. Alex, what do you have to tell us? We're starting, this is not, I think I'm going to do one round of not a closing session and then we close. Tafadhali mwenye yuko hapa saizi, I want us to close tukiwa wote hivyo. Mr. Guru, tafadhali bear with me. Mama Mary kama uko bado, kama tunaweza close tukiwa tu hivyo. So I want to do one last round of just having a conversation and then we do a closing remark. If you guys can actually bear with me so we can close all together, I'd really appreciate it. And the people in the comment section, we really appreciate. Brian Richard, you are a VIP. You can come in anytime that you want to come in. When you VIP, you don't wait for me to make you a VIP. You're already a VIP. Alex, tupatie mawaidha bwana.
Yeah, I will be short because Misa, you said the article gani walitumia to exonerate Aisha Jumwa?
I think it's based on Article 159. So it's basically, yeah, Article 159. And you always have to look at the era of law.
Okay.
Yeah, Article 159.
Oh. And the Sonko, it was influence. Yeah, Sonko now it was political influence.
I didn't actually talk about Sonko, but I feel like
you did say something about Sonko. You have forgotten.
Yeah, I just gave general remarks that people like Sonko, they align themselves with people of influence and power, and unfortunately, sometimes the law is influenced by power and money.
So does that the one they use for Aisha Jumwa, does it get used for petty offenders, or it's only been used for people of influence?
A law is a law. It's supposed to be justice for all. That's the rationale. Okay, that's good. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. But the second one is very, very simple. Mzalendo has, you see, there is kleptocracy in our society to a point that sometimes I wonder, when Mzalendo speaks, I ask myself, does he have a consciousness that sometimes these things that we speak, they make us retrogressive? We degenerate to a point that we think that we can only depend on white monopoly capitalists. So I want to give you two examples. When South Africa, 1994, they got independence, what happened is that Mandela decided that they will work with everybody because it was called a rainbow nation. The Ruperts decided to take the country. Until today, as we speak, for all those years, these people have never gotten their land back. They live in shants. Okay? So there are some things you say that are so sensitive because you live in privilege. You don't understand there are people somewhere who are suffering
because of some things that we should deal with. Now, I'll give you another example. Magufuli decided not to work with anybody. He said, we can do it.
Then go to Zimbabwe.
No, let me give my submission. It said we can do it, we have the capability, and we can do it. What happened? The country started thriving. What happened to Sankara? He did the same thing. What I'm trying to tell you is that we can be able to do it without the influence of other people. We have an intellectual capacity to do things. So don't come here and tell us that we must. We can choose to, but not we must. Mzalendo, we can choose to. For instance, Jaramogi chose to do it. And what happened is that they did very good. Tom Mboya chose to. What happened? Scholarships, people got learned and everything, which is a positive thing. But at the same time, if we choose not to do, like Gaddafi, they succeeded. So that's what I wanted to say. It is a choice. It's not an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alex, for your great submission. At this point, let me go to Mary Wainaina, and then we'll go to Guru after that. And then we'll go to Mzalendo, and then we'll start our closing remarks after Mise. Because I want everybody to have one shot at, bila closing. So let's do, Mary Wainaina, are you there? Mama? Mama Mary Wainaina. Okay. So I guess Mama Mary Wainaina went to sleep. Guru, tuambie.
Yes, I think it's important when we come to this forum, we guard against distorting our history. For anybody claiming that Kenyatta government did not set up structures for development is denying history. In fact, if there is one government that set up the structures that would propel development in Kenya, was the first Kenyatta regime. Kenyatta left us with 7 functional irrigation schemes across the country. He left us with 1,000 or so tarmac kilometers of tarmac road and paving of rural roads and schools and so many other things. But what happened after he died was a tragedy of monumental proportions, because we not only closed most of the irrigation schemes, but the roads that he had constructed were left to go into disrepair. When we talk, I think it's good to appreciate where we are coming from. Let's not just talk for the sake of it or to score points, because you know what you say can be verified. Nyayo era was a great era for the country, and that's a fact of history. When people talk they should talk with the perspective of history as well, because there's history that also points to where a society is moving to. We stayed on with the Britons and the Americans for quite some time. And the experiences, especially in 1980s and 90s, with these people was not pleasant at all. That's when we crossed down textile industries. That's when we crossed down clothing lines that we had started here in Kenya. That's why that's the time most industries corrupted. And they collapsed because some of the policies that they forced on us so that they can give us money ended up hurting us more. Kipaka, in his wisdom and with, I believe, advice from people who had observed the geopolitics, advised him to move to the east. And within the shortest time possible, the economy started gaining momentum. And more so in terms of infrastructural development, because we were able to access resources in a much easier way. And within a short time, the economy became vibrant. Now, we have entered another stage where we have regressed to the 1980s and 90s. We have gone to the very same people that Kibaki was trying to liberate us from, and succeeded. Already conditionalities have started coming in, thick and furious. And where it is going to stop, we do not know. Who is going to be swept under the carpet with these kind of policies that are apparently being pushed on us so that we can access some resources. These are matters of fact. The history bears me out that when these were our key development partners, we performed very badly. And that's a fact. So it is time, as Kenyans, we understand that our politics is not just a concern to us. It is also a concern to those who want to have a foothold in our country, like has happened in other African countries, for purposes of exploitation of extractive resources, more so minerals that still lie unexploited. And these people do it ruthlessly. They do it through a system that introduces neocolonialism. Okay? So the worst thing that can happen to an African country is to have a client regime. You end up very badly because there is no sensitivity to the needs of the people. You become slaves of the people giving you money for development. and they go out of their way to make sure they recover their monies, and they give conditionalities of how they are going to get paid. It doesn't matter how many children are going to die of malaria, how many children are going to miss school. For them, it is about accessing resources for their own people, for their own countries. Unfortunately, Africans and some African countries are slowly falling in the trap of becoming client regimes. And more so, it is unfortunate the Western world seems to have perfected this art. French is one of the worst colonizers you can find anywhere in the world. The Britons have been a bit humane, and the Americans, but it also seems because of the pressure that they are being put under by the new emerging powers, the likes of China, they are now ready to support, even circumventing what they have been advocating for many years, democracy and human rights, so that they get a foothold in our countries in Africa to exploit our resources. I may not have much to say about the late Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, because there is very little to say about his development record, but he was a leader who was acutely aware of what the foreign powers can do to a country. And he reminded Kenyans quite often, and they had run-ins with these powers. And being an African, I understand sometimes you'd agree and then renege to survive. He never went the full hog of selling our country, because if he was that kind of leader, I think we would have joined the basket case. So although he was not a good manager, he was acutely aware of the exploitative nature of especially the Western world. There's a story that is told that at one time he had been told to liberalize everything, telecoms, what, all the rest, to sell them out. But some wise men, or him, I don't know who was wiser there, told him, you know what, the Kenyan and Kenyans are at the weakest in terms of ability to own those parastatals, to own those organizations that the government wanted to sell. So he used tactics to delay and derail. And that's why you find most of what happened during Kibaki's time, when the economy had picked up and Kenyans could be in a situation that they are able to buy into through the stock market. So basically, what am I saying? I am saying we are at our most weakest point. Perhaps we are at a point where right now we can easily sell or be sold to other countries. Unfortunately, what we are hearing right now is scaring. There is talk of selling sugar factories. There is talk of selling KQ, Kenya Airways, to foreigners, and so many things. There is no country that can ever develop if you sell everything to foreigners. You are actually denying the indigenous people an opportunity to share in the wealth of that country. Food for thought for those who are good at trumpeting praises here on a government. It is about us. It is about our children. It is about the generations to come. It's not about political parties. It's not about communities. We are in this together. Thank you.
Moderator ameenda kulala. Listen, how are you, my brother? Listen, can you hear
I'm
me?
good. I think the moderator alikuwa amepatiana
I
line.
think the moderator has gone. Anyway, Guru, you have spoken so well, but let me just correct you in some areas. Kenyatta, when Kenyatta came to power, that is in 1963. He had the Wazungus that left for him a very, very good
Mnasema
structure.
moderator ameenda kulala, kwani amnisikii?
Hatukusikii bwana. So Guru
Okay.
ameongea sana. I wanted just to make a point that when Kenyatta came to power, first he's the one who killed multi-party democracy by ensuring that people like Jaramogi's political party did not thrive. Moi perfected Kenyatta's act. Yeah, so Moi was a student of Kenyatta na ndio akafuata nyayo ya mzee. Ndio hiyo serikali unaona. Serikali ya Moi was just a replica of what Kenyatta was all about. And when Kibaki came to power, Kibaki had the opportunity to change this country. The only good part of that Kibaki brought is free primary education. Yeah. So Kibaki akaleta free primary education, but it is unfortunate that we didn't get the best of Kibaki due to the accident. I think for a very long time, Kibaki was not in his right mind to lead the country. And it is unfortunate that the constitution did not play. We did not remove him from office early enough. Kibaki, to me, was even a coward. He was so undecided. The people who worked with Kibaki are people who made Kibaki who he is, are people like Murungaru and all that. Kibaki again led to the bloodshed in 2007. If he was a democratic leader, he should have left power for Raila Odinga to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. That led to so many people being killed. And you also what happened. So these are leaders sometimes that you celebrate them for nothing. They brought a lot of death to our country, and a lot of people lost their lives because they wanted to stick to power forever. So unaweza wa celebrate me, I will not celebrate them in any way. And I think he was incapacitated. He was not in his mental state to lead the Republic of Kenya. On
Mzalendo.
Mzalendo,
I was not talking in terms of political transformation. I was talking in terms of economic transformation. I am surprised that you are one Kenyan who is talking of how poor Kibaki was in economic transformation. I don't know what Kenyan country you lived in or you live in, but anyway, you have a right to your own views, but Kenyans have their right to their views because it is them who enjoyed or suffered in that economy.
Can I say something? You know, Kibaki came in with no standards. You see, we had no standards. Moi left us with nothing. So the little thing that he did, everybody would go jumping that amefanya kazi. But while ile kitu mimi najua Kibaki did is free primary education. That is the most important thing. Then they worked with Raila and we achieved the infrastructures that we see today, the thicker superhighway and all those things. Tell me, there's no industry that Kibaki introduced in his term. Kuna kitu yote new that he brought in, nothing apart from the free primary education.
Okay, Mzalendo. So I'd really, unless Julia wants to keep on moving, want to move it. Julia kidogo to dakika moja, my dear. Unless Julia wants to take over, I'd really want us to close it here in about 20 minutes. So kama tunaweza anza close unless Julia, kunajua Julia amekuja, kuna kitu imemuuma, kuna kitu anataka kusema. Huyo najua akikuja saa kasa hiyo anakujanga tu, kuna kitu mumemchokoza nayo. I know she's come to do something. So the guys that have been here, I'm going to give everyone a closing remark. I think I'm being unfortunate. I'm not being fair to Mise. I think Mise also needs to say something. So nataka to close kidogo, tukue tu very close to our remarks. But Mzalendo, I'm going to finish. Nitakuacha umalize kitu yenye ulikuwa ukisema. And then, because I know Julia came here for a purpose. I know there's something she wanted to say. I know kuna kitu inamsumbua. But she's here to finish with us unless nimwachie muendelee. But I want to finish this show here in about less than 20 minutes. Tuende tukalale. But Mzalendo, maliza, lakini msiongeze sana, isikuwe discussion kubwa. Tafadhali. We are almost closing this show.
I would like Julia to talk because I know she has got some burning issues. I have touched on some issues that I think somebody would want to comment, but I think I'd finished my submission on the issues that Guru had raised. I feel that is my opinion. I was in the country then. I saw what was happening. I worked closely with the government. I know what Kibaki's government brought. Anyway, that's what I had.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate everybody on the comment section. I really appreciate everybody in here. Julia, I know there's something burning you for you to come back in real quick.
Yeah. I was listening to Guru. I really appreciate how he brought it out. And I also want to comment on Mzalendo. Mzalendo, I'm sorry to say sometimes I really think that you reason upside down, like opposite. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm just trying to interpret your reasoning. It's Kebaki's time we saw a total difference. Did you know that that's the time that we were able to have mobile phones? Where were you in this part of Kenya? It is Kebaki's time. If we remove, it is just someone like Murungaru who began the corruption scandals and all that. But Kebaki really tried to bring stability of the economy in this country. And even when they worked with Raila, I think we saw stability and we saw growth. And we saw him even prevent so many scandals. Though we still have scandals, I want to agree with you. I think somebody else who talked about Murungaru. We still had scandals, especially the issues of Murungaru and I think Mureria. So we never have like rotten egg somewhere. But if we compare all those reigns from Moi, it is Kibaki who performed the best. Now, I want to come to the main issue that makes me think that you really think upside down. Two wrongs cannot make a right. If we had a rigged election, that does not justify people killing people. And it is the man you praised here, called William Samoei Ruto, who is accused of killings in the Rift Valley. That's why I think that Uriel is on upside down. Kibaki did not kill anybody, Mzalendo. It is Ruto who is accused of the killings. And even now he has not come out. He's not clean of that case. We know that Kenyatta's case was dismissed, but we don't know that Ruto's case was dismissed at The Hague. I think it was halted. I stand to be corrected. So Mzalendo, stop lying to Kenyans. I think here Kibaki is one of the most respected presidents in this country we shall have, and we shall have, while your boss that you keep praising here is the source, will be the source of the downfall of this country. So if you want to say something about Kibaki, I will agree with you. You talk about the scandal surrounding the likes of Murungaro, and I think we really had a scandal and he was sacked. Murungaro was also sacked. I will agree with you. If you mention the corruption scandal with Kibaki, I will agree with you. But saying that he did nothing, I really think, Mzalendo, you think you reason upside down. I really think so. And I won't sit here and say nothing while you are doing that. So I would like to ask you, go back to your books of history. I do not think you are working even by then from the way you are reasoning. Me, I remember that it is a time we even were able to buy mobile phones, because I think he brought down the tax for mobile phones. So Kibaki performed Muzarendo. While I would say like Guru, you are entitled to your own reasoning and thinking, I will disagree with you seriously here. And if you talk about the killings, that is absurd. That is outrageous. It is William Samoei Ruto who was accused of killings. If there was, for example, Mzaranda, I'll give you an example. Right now, we are sitting here saying that we don't agree with the elections of 2022. Really, we don't agree. Really, we believe that Ruto rigged and Chebukati rigged. And we believe that so many bad things happened. But still, I insist, it is not justifiable to go out and kill people, even if you want to become president. William Samoei Ruto is accused of organizing the killings in the Rift Valley, where men and women were burnt in a church. And that case iko Hague. Kesi yake haijatolewa. Nasikia kesi ya Uhuru was dismissed, but Ruto's case was not dismissed. You can go and read the books. It was not dismissed. Kibaki was not accused. You can accuse Kibaki and Kivoitu for rigging, but you can't accuse him for killing people. That is outrageous, and you need to withdraw that. Asante, Kenyan with love.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you for everybody that is listening to us. I always admire everybody that is listening to us. The numbers, we can always see the people who are listening to us, even though you're not on the comment section. The people in the comment section, we really always 24/7 appreciate you guys, because this is not the conversation of just the people on the panel. It's also a conversation about the people, the people in the comment section and the people who are listening to us, because we are here to educate people and to have a conversation about our country. Whichever side we are, it's appreciated. So I really appreciate everybody that comes around and listens to us. Of course, tuko kwa kipindi cha Lala Salama. So at this point, I wanted to ask, public participation, are you still there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so you're there. Okay. I just wanted to know, but being behind the camera, that's against the standing orders.
Yeah, I was getting ready for work. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you can just put the camera somewhere to equate to Kwanini, but yeah.
Okay.
The camera has to be on. That's the standing orders.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason. Anyway, I think right now it's Mise. After Mise, we're gonna go to public participation, and then after that, we'll start our closing remarks for everyone that is on the show, and then we close after that. So, Mise, the floor is yours, and then we'll start. I think we'll start with for closing remarks. I think we might. Okay, just Mise, just do yours, and then I'll see how we do the closing remarks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mzalendo, I'm sorry that Julia was very aggressive and very did not sense our language in the manner that she addressed you. I think you do have a point.
Miss, I don't think, Miss, I don't think that's the way we do this thing. You've been here for a long time. That's not how we do our thing here. We don't attack anyone or say something like that. Tafadhali.
So I think you do have a point. I think you do have a point. We also are entitled to observation as we debate. But I think you do have a point that Zalendo, between the finger that pulls the trigger and the bullet that kills, the one who is prosecuted and taken to court is the owner of the finger. So the 2007 killings is something that we do not wish to see in our country anymore. We do not wish any leader in the government or any politician to make actions that will trigger such happenings that happened in 2007. So be it William Ruto, be it Kibaki at the time, or even Amolo Odinga, or even now William Samoei Ruto and those who are in power, it is something that we detest. That it was bad. The people who died were not did not deserve to die in the manner that they were killed, and all those who participated and who were triggers, we hold them accountable, and we will go down to history to remember that they participated in election, and their actions caused deaths that we did not want to see. Now, for me, I want to say that want to talk about two things, about Sonko and about Aisha Jumwa. Aisha Jumwa has the presumption of innocence is protected by the Constitution. And Aisha Jumwa, equally as a Kenyan, enjoys that presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Now, there's also the issue of Sonko. And Sonko's, Aisha Jumwa case, there was allegation of misappropriation. That is on the case of corruption. So those allegations stood to be or remain to be allegations until they were proven to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So the issue of Sonko is something that we need to learn. Our enforcement agencies need to learn how to handle evidence, because the rule in any prosecution, in any case, handling evidence is very key, and can determine whether or not a person is found to be guilty or innocent. So we have seen that more often the office of the public prosecution, the way they're handling evidence is not good. Maybe they need to go back to be retrained. And this causes the government a lot of money, waste a lot of the time of the judiciary, because in courts, the courts rely on the rules of evidence, or rules and procedures of evidence, that when you bring any evidence that you're going to rely on in any case, it must meet certain evidentiary threshold in order to be allowed to be used against or for in a court of law. So the Office of the Public Prosecution is letting the public down because they tell us they have a case, but when you reflect on it, you will realize that they were not there from onset. They did not handle the evidence properly. So we need to, someone needs to talk to that office. Someone needs to put some sense on it so that they don't waste time. And that's why the people like Sonko, they know how to play around such vision or such technicalities and get away with crimes that would have sent them to jail. Now, there was something that is really disturbing to me from the deputy president, Gachagua. Gachagua made comments that actually really upset me because you see, Gachagua said that Sakaja, they are the ones who helped Sakaja to become the governor. And such, Gachagua is the one who mobilized the Kikuyus, very tribal sentiments, in order to vote for Sakaja. I mean, Sakaja was not only voted by Kikuyus, Sakaja was voted by other Kenyans. But to say that they are going to sit him down, that shows blatantly lack of separation of power, whereby the the office of the governor is independent from being coerced by the office of the deputy president. I think that's a bad precedent and some uncalled for remarks from the deputy president, and that is very arrogant of him to come out and make such comments that demean the stature and the office of the governor. And I think the role of the governor is well spelled out in the Constitution, and there must be clear boundaries and separation of power. And that is something that I really took note. And if that is how we are going to run the country going forward, then I would agree with the subject or the topic of today, that Kenya is not headed to the right direction. It's headed in the wrong direction if the deputy president can come out and make such outrageous comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, I always respect everybody. Thank you for the people that are that actually come here and have a conversation with us. I mean, it's not easy to be in this conversation sometimes. Tunagonganga huko chini, lakini watu wa comment section, I appreciate you guys. You're doing a good job. I really appreciate. Nawaona, we are seeing you guys. At this point in time, I want to make, this is where we start doing our closing remarks. And I want to start with Mama Mary, then go to Guru, then Mzalendo, then come back to Mise, and come back to Julia, because Julia, I think you know why I'm coming back to you, Wamwisho, because you know what you need to prepare for us. So, unless Julia kuna kitu ulikuwa ukitaka kusema, other than Neo close, you know why I want you for the last.
Okay, yeah, you close. I think people can give their closing remarks.
Okay, wait for us for ya mwisho. Unajua kwa nini nataka utumalizie. Mama Mary, closing remarks.
Thank you. Singeweza kukaa kwa muda mrefu kwa lights, saa zingine na disappear kwa sababu nataka kuwa kwa kivuli kidogo. That is why I'm disappearing every now and then. Ninafurahia mjadala wetu vile tunaendesha, na nimesikiliza Mise. I can see Mise is becoming a Kenyan, and I'm not hiding from the truth. Thank you so much for what you are talking about. When we come here, actually, let's not bring some things that we might be not be able to elaborate, or things that might bite us back yani kuwe na mtu mwingine atakwambia hiyo umesema ni uongo. Tuongee mambo ambayo inatusaidia na tunasaidia Wakenya wetu. Because when you say something that really brings another person to not to support but to go against it, it means that you are not talking the truth. Kwa hivyo tujaribu kuongea mambo ambayo ni ya ukweli, ndio tuelimishe ama tuweze kufanya huyo mtu mwingine aelewe pale hakuwa ameelewa. Kwa sababu mimi nikiwa naelewa kitu niseme, mwingine yule hakuwa ameelewa, akishasikia tunamuelimisha, na kwa hivyo naye atakuwa na jambo la kuambia the next person. So that is how we build a strong Kenyan people, so that we can stand on one ground and give the same tale without having differences. Kwa hivyo kama ilikuwa kulitokea mambo ambayo ilifanyika mwaka fulani, lazima tujue ilifanyika kwa nini na ni nani alitatiza, so that the next person who did not get the information can get it right. That is the way we want to build each other. Lakini tukicomment kwa sababu of hatred of a certain person, really, we are not helping each other and we are not helping our country. We are not helping Kenyans. What we need to do is that we have got facts, we have got books which have been written, we have got things that are going on. In reality, we tell people the correct thing so that we can know our country better, and then we can have a good conversation. I thank you guys for tonight. I was listening from the back and I could hear there are good things and some of them are contradicting, but I believe as far as we contradict and come to the point, we are building our better Kenya, and that we are going to make a good conclusion of our country, how it should go. We are trying to make a way of how we can unite, the way we can make our country be respected, the way our country should be seen like we are the people who love each other and we can help each other. And wherever we are, whether we are in Kenya or we are outside the country, let's build each other and we will be respected. In fact, those people who respect their tradition, those people who respect their culture, they will be respected. But if you change it into different things, we will have those fragments and people will not even understand us, who we are. We should keep our tradition, our culture, so that we'll be respected that way. And then it will be bold to show people that this is how we live, this is how we communicate, this is how we take care of each other, shoulder to shoulder, and that is how our Kenya will be strong. So guys, let's be honest and let us tell Kenyans the right thing so that they can understand. Our children who have not been there before, let them understand that Kenya came this way, it happened this way, so that they can have the knowledge of how to handle themselves. And they should know we never got things on a silver platter. We worked hard and we are still looking forward to be better than how we found it. So guys, have a good night and I hope we meet again. We continue narrating good things about our country so that we can make our country strong and will be respected. That respect that we are looking for, it's not that we want anything from anybody, but we want them to recognize us as we are, and the way we want is that our country be bold and one in one unity. God bless Kenya. And you guys have a good night.
Mama Mary, thank you so much for what you just said. That is very important for everybody to listen and everybody to hear. Don't go away. Do not go away. We have to close this show together. All of us. We are just about to close it. Mama Mary, thank you so much. You're someone that we respect in this show, and we appreciate you so much. Do not go anywhere. Let us close it together. Sisi wote tunafunga pamoja, because this show that makes our country bigger, and people are listening to us, and they listen to us every day when we talk. So let's close this show together. Mr. Guru, give us our closing remarks. Mr. Guru, hata kama umetuzimia taa, toa nini, unmute.
Ai, guru ya watu umevaa hood. Hata hood. Saa umetuzimia. Alafu nasikia Kenya saa hii ni saa 3.
Baridi ndio imekuwa mingi. I don't think I have much to add to what I've said already. I can only say that you guys, you seem to want to stick in foreign land instead of coming to have Christmas here and experience what people are going through.
Tunaogopa njaa. Kama huyu nimeambia, and we eat a lot of ugali. How will I manage to buy? I mean,
that's no excuse. East or west, home is best. You should come and experience what the hustlers are going through, so that when you talk from a point of knowledge.
Tunaogopa hustler fund.
Abana, ukiingia airport, the first thing is to activate your M-Pesa. Is it M-Pesa? Arafu unafuruta 500 shillings ama 1,000. Unaingia hapa unakula kakuku.
Hapo kikopei.
Si ndio hiyo? I think the fund, the uptake of the fund will increase in the next 2-3 days as people try to get something they can eat over Christmas. My thinking.
Yako ilikuwa hizi. Misefunga na usifunge na vitu mingi sana bwana. Tunataka kufunga hii show. Usiweke vitu moba, alafu tuende kwa mzalendo, and then Julia is gonna close the ultimate.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that first of all, I wanted to tell Guru that those hoods, hiyo hoodie amevaa, it's because of our hard working as people who are in diaspora to send mitumba back home so that it's available and affordable to all. So for that case, we cannot afford to break to come for Christmas because diaspora remittance has proven again and again to be more and beneficial to our local economy. I just wanted to emphasize on the principles of devolved government. This is really disturbing me, especially when it's starting from the heart of the nation, the capital city of the nation, which is Nairobi. I thought it's good that we reflect on Article 175 that talks about the principles of devolved government and the rationale behind the principles of devolved governments. I think the county government is established under the Constitution and shall reflect the following principles. Number one, county government shall be based on democratic principles and separation of powers, of which we are finding that Rig G, I've always been thinking, and I want to be constructive in my criticism, that I've always been thinking that sometimes Rig G has been making his statements have been as a sense of humor, but I'm kind of now getting worried that his sentiments actually mean what he is saying. To coerce or bring microaggression to the sitting governor, I think that's lack of. I want to emphasize lack of separation of power, and that is something that I want to emphasize. Also, the county governments are empowered by the constitution to be able to have enough sources of revenue in order to govern the county efficiently and be able to give services, deliver services to its people at the county level. So if the governor comes up with policies that he finds fit to benefit or to be of benefit to his people at the county level that do not contravene or do not interfere with the powers of the national government, I think they should be left on the side. That is what I want to emphasize this evening. And the sanctity of this constitution must be observed, must be adhered to by everyone, regardless of rank and file. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Misa. We really appreciate. Naona Stone PK amekuja pia, but Stone PK, we were in a closing session, eh? So we're going. I think Mzalendo is supposed to be closing, and I think if you've been listening to us, I think you can also give your closing remarks. So it's Mzalendo and then Stone PK on a closing remark, and then Julia is supposed to finish up everything for us. Tomorrow is another day. Tafadhali, today we've had a good day. I think we've had a good show. So I really appreciate the people in the comment section. I appreciate everybody that is listening to us. And I think I really appreciate this show so much that I think a lot of people appreciate us for what we are doing. This is a show that is gonna, people are always gonna listen to us and watch us and appreciate that we can talk about our own country. And this is something that not other countries have the ability to do that. So we need to appreciate what we've done, what our people have done, and what our forefathers have done to give us even the ability to have a forum like this, to have a conversation about our country. Mzalendo, closing remarks.
Mato, we appreciate you. We appreciate for you the good work that you're doing, and the panelists. We are here always to inform the public of the political situation and to find solutions. So in future, maybe Mtembei TV, every time we have these conversations, we need to come up with solutions. So tusikue tunaongea tu while we don't have any solutions to rectify the situation back at home. And for the people who always talk about the post-election violence, I don't want you to always be mentioning what happened in some parts of Rift Valley, while you forget what happened in Naivasha. Every time we mention post-election violence, make sure you mention what happened in Naivasha. So these were atrocities committed to the people of Kenya, and it is very, very sad that it happened on that particular day. My closing would be today is the issue of Sakaja. Sakaja is a Nairobian, and he understands what Nairobi is all about. The reason why Gachagua is having a problem with the Sakaja is because Sakaja is involving the communities, is involving even the Azimio members is robbing the Azimio members into government. I understand that he appointed Fred Gumo the other day. Those are things that don't go well with Gachagua. So when you run a city like Nairobi, the capital city of Kenya, you must involve all the communities. For a very long time, there's been this notion that The Kikuyus are the dominant tribe in Nairobi city. So Sakaja is doing a good job. Let us support him, whether you are in Azimio, ukiwa pande hiyo ya UDA, let us support him because we want Kenyans to unite and we move in one direction as one family called Kenya. When somebody is doing a good job, let us encourage them to do a good job, especially the governor. Missy has brought in the constitution what it says about the governor. A governor is mandated by the constitution to run the county without any interference. The only person who can remove the governor from office are the people who elected him and the MCAs and the president through the people who elected the governor. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Mr. Stompike, I'm sorry, but I believe you've been following us from the back. And, this is a closing remark. I think you have something to say. I will give you some time for you to do your closing remarks, but also comment on what we've been talking about, because you haven't been a part of the conversation with people listening to you. So we really admire you. Thank you for coming in. Tupatie yako ya mwisho, and then we're gonna go to Julia before I close the whole thing.
Thank you, ndugu Mato, asante sana. And then let me greet Bwana Guru, Mary Wainaina, Mwalimu Julia, Mzalendo, na ndugu yangu pale anayeitwa Mise LM. Good to see you guys. Poleni, I'm in a situation that I'm not able to come into studio anytime I feel like. My network na manini na nini hizi kuna shida because of wherever we are trying to kujiandaa kuona kama hii Christmas inaweza kulika. It is so difficult because iko stress ni mingi inaenda yetu Mise, ngoja tu hapo, kaa hapo ukisoma sheria zako hapo ndio utajua ujui. Anyway, guys, I don't want to really, it is said who comes last and finds things are gone. You don't begin bringing people from or through from what they have talked. I know you guys have talked a lot. For me, I'll just kind of emphasize on what I've been saying, that we started on the wrong footing, and we are tuoni dalili ya correction of that, because it is the other day watu walikuwa wanasema this after that. Kwa hii ni makosa after makosa after makosa after makosa. Whenever somebody opens his mouth ni kuharibu tu. Even when Sakaja opens his mouth to do something similar to what Azimio has in its manifesto, Kenya kwisha, because ni wafuazi wa shetani. They have the power of the devil and they are not able to read things right. They read opposite. Wanaharibu. So you cannot help Kenya Kwanza. So I'll emphasize and I'll repeat, whether we are talking of Nairobi, somebody, because Sakaja, despite all the drama, stolen, fake certificates and all that, is struggling to bring semblance to some form of, ability to manage city, which, by the way, it's a monumental, and I will not blame him. Managing Nairobi is not a child play. For those of us who are born and bred in Nairobi, we know what it is. We know what it would take for you to manage Nairobi. Nairobi cannot be run by a governor. That's not possible. You can take that to the bank. It's impossible to run Nairobi as a governor. Nairobi has to be run by 4. It has to be divided into 4 boroughs. okay? So that all those boroughs now report to somebody. I don't know whether you call him a governor or what, but each borough has to have somebody similar to a governor. So we are talking of almost 5 people to manage the city of Nairobi. That's the strategy that Azimio had, and it is what would work and bring back that city to what it used to be. So these are the formulas, sijui unafanya fanfare, sijui nini, Gachagua anasema ni yeye alikuweka hapo. Look at this is what I'm telling people. You don't expect anything from Ruto government. Gachagua is there bleeding fire and he's talking nonsense. How would you go saying when you uliweka governor hapo? Wewe ni nani? And this misconception, and I like what Mzalendo has said, that Nairobi is in ya Kikuyu. Hii ni ujinga na upumbavu ya ajabu. I was born and bred in Nairobi. You can't say Nairobi belongs to one tribe. Ni ujinga hiyo ambayo ilikwisha zamani. It is nonsense. And that can even cause someone to be impeached if you are preaching that kind of rubbish that when ndio uliweka mtu pale. Yeah? That's why I'm saying, for me, this government, we have no solution. But to kuingatua tu, we chase them out because they are, one, they have no brains. Because if they have brains, they are not using them. You understand? So I can't even sit. Look at people standing and giving 1 hour speech. You're giving an hour speech congratulating somebody else who did the job. Badala useme what you plan to do. You're praising the past. Why don't you tell us what you have? Akina Machogu, are those the people we expected to revolutionize education? We are dead on arrival. I mean, dead on starting. So we don't expect to go anywhere. So for me, 100 days of Ruto, it's nonsense. It will never be. You can give him 1,000 days, 1,000 years. This is what you'll get. To recycling of garbage in, garbage out, garbage in, garbage out. So there's no hope. Yeah, we will continue cleansing evil. Akina Aisha Jumwa, now they are clean. Weupe kama pamba, honestly. And you expect us to praise 100 days of whatever. And then you tell us to start planning for 2027. Sincerely speaking, really? I'm still here and I'm praying God to give me life. I'm here to meet people after 5, 6, 7 years. And we exchange notes and, compare and try to see what Kenya will be in the next 2 years. Okay? So, lastly, let me say, Mutembei cannot offer solutions to Ruto's government. Forget about that. Mzalendo, don't even bother about it. As discussing here, we are not offering any solution. Because our solution, Ruto cannot follow. Okay? Hawezi fuata hii, because hii hapa tunafuata what is productive for the country called Kenya. Ruto wants to have a nation, thieving nation, stealing nation, failed nation, where is only the few that will be controlling the economy of that. Is that what Mutembei is advocating for? No. So hakuna solution ya Ruto hapa. Kenya kuisha itatoka hapa. Hapa tutakuwa tu tunapiga debate, passing time. All right? Dawa ni kung'oa kidonda, kikiwa kimeoza, kata kabisa, kitibu. Uchungu utasikia, kitatoa damu, lakini ukikiweka dawa, kitapona. So Kenyans, I'm just telling you, you are on your own. You are absolutely on your own. Yeah, those who wish to wait, you can wait and see. But just know, you are on your own. There is no any simple strategy that will be able to kind of bring you back to wherever. January is coming, and that's when you will hear kilio cha mwananchi. Kilio cha mwananchi. Na itakuwa ni kilio cha haki. Asanteni sana. Kenya One na kuregeshea usukani. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody, thank you so much. I mean, this is a good show that we always have a conversation. We have a good thing. There's a reason I wanted Julia to close. Julia, I don't know if you want to do this one, but there's a guy called Joseph Ndaingui. He's saying, yeah, washeni kudharau wa Kikuyu. I wish because yes, I have a Kikuyu blood on my side, but I think you're the one that actually can talk to that, so that you talk to the Kikuyus, also talking to him that hakuna mtu amedharau wa Kikuyu hapa, we are all Kenyans. Before I bring you back to doing what I wanted you utumalizie, which you know, can you talk to people like that, please?
Okay, I don't know why
You have the authority.
sijui kwa nini anasema hivyo. Joseph, I don't know where you are coming from, because I've been here and I've been listening to the show and I haven't had any statements that, unless wengine wamesikia, that attributes kudharau wa Kikuyu. I'm just saying, maybe is what Gachagua said. Okay, Gachagua does not represent the Kikuyus. So Joseph Dengui, if people have criticized Gachagua's speeches, Gachagua does not represent Wakikuyu. Gachagua only represents himself. So the things he says, he does not say on the behalf of the Kikuyu community. He says on his own behalf. So kama there are statements that were attributed to Gachagua, then you can say wacheni kudharau Gachagua, lakini si wa Kikuyu. So that is how I saw it, Kenyan with love. And just to say, Mzalendo, I'm sorry I was too harsh on you, and if I used words that are inappropriate, I want to apologize. But nevertheless, I want to say that I want to agree with you on one note, that about the 2007 killings, we should condemn whatever happened in Naivasha and whatever happened in Rift Valley. All that is unacceptable. Two wrongs cannot make a right. And whether elections are rigged, people should not die because of that, from whichever side. Even now, we talking about, we believe that elections were rigged in 2022. I don't believe that bloodshed is the solution. I don't think tribal killings are okay. That is wrong. That is devilish. That those kind of thoughts come from hell. So I agree with you that we should condemn both the Naivasha killings and the Rift Valley killings. And however, I also want to say this, and I want to request you kindly. This is something I have requested the people who come to Mtembei TV. If you come in here to make accusations, one, please tell us what has even been brought into a court of law. If you say somebody is corrupt, tell us what has been taken to a court of law. Because I find those statements so outrageous, that saying Kebaki killed, that is outrageous. Let us say things that have been taken to a court of law. If we can't substantiate that, then let us not bring those things to the Mtembei TV. Even when we accuse Ruto here, I want to request those people who accuse Ruto, if you're gonna say something, accuse Ruto of the things that you know have been taken to the court of law and the public limelight. Si kufikiria ama urisikia ati Ruto alifanya hivi ama urisikia hivi, because some of the things that we say here are not true. Those are just allegations. It's just we say things because somebody said this, so I have got to say this about somebody I don't like. It is not right. It is not right in Mtembei TV, and I request that we desist from that. Let us desist from that, whichever side we are. Let us say things that we can even confirm. And we talk about the press, let us talk about the press we know, Standard, Newspaper, Nation. Unajua kuna gata press, ile ya mshene, na saa zingine hata tujui hiyo press imetoka wapi. So, I mean, we're trying to make this TV a TV that people can depend on. So I kindly request we do that. Now, about the 100 days of Ruto, I asked earlier here, I asked the people that were, really heroize Ruto, to tell me one thing, just one thing that affects the common mwananchi. One thing, one good thing that affects the common mwananchi that Mr. William Samoei Ruto has done in his 100 days. And nobody came out. Nobody came out to say anything. While we can say about 5 negative things that have happened since he took over. One, Pesa Wazee has disappeared. those people have not been given a single coin. 2, education subsidy, fees, school fee subsidy. Stone Peter imesema tunafikiria maneno ya celebrate Christmas. How can we celebrate Christmas when we don't know how we are going to take our children to school? We cannot celebrate Christmas, Mr. PK. I don't know how we're going to celebrate Christmas. How are we going to pay the school fee of our children, which is going to the tune of 70K? Now, 3, food subsidies. Hii pesa, hii serikali ya Ruto imepeleka food subsidy wapi? Subsidy ya mafuta imeenda wapi? Now, 4 or 5. Now, we are seeing an increase of people who have been set free. Watu wamewachiliwa, makesi zimekuwa, I mean, people like Aisha Jumwa, people like Sonko. It is like in Kenya, you are free to do whatever you want. I want to ask fellow Kenyans, how come these things never happened when Uhuru was president? We did hear people being set free. We didn't hear those things. Now, is it that now we are free to steal? We are free to loot? Ruto even said himself, mtu kunyang'anya shamba, hakuna haja ya kuharibu nyumba yake, inakuwa kuongea, which means you can grab somebody's land and get away with it. So PK has said we are helpless and there's nothing we can do about it. But I just wonder how long we are going to be helpless, and for how long are we going to take this? For how long, Kenyans, will you take this? Now, on Gachagua issue, Gachagua, I want to say this, fellow Kenyans, Gachagua does not represent Mount Kenya. Gachagua represents himself. So any statements he make, attribute those statements to him and him alone, and not Mount Kenya. He does not represent the views of Mount Kenya region. Asante. Sijui kama ni mimi nimepotea, ama ni Kenyan with love, because sometimes you see na Kenyan with love disappear. Sijui tumpatie nafasi.
Stone PK.
Yes, sir.
What are you saying?
You are not coming for Christmas, and I thought you'd buy kambuzi hapa Kamakis.
Okay. Niko Nairobi.
Nitafute.
Niko Masai Mara sasa.
Ati?
Niko Masai Mara, labda nitakutafuta nikirudi.
Okay, sawa.
Yes.
So PK, when did you go there? Una hukutuambia? Yes, Nguru.
Wewe na umestick huko.
Mimi nimekwambia naogopa bei ya unga.
Niko na mission. Unaona Misa anajua niko na mission. Nataka kupindua Ruto.
Misa, you are seated close to stone. Are you terrified of him?
And then Nani, Julia, umesahau one very important thing that has disappeared. Linda Mama. You know people wale mnaishi ma US, ma UK.
Yes,
Linda Mama ilikuwa nini?
Tunajua Linda Mama, si ile program ya First Lady.
Yeah, you know, when you go to mama akienda kujifungua, you just walk in, give birth and walk out. I mean, it is, you know, people don't know how impacting that program has been. And you know, those who have been on the ground know how important that is. If anything, that one Ruto should not have suspended, because there's no corruption in that. Hiyo ilimesaidia akina mama, our young mothers, and right now they are crying, they are getting stranded, and unless someone has ever had a family, umekuwa na mama akijifungua, ndio unajua uzito wa hiyo, especially when now you have no kazi mtaani, and you know it's our young guys now who are doing that, ndio wanapata wanaoana saa hii. Most of them have no jobs, but they have to start families. Because now in Kenya, if you say utaoa at school utapata pesa, you will never get married. That's
okay,
another part.
So the advice: don't get married and don't go looking for babies. So
and how is that possible, Julia? Really?
You take control of your body. Not getting married. Don't look for women. Don't make babies. Period.
That is what Kenya Kwanza is advising.
Utakufa peke yako bwana if you try to do something like that.
Kama Katulu, kuna kitu inaitwa Katulu kana pasanga na nini.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, wacheni tufungie kitu bwana. Tafadhali. Tukubalieni tufungie kitu.
Kenyan with love, let me say something. There is this guy called, I think it's Waskan. Is it Waskan? He's asking me, how is Rachel Ruto education? I've never followed that lady at all. And especially when she talked about purifying water, she drew me away. And I have never followed her. So I don't know much about her. There is one person I've never followed. That lady, I've never followed her at all. So sorry, I don't have the answer.
You don't need to. You have not missed anything, Mary. You don't have to. Sorry.
Waskan umetibiwa. Kenyan with love and Mary. I think she's educated because I don't know. I almost sometimes think she was a teacher.
Yeah, she did education.
Yes,
and I think she's a very respectable mother. I mean, come to think about it, just like she has. I mean, we can't use the measure of the husband to. I think I respect her. She commits and works and runs her way and supports the husband. That's the role of any wife, regardless of who the husband is and is perceived. It's good to support. She's the pillar number one for the husband and the family of the first family of the Republic of Kenya. So I think I really adore her, and she's not kimbelembele like. I'm not saying
try and say.
Hatujaiona
try and say.
Hatujamwona akichapa Ruto kwa
au kumuona Dubai.
Kuchapana.
Wewe, ni unajua nyie mkamkeni kama mnataka kufunga hiki kitu.
Okay, wacha nijibu mise. Okay, mise, I agree with you. Rachel I respect her a lot. I think she's educated. Mary Wainina, I think I agree with mise that I think somewhere I saw she has done education, or I am not sure. Lakini huyo mama amesoma. Na if we ignore hii story ya kubadilisha maji, sijui hiyo story ilitokea wapi, because sometimes I also imagine that it was an exaggeration of the press. Unajua saa zingine tu tutetee watu kama they deserve kutetewa. Sijui, unless somebody shows me a clip where herself she said with her mouth that alibadilisha maji. Hiyo kitu sikuona. So nataka kumtetea niseme kwamba huyo mama she's decent. She's very decent. Huyo mama, she's very decent, and she found herself as the wife to William Samuel Ruto. And those of you who have families and you have been married, especially if you are married to a powerful person, I think it comes a time that sometimes it is practically impossible to walk away. I think so. Some of us whose husbands were never presidents or politicians, I think it is possible to walk away. And Mise will never know I walked away, or Nguru, or Nguru will never know I divorced my husband, or I'm planning to do so. Because I'm insignificant. Me and my husband, we're insignificant. Nobody knows us. But even if maybe she may have disagreed with the president, even when he was a politician, I think that lady, if she didn't walk away when they were newly married, I think it's practically impossible for her to disassociate herself with Ruto. And maybe you people, you don't know what that lady may be going through. This time, as a woman, I refuse to judge her, and I respect her. I think she's a decent woman.
And Julia, just quick one. Sometimes women have a very strong role. You can read that in the book of, if you read the story of Abigail and Nabal, you realize that Abigail was a woman who was beautiful, and the Bible actually describes her as a woman of beauty and brains. And she rescued her husband because of her wisdom and her beauty. And so we women have a role in the position of those who are in leadership, and they play a role of transforming our nation. And even our nation is referred as her, as a mother. So I think I respect her as well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a good discussion today. We've had a good time. It's actually 12:20 tonight, midnight, 21 past midnight. Ask everybody to stay here so that we can close together. I want us to close this show for now because, you know, everybody has things that they have to do, and we all have to have a good night. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that we always come to that point that we appreciate the people that are behind the scenes. You know, the guys that are in the back. Kama kuna mtu ataona mtu nimeacha, Julia, I think you're looking at that too. We want to appreciate everybody that has been listening to us, because we're coming to the close of the, you know, the close of our time and the time that we've had. We really appreciate having this conversation. Julia, I'm going to start at, I think kila mtu angalie pia. I'm going to start appreciating Brian Richard. I think that's where I'm starting. Black, sijui kama ashaenda, ashalala kwanza. There's a new one, Fatma Nasimiu. She said, good morning, guys, watching from Saudi Arabia. Hey, Riyadh. I think that's okay. I think you're in Saudi. Kevin Ochieng, we appreciate you. Josephine Ndaingui, that's the one mwenye alikuwa amenini. Unanisumbua, hata pia mimi nakusumbua. We love you. Hiyo siwezi. Julio, hiyo unaweza nisomea?
But Matt, how do you love unanisumbua?
Ndaingui.
No, after Ndaingui alafu Black kuna hata sijui siwezi sema. Hiyo jina imenilemea. If you can see it, I went up above kidogo. Nilianza huko juu, lakini kuna jina ingine hapo ameandika, hiyo sijui hata naweza semaje. Brian Richard, kama kawa tunakupenda kabisa. Nifa Isalano, thank you. Kevin Ochieng, tunakujua wewe kabisa. Geoffrey Ruto, kuja tu unatusumbuaga kila siku. Nikta Nyambane, Jos ndio huyo tena nanisumbua. Kama kuna mtu anataka kushout out, shout out. This is the time for shout out before Julia tuimbie wimbo. Kuna John D Nda, karibu kabisa. John D Nda kaone kaito kabisa. Caroline Otieno, Geoffrey Ruto tena. I'm trying to see the people that are here. Julia, nisaidie kwa hii kitu bwana.
Kuna Mohamed.
Security gone, John D.
Kuna Mohamed Edge. Huo umesahau. Kuna Fatma Nasimiu, kuna Kevin Ochieng, kuna Kamu, I think umesema hao wengi. Caroline Atieno, kuna Faith Mwikali, kuna Nifa Isalano na wengine wote. Na wale na uambie kama kuna mtu tumekosea, tunaomba msamaha. Kama umetukosea, tumekusamehe.
Bas, mshaambiwa. Hata Moi aliomba msamaha. You know, ladies and gentlemen, but actually we really thank you guys. Let's see you guys tomorrow again for another day. We do really appreciate you guys coming here every day and coming to hear us, whoever is listening to us, even if you don't do the comment section. I think today I had a couple of people asking me, when are you going to put me as a VIP? I don't need to put you as a VIP. There's no VIP here. If you want to join the comment, if you want to come into the show, you just watch out for the link. Click on the link and let it configure your devices and you will be here. You don't have to pay for anything. None of the moderators have to put you a VIP for you to be able to even comment. Not only come into the show, you just have to click on that link. There's nothing special about coming into the show. Just click on the link, you will be there. So quit asking Matoati, when are you gonna put me as a VIP? I don't put anybody as a VIP. I'm not a VIP myself. No one is a VIP here.
Mato, those were jokes. Those were jokes. That was a sense of humor.
No. I
Poking
because we spoke with them. No, because we spoke with them. There's two people that asked me, and they thought that I have to give them like a special link for them or a special thing, and they have to do something special. You don't have to do anything special. If you want to come into the show, you can come into the show. Anybody that is running the show at the time will always be able to put you in as long as you can click on the link and be there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the time that we close the show, and we want to say adios. If there's anybody right now that wants to say something, this is the time. So before we close, Julia, you want to say anything?
No, I think PK wants to say something.
PK? Ni kipindi cha lala salama.
Wacha nisiseme chochote. Nimeona kitu kimeniuma sana. Nasikia kuna 500 million imekuwa saved na Hustler Fund na tujaambiwa imesaviwa wapi. Wallahi billahi wa Kenya kumbe wajinga hawajaisha.
Speaker, are you mad that they've saved, or are you mad that they borrowed, or are you mad that they paid back? What is making you mad?
I'm mad that we are being told there is money saved kwa cloud. Hata cloud ni mzuri, mtu anapewangwa password.
Ask Mise. Mise should tell us tomorrow.
Mnaanza discussion nyingine sasa. Mimi nitaanza kuwakata sasa.
Nafanya tu passing. I will sleep very badly and I wish I never came to Mtembei.
Mami, okay. Mary Wanaina, kuna kitu unataka kuambia watu, ukiambia watu kwa heri? Unmute. Tuambie kwa heri ama tuambie good night.
Mimi naambia watu walale salama, wale wanaamuka waende kazi salama, tuongee wakati huo mwingine.
All right. Mise, na wewe unaambia watu good night.
Just want to wish those who are out of Kenya, I wish you a good night. Those who are in Kenya, have a nice day. And if we don't get to see you, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Guru? Amo alipotea. Huyu alienda kuchunga. Ninajua kuli yuko. Julia? Inshallah.
Good night, good morning. Tuonane kesho ama kesho kutwa. Kesho siji. Yes. Ama nitakuja about it.
Inshallah. Asanteni sana. Thank you everybody for being here, and thank you for the show, and thank you for always listening to us, because we need to talk. If we stop talking, then we start fighting. And thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you and have a good night, good day, or good evening, depending on wherever you are. Let's see each other again tomorrow for another discussion. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.